Attends, je start le stream avec aucun préavis. Oh, deux fois que j'utilise. Ok. Chercher mon fil pour voir ça. Aucun préavis, rien. À checker des vidéos random. En premier. Activer la A8. Ah ouais, vu que j'ai pas. Vous pouvez voir, le cas c'est fini. Comme neat. Je peux le tourner au moins de l'autre bord au pire. Il y a personne qui est ensemble, ça va être dans les vidéos, puis genre, je l'ai montré. Bon. Ok. Là, ce que je dois faire, c'est coller ça. On va essayer de faire bouger le moins possible. Le porter, puis je vais voir qu'est-ce qui me manque. Je sais déjà qu'il me manque une petite section ici. C'est mon côté, je suis en train de. C'est mon côté. Ok. C'est bon. C'est genre juste ça, j'ai l'impression qu'il m'en manque quand même pas mal. Peut-être ça après. Je commence par voir pour ici. Si je check l'image vite, il a zoomé d'avance. Ok. Ensemble, je suis en train de faire comme s'il n'y avait pas d'espace, mais un petit espace. Petit espace. Voilà, de même. Puis ça va faire une autre petite espace ici. Ok, c'est là. On va se coller ici. Ici, jusqu'ici. La partie de là, ça va faire. Ok, c'est que même celui-ci, il faut que je le fasse plus gros. Ok. Plus gros pour venir ici. C'est bon. Mon cahier là-bas. Ah ouais, j'ai encore des feuilles ici. En dessous. Ok. Bon, je vais mettre des petites vidéos en même temps là. J'adore écouter ces vidéos. Euh... Ouais, tout ça, ouais, tu m'as compris. J'ai dit tout de suite arrivé à un enfant.
States, who was friends with China, initially did not intervene in fear of provoking Japan. But after the Japanese murdered hundreds of thousands of unarmed Chinese civilians and the Japanese attacked an American warship, the United States was forced to step in. American officials responded to the Japanese aggression by placing serious economic sanctions and trade embargoes on Japan, believing this would cripple their war efforts in China, causing them to have to retreat. However, the sanctions and embargoes did not have this effect. Instead, they just angered Japan and made them even more determined to hold their ground in China. Over the next few years, the United States and Japan attempted to negotiate some sort of settlement, but neither side would make any concessions, and so neither side would budge. A few years later, on the morning of Sunday, December 7th, 1941, the Japanese launched a surprise aerial attack on the American military base in Pearl Harbor, Hawaii. After the 2-hour attack was done, over 2,400 people
Ok.
with another 1,000 wounded, and 300 airplanes and 20 ships
C'est
were
pas
either
dans cette
destroyed
période-là.
or significantly crippled. The Japanese had hoped this attack would goad the United States into lifting the sanctions and embargoes they had placed on them back in 1937. But
Non.
instead, all the Japanese did was goad the United States into all-out war with them. One day after the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor, the United States officially declared war on Japan, thus entering World War II. On the day the Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor, Jack Lucas, like every other American in the country, was glued to his radio listening to the news. He was devastated and shocked at this carnage he was hearing about in Hawaii. And so by the time the president of the United States was declaring war on Japan, Jack had already made up his mind that he was going to join up and he was going to fight for his country. However, there was an issue. Jack wasn't old enough to join the military. You needed to be 17 years old, and Jack was only 14. But this was not going to stop Jack. So he created this fake document that said he was 17 years old, and he forged his mother's signature on it. And then, after bribing him, he got a notary to sign off on this document as well. And so Jack took his forged documentation, he gave it to the recruiter, and before long, Jack was accepted into the armed services and was on his way to Marine Corps boot camp. After completing initial training and becoming a Marine, the Marines found out Jack's paperwork was actually faked. But instead of kicking him out of the military, they said, Jack, you can stay in, but under one condition. You can't go overseas to combat. You have to stay in the United States. You can drive a truck and help out around here, but you can't deploy and go to war until you're published. Jack was not happy about this, but initially he did as he was told, and he did just drive a truck around and support it as best as he could. But after about a year and a half, 2 years of this, Jack just couldn't do it anymore. That was not why he had forged this document to get into the military.
C'était rendu à 16 ans en
So he
plus.
could actually go fight
C'est là qu'il
in
commence.
war. And so finally, when he was just 16 years old, he abandoned his post and snuck onto the back car of a troop transport train that was going to another military base. And so when he arrived at this base, which was in California, he hopped off and then ran to the docks where there were these big warships. And he saw one of them, there was a whole bunch of troops loading onto it. And he figured, that's where I need to go. And so he snuck onto the ship and he hid down below. And then after the ship took off and was out to sea, he revealed himself. And he walked up to a Marine officer and he kind of played off the, oh, I must have got on the wrong ship, but now that I'm here, can I join your unit? And this officer, who had no idea how young Jack was, eventually said, okay, but prepare yourself because we're going to invade Iwo Jima. Now, Jack had never heard of Iwo Jima and did not know its significance. But frankly, Jack didn't really care. He was just glad that he was actually going to see combat. What Jack couldn't have known, and what the other Marines on this ship couldn't have known either, is that the battle for Iwo Jima would become one of the bloodiest and deadliest battles of the entire war. The Japanese that were on this island defending it were absolutely fearless and would not surrender despite being outnumbered, and they were heavily entrenched in these caves and tunnels built in all over the island, and they rarely left these caves and tunnels, which meant Jack and the other Marines, when they landed on this island, the only way they could fight the Japanese was by literally crawling down into these tunnels, which were usually booby-trapped, and fighting up close and personal with the enemy. Jack's ship arrived off the coast of Iwo Jima in February of 1945, when Jack was still 16 years old. On February 19th, the first wave of Marines climbed down the side of this big ship, down
Et rendu mon autre.
amphibious landing crafts, and then one by
J'ai-tu
one,
close encore sans faire exprès?
towards Iwo Jima to begin the invasion. Jack was not part of this initial invasion. He would be going out
Fucking good.
with the second wave of Marines. second wave Marines just stood at the front of the ship and watched as these amphibious crafts made it up to the beach and then just got completely gunned down by Japanese machine gunners that were lining the beach. And so by the second day, when Jack and the rest of the Marines are getting ready to launch their assault, there are literally thousands of dead Americans just lining the beach. But Jack and the other second wave Marines, they knew this was their job, this was their duty, and so they were undeterred. They climbed down the side of the ship, they boarded their amphibious landing craft, and began the journey towards the island. As they got closer, the Japanese machine
Mais
gunners
quoi, il avait 16 ans?
not only on Jack and the boat he was in, but all of the crews that were coming towards the beach. And so hundreds of Americans were just getting gunned down before they even reached the sand. Jack and his crew managed to get to the beach, and so as the bait dropped on their boat, and as Jack is running onto the beach, the men around him are just getting cut to pieces by these machine guns. Jack manages not to get shot, and he, along with 3 other Marines, run up the beach and they lay down in front of the sand dune that protected them from these machine guns. Jack knew he couldn't stay there for very long because the Japanese were also firing artillery shells onto the beach, and so it would just be a matter of time before he was blown up. And so Jack and these other 3 Marines that had arrived at the same time, they began moving north, doing their best not to get shot or blown up, stopping behind rocks and trees and jumping behind sand dunes. And after a couple hours
Bon,
of doing
parfait.
this, the 4 of them reached the airfield at the northern end of the island.
Pendant que j'allume mon mic, je vais quand même pas perdre le contenu. Là. J'aime ça écouter cette petite histoire-là. C'est vraiment intéressant. Bon. Ouais, ça se rend pas, c'est pas assez long. Ça tire beaucoup dessus. Faut que ça va comme du lousse dedans. Ici, je mets plus comme ça. Mets un petit moins, un petit peu plus que ça. Faudrait ici. Genre, ok. Bon. Je peux mettre ça en attendant. Pendant que je fais mes cuts.
When they get there, a machine gunner inside of a pillbox. A pillbox is like a small concrete fort that only has openings on 3 or 4 of its sides that are just big enough
Pas une
for a
pillbox.
machine gun to poke through. A machine gunner inside one of these pillboxes notices Jack and the other 3 Marines, and they open fire on them. And somehow, Jack and these other 3 Marines manage to not get shot, and were able to maneuver and then fire through one of those openings and take out the machine gunner inside. And so now that this gunner is down, Jack and the others see the opportunity to run forward and take more ground of this airfield. And as they're running, other Japanese soldiers in the general vicinity, they see them, they start opening up on them from other pillboxes and other locations, and it forces Jack and his Marines to just jump into the nearest trench to avoid getting shot. And so they are jumping into a Japanese trench, which is a deep hole dug in the ground to protect yourself from getting shot. And as they jump in there, they're expecting to see Japanese soldiers coming towards them, but there weren't any soldiers. But they knew they couldn't stay there for very long because eventually Japanese soldiers would come through here and then they'd get killed. And so they quickly decided their best bet was to basically get out of this trench and run towards the pillbox where they knew they had taken out the machine gunner inside, so they could actually take the pillbox for themselves. And so their plan was they would run towards it and stop inside of each of the trenches along the way to protect themselves because they know there are other Japanese that know where they are. And then once they get to the pillbox, they can regroup and call in reinforcements. And so one of the men Jack was with said, okay, I'll go first. And so he climbs out of his trench are shooting at him, and he sprints about 10 or 15 feet until he gets to the next trench on the way to this pillbox. And so Jack is watching as this guy jumps into this trench, and as soon as he disappears out of view, this Marine is immediately turning around and scrambling to get back out of the trench, trying to run back towards Jack and the other 2 Marines he was with. It would turn out this guy had jumped into another Japanese trench that was full of Japanese soldiers. He'd actually landed on top of an actual soldier. But these Japanese soldiers were so caught off guard by this, they didn't have time to react and shoot this Marine before the Marine was able to scramble out and get back to Jack and the others. And then for the next several minutes, Jack and these other 3 Marines opened fire on these Japanese soldiers in this trench like 10 or 15 feet away. And these Japanese soldiers, they too opened fire on Jack and the other 3. Jack was able to take out 2 of the Japanese soldiers before his gun jammed. And so he ducked down into the trench to work on his gun. And as he's down there, he notices there are 2 grenades on the ground right next to him. And so without any hesitation, he yells, "Grenades!" to the other Marines, and then he jumps on top of them, smothering the grenades with his body. One of the grenades was a dud, and so it didn't explode. The other was not a dud, and it went off. The way a grenade works is there's a small piece of explosive that is inside the metal housing. It's spherical, and this metal housing is the thing you actually hold onto and throw when you throw a grenade. And so when this small explosive is triggered by pulling the pin and releasing the spoon, it detonates and it causes the metal housing itself to be
Là, je donne genre ça de jeu encore.
Basically, when a grenade goes off, it's like having hundreds of pieces of jagged metal shot off in every direction that are all traveling roughly at the speed of a bullet or faster. And so naturally, a grenade up close is incredibly lethal. In fact, the kill radius of a typical fragmentation grenade is about 5 meters. When the grenade under Jack that was not a dud exploded, it sent Jack flying into the air, and then when he came back down again, his comrades saw him, and they could see he was clearly devastated from all the fragmentation that had been pumped into his body. So but even if they thought he was alive for some reason, there was nothing they could have done to have helped him, because they were actively being engaged by dozens of Japanese soldiers that were only about 10 or 15 feet away. And so eventually, these 3 other Marines that Jack had just saved were forced to leave Jack where he was and retreat back to the beach. And do it all over. The Japanese soldiers in the trench that they were fighting against would eventually come into Jack's trench, but most likely when they saw Jack laying there just completely ruined from this grenade, they assumed he was dead, and so they just kind of left him. But Jack wasn't dead. He just couldn't speak, and he couldn't see anything, and he really couldn't move, although he could wiggle a few fingers on his left hand. And so for hours, as he lay there in agonizing pain, in and out of consciousness, he just wiggled the fingers on his left hand, hoping an American would see him and know he was alive. And you gotta figure, this whole time, it is just constant chaos all around him. His chances of survival are incredibly slim. The idea that an American is gonna find him and be able to evacuate him is almost zero, and he must have known that. But by some miracle, eventually another American unit did find their way into Jack's trench, and they did notice him wiggling the fingers on his left hand. And so they were able to evacuate him from the trench down to the beach, and from there, under the cover of darkness, they were able to bring him out to a hospital boat offshore, and there he would begin the first of 26 major surgeries to remove the grenade shrapnel from his face. Despite his grievous injuries, Jack would surprisingly make a full recovery.
Je suis quand même surpris. T'es sur la grenade puis survécu. Genre, how the fuck?
Highest decoration for bravery, the Medal of Honor. He would be the youngest recipient of this award since the 1800s, and to this day, he is one of only a handful of miners to have won this award. Following his departure from the military, Jack would survive a near-death experience while skydiving when both of his parachutes, his main and his reserve, failed, and he just smashed into the ground, but still lived. He would also survive a very bad house fire, and he would survive an assassination attempt on his life by his ex-wife. And so naturally, he became more indestructible. Jack would eventually die of natural causes on June 5th, 2008. He was 80 years old. So that's going to do it, guys. If you found the secret in today's episode, let us know in the comment section what it is and where you found it, so give us the timestamp. If you're the first to do that, comment at the top of the comment section. If you got something out of today's episode and you haven't done this already, please continuously maneuver your vehicle in front of the like button's car on the highway.
Pour faire ça plus tard, but pour l'instant, j'en profite pendant que je suis encore capable d'enlever le main. Bon.
flannel like this hat and a whole bunch of other stuff. If you're interested in official Mr. Ballin merch, go to shopmrballin.com. Also,
Mais
please
je
check out our
suis
shop
comme surpris qu'il lui ait quand même donné le Medal of Honor, même si
There you will find upcoming deals and promotions.
il était pas légal. Mais en même temps, avec l'action qu'il a faite, le mine, mettre de la sauce.
The username for both platforms is the same. It's johnballin416.
Bon,
I also have a ton of content over on TikTok, where my username is Mr. Ballin.
je
We
vais
also
participer.
have a separate YouTube channel called Mr. Ballin Shorts, where we post random short videos and lost episodes.
Ah,
If
je
you
vais le
have a
tourner
story
aussi, en
suggestion,
pensant.
please submit it to our subreddit just called Mr. Ballin.
Je pense que j'aurais dû le faire en plusieurs pièces.
So whether I see you on Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, Reddit, YouTube, or some combination, just know that I really appreciate your support. And until next time, that's going to do it. See ya.
Ah. Toi, je vais te replacer plus loin là-bas, là. Bon. J'ai mis où le... Il est là. Ah. J'ai mis 3, ça veut dire. Ah, ok. Zip tape. Parfait. Là, là ça, je vais rapetisser un peu, parce que c'est pas supposé être si longuement. Bon. Couper ça. Parfait, je peux partir les autres morceaux. Ah, ok, ici.
Today, I'm going to share with you 3 progressively more disturbing stories.
Nice.
And at the end of each of them,
Disturbing
share with
stories.
you the picture or pictures that are famously associated with them. But before I get into today's stories, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right channel, because that's all I do.
Ouais, je pense que je vais faire ça.
5 times every week.
Mais je
So if
le
place a
coller
tracking
ici
sticky
quelque
note
part.
on the back of the like button shirt. Also subscribe to this channel and turn on all
Bon.
notifications so you don't miss any of my weekly uploads. Alright, let's get into today's stories.
Je vais coller ça quelque part ici. De cette manière-là, quand je vais faire ça de même. Je vais avoir au moins un meilleur pli dedans.
walking corral where the doors would shut behind it, the water would
Je
drain
pense pas.
underneath, and the ship would be
Vous le
left
connaissez, cette
with
section-là en premier.
huge wooden blocks that elevated it off the ground, and with no water in there,
Section-là en premier.
to get underneath the hull and could access every part of the ship without a
Comme
problem.
ça, je vais pouvoir faire l'autre section, dépendant de ce que ça me donne.
There is only one way on or off this ramp called a gangway that leads from the dock onto the deck of the ship. Besides that, there is
Ça, c'est l'autre partie du coup que je vais faire.
this ship. And if for some reason you really wanted to get on and couldn't use the gangway, you could in theory try to run and leap from the dock to the ship. There's a pretty significant gap there all the way around, but you could try the jump. But if you weren't successful at grabbing onto the ship, you would fall multiple stories, probably to your death, because there's no water in the driveway. So this old
Ah, c'est comme comme tu es dead, c'est à cause que tu te manges quoi, non? C'est à cause que c'est dry là. J'ai pas compris ça. Ah, dry là, ok.
were military personnel. They were in charge of removing all of the sensitive equipment before civilians were allowed to go on board. The military personnel begin to wrap up, and it's getting late in the day, and they tell the foreman, who's in charge of all of the civilian workers that are going to be going on and finishing this decommissioning of the ship. They go to the foreman and they say, hey, we're done, we're wrapped up for the night, your workers are good to go, they can get on here tomorrow. The foreman would send a message to his boss that night, letting him know that they were on track to start work the next day. The boss would respond and say, hey, can you go on there tonight and take pictures of all the different workstations so we know how many people that we need to place in different segments of this big ship. So the foreman walks onto the ship and proceeds to take hundreds of pictures all over the inside of the ship. Now, the ship itself was pitch black inside. There was no electricity, and it was nighttime. So he had a flashlight the whole time, but whenever he took a picture, he would turn his flashlight off and then use the flash on his camera before going back to his actual flashlight. So all night he's going room to room taking all these pictures, and at some point he realizes he's photographed everything he needs to, so he leaves, he goes back to his office, he uploads the pictures, and he sends them to his boss. His boss wrote back almost immediately and just said, who's the guy with the axe? Now, the foreman has no idea what he's talking about. He was just in the ship by himself for a couple of hours and didn't see anyone. So he reads the email again to make sure he read it correctly, and he sees that his boss is actually attached
Tu get ça là?
the picture he is referring to. Here is
C'est
this guy
la meilleure
literally
hache que j'ai.
holding an axe in a hallway that he was just in. And even creepier is the foreman is looking at where this picture was taken, and it was relatively early on in his photo shoot. And he had walked past the exact area where this guy is poking his head out of, which means the whole time he was down there, this guy with an axe was there with him. They review the security footage of a camera that was aimed directly at the ramp, the one entrance in and out of this ship. And from the time the foreman left, no one else left. So they don't know how he got on or how he got off without being detected, but somehow he did.
Huh.
In 2014, Alan Ruby was a 19-year-old
Comme
freshman
spooky ça.
studying political science at the University of Oklahoma. Despite being relatively modest and soft-spoken in person, on social media, he projected this lifestyle of wealth and grandeur. He'd oftentimes post pictures of exotic sports cars and
Ah, fuck, non, c'est pas le bon que je suis en train de couper. Oh non.
to Paris, London, New York City, and take all these pictures showing off this incredible life he had. He really
Ah,
was
c'est pas le bon. Ah, fuck.
a fabulously wealthy, successful guy. Alan was only able to
Trop tard.
project this phony lifestyle on social media because he was spending his father's money. His father was a successful businessman who was also the publisher of a newspaper that was quite successful, and so Alan would just spend his money, and then even after his father would give him money, Alan would steal his credit card and additionally rack up thousands of dollars of credit card debt. But as media began to shift away from print media to almost all digital, a lot of newspapers began to fail because they weren't able to transition to digital. And his father's newspaper was not making that transition very well, and they were losing money left and right. And so Alan's father told everybody in his family, with a focus on Alan, that we all need to cut back on our spending because money's tight right now and it's unclear if it's going to turn around. So we got to be careful with how much money we do have. Alan acted like he was going to cut back on his lavish lifestyle, but in
Clairement pas.
reality, he wasn't going to. He was totally addicted to spending money and giving off this vibe that he was so wealthy and successful. And so around this time, Alan steals his grandmother's credit card and secretly leaves the country and goes to Paris to have this vacation on his own. He's taking these pictures in front of the Eiffel Tower, and he's spending all this money, and his father finds out that he's stolen his credit card, and he's furious. And in Instead of
C'est
waiting for
clairement en
Alan to
plus.
come home and saying, don't do that again, he decides he's going to send him a message that he's going to remember. And he calls the police. Alan gets charged with theft, he pleads guilty, and he has to go before a judge who sees that he has no criminal record, so he kind of goes easy on him, and he says that you need to pay back all the money you spent to your grandmother, and you need to go to an addiction program to try to break this habit of yours, stop spending all this money. After Alan leaves court, his father felt like he finally got the message. It seemed like it had finally gotten through to him that this was a really big problem, and he felt like he had made the right decision in calling the police. But in reality, Alan hadn't changed at all. As soon as he got back from court, he was stealing from people outside of the family, he was taking loans from loan sharks, all of this just to keep up with his phony appearance he portrayed on social media. On October 9th, 2014, Alan owed $3,000 to a particular loan shark and had no way of paying it back. So instead of asking his parents for money, which for him would have been too embarrassing, he decides the best course of action is to kill his entire family. And so he strolls into his home and he shoots his mom dead, he shoots his sister dead, and then he waits for his dad to come home and he shoots him dead. Because his big plan is with his whole family gone, he's going to become the sole heir to the family's estate, and that will be enough money to not only pay off this $3,000
Il est rendu
but have
fort gun de
enough
même.
money so he can go on vacation to Paris again. So after he's committed this horrible crime, he leaves his family where they are, he goes and takes the surveillance footage from inside the house, it's on a DVD, takes the DVD out, takes the murder weapon, leaves the house, chucks the DVD and the weapon into a lake, and proceeds to drive to Dallas, where he checks into a very fancy hotel and meets up with friends and parties the whole weekend. His friends that were with him that weekend would later tell investigators that Alan seemed totally normal. There was no red flags, there was no indication that anything was wrong. He was just laughing it up and having a great time that whole weekend. The following Monday, when Alan's father doesn't show up for work, the police are notified. They go to the house and they find the Ruby family. When police went out and got Alan and brought him back to the station to chat with him and tell him what happened and see if he knew anything, his sad reaction to his whole family now being deceased was apparently so insincere that officers almost immediately assumed that he was probably the guy that did it. Ultimately, Alan would confess, and the prosecutor wanted to push for the death penalty, but Alan's remaining living family members actually said, don't do the death penalty. We don't want to risk that not happening. We want to see justice served right now. Can we create a plea agreement where he gets life in jail, but there's absolutely no way for him to get paroled, no matter how good his behavior is, no matter how old he is, no matter what, he can't ever get out of jail. And so they did. They created that plea agreement. They gave it to Alan to sign. He signs it, and as they're walking out of the courtroom, his last remaining family members disown him and say, may God have mercy on your soul, and they leave. This is the picture that Alan uploaded to his Instagram account just hours after killing his entire family. They're all lying on the ground in his house at the time this picture is being taken. He's in this fancy hotel room with his friends, and
Ok.
the caption reads, college wouldn't be half as fun without these two peaches. Hashtag best friends. One night in the early 1950s, a little boy named Issei Sagawa was having this dream where he and his brother were being boiled alive to be eaten. Sagawa says when he woke up, he immediately began fantasizing about what it would be like to be on the other side of that, to be on the outside with a human inside of the pot that you're boiling, that you're going to eat. And he became totally obsessed with the idea of eating another person. By the time he was in first grade, he would find himself staring at his different classmates' legs, and his mouth would be watering because he wanted to take a bite out of their leg. For 3 decades, he was able to suppress that urge, but in 1981, those cannibalistic urges would get the better.
Là, du monde qui sont
On
weird
some
dans le
day
monde.
while he was in Tokyo, he saw this woman that he wanted to eat, and he couldn't help himself, and so he began following her down the road, and he saw her go into her apartment. He waited for a minute, went around back, and climbed in the window. And when he got inside, she was asleep. And he hadn't thought of a plan for what he was going to do once he was inside. And so he's just standing there thinking, well, now what do I do? How am I going to eat her? What am I going to do next? And as he's sitting there wondering what to do next, she wakes up and she screams, and he runs away. After this breaking and entering incident, Sagawa would actually seek help. So he goes to a psychiatrist and he says, this is what I did. I snuck into her house because I wanted to eat her. And the psychiatrist would end up telling Sagawa's family that I have to label him a high risk to society because he's not just thinking about doing these things, he's already acting out these fantasies. Now, Sagawa's father was extremely wealthy and powerful, and when he heard this from the psychiatrist, He was like, no, we're not going to do that. And so using his power and influence, he was able to kind of cover up what the psychiatrist had found, and he shipped his son to Paris. Once Sagawa landed in Paris, he enrolled at the Sorbonne University and began studying literature. Despite having sought help for his cannibalistic urges, when he was in Paris, he started having that urge again and he couldn't control it, and instead of going to another therapist or psychiatrist, he begins to look for another victim. Sagawa considered himself short, weak, and ugly, and so he was actually looking for a tall, beautiful Western woman so he could absorb their energy and somehow become a bigger, better version of himself. And so he began looking around Paris for tall, beautiful women that he could potentially eat, but no one seemed like a good fit until he met Renee Hartfeld. Renee was a tall, beautiful, 25-year-old Dutch student who was going to school with Sagawa at Sorbonne. In order to get close to her, Sagawa would ask his father if he would give him some money so he could hire Renee to be his personal tutor. His father gives him the money, Sagawa hires Renee, and they strike up this working relationship together. And over time, Sagawa would build trust with Renee, they would become friends, and at some point he asked Renee if she'll actually come over to his apartment, something they had not done yet. And she's sitting in his apartment with her back turned to him. He leaves the room and comes back with a rifle, and he tries to fire it at James. She hadn't heard him do this, and so he's standing there, and his weapon's now jammed. He hasn't fired it, and he just puts the weapon away and comes back out and acts like nothing's happened. And he's sitting there wondering, is this a sign that I'm not supposed to do this? But at the end of the night, when she finally left, he decides, you know what, I've got to go through with this. I have to eat her. And so the next night, he gets her to come over again. He gets the rifle out when she's sitting with her back to him once again, except this time the rifle fires. Only for an instant, he felt really bad and thought, maybe I should call an ambulance. But then he stopped himself and he said, you've waited so long for this. You've got to just go through with it. He immediately tried to take a bite out of her, but it was too difficult and unpalatable. So he calmly leaves his apartment, he goes to the store, he gets a blade, he comes back, and he's able to begin removing pieces of Renee so he can eat them. Over the next 2 days, Sagawa would eat most of Renee, and he would take pictures of himself throughout the entire experience. When he finally felt full, he left a couple pieces still in his freezer, but put the rest of her in a suitcase and went to dump her in a lake. But as he was wheeling these heavy suitcases around town, people saw them, and it just drew a lot of suspicion. And at some point, someone must have called the police. They show up, they ask him what's inside the suitcase, they open it up, and there's Renee. When questioned about it, he just said, I killed her to eat her flesh. Sagawa awaited trial for 2 years in a French prison, and when he finally went in front of a French judge, when the judge read the details of this crime, it seemed so crazy and outrageous that the judge decided there's no way Sagawa can be sane, and so he was deemed insane and unfit to stand trial. He was ordered to go to a mental institution where he would be held indefinitely. Shortly after that, the French deported Sagawa back to Japan, where they expected him to remain in a mental institution for the rest of his life. But that didn't happen because the French dropped his case and his documents were sealed. And when he arrived in Japan, the Japanese could not get access to his court documents, and so they did not have a case against Sagawa, and so they had to let him walk free. And so in 1996, Sagawa checked himself out of the Japanese mental institution that he had been sent to, and he's been free ever since. This is a picture of what police discovered when they opened up Sagawa's fridge inside of his apartment in Paris. This is a picture of his kitchen inside of that apartment, where you can clearly see plates and different utensils that were all used to eat Renee. This is a picture of the suitcase that Sagawa was lugging around that police showed up and asked him to open and found Renee inside of. And this is Sagawa today, walking freely in Tokyo, even though he blatantly killed and ate someone and openly admits to it, and has even profited off of it. He's written books and he's been featured on TV shows. He's even been called in to be a food critic. But what's even more horrifying, Sagawa openly says that before he dies, he's going to do this again. He can't live with himself unless he eats at least one more person. So that's going to do it, guys. I hope you enjoyed today's stories. Let me know in the comments what you thought, and I will pin the best comment at the top.
C'est clairement money related de pourquoi que c'est il est pas genre.
Please put a kick me sticky note on the back of the like button's shirt. Also, please subscribe to this channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of my weekly uploads. If you want to get in touch with me, you can direct message me on Instagram or on Twitter. My username on both platforms is the same. It's just JohnBallin416. I also have a ton of content over
Des fois je comprends pas, man.
If you have a story suggestion, please submit it to our subreddit. It's just called Mr. Ballin. It's linked in the description below. If I use one of your suggestions on purpose, I will credit you. So whether I see you on Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, Reddit, YouTube, or some combination, just know that I really appreciate your support. And until next time, guys, that's going to do it. See you.
Fuck. Non. Ranger au cas où. Faut pas que je me fuck blesse avec. Bon. Moi aussi, c'est Miller. Bon. Juste être sûr. C'est parfait. C'est le même. Puis les ici. Ça sèche. Ça, il faut que je mette de quoi en dessous avec les ratailles, I guess. Parce qu'il me manque des ratailles. Ah. Ok. Parfait. Ok. Ok. Ça dit si je vais enlever de tout ça là. Ah, il y a 9. Après, je mets des coins en dessous pour boucher le trou. Parfait. Bon. Si c'est ça de même. C'est juste devant. Fait que j'ai mieux. New mon petit spacer. Ici. J'avais. Cherche. Spacer. Bon. Parfait. Bon. Pas tant que ça sèche. Wait. C'est même que je vais le mettre. Fuck. J'ai pas fait le bon côté. Je fais qu'une cave. Oh my god. Attends que ça sèche. Pas bien. Ah.
If you Google the most incredible story of all time, this story that I'm going to tell you today pops up all over the internet. And after reading through it, I can totally understand why. But before we get into today's story, if you're a fan of
Obscure.
strange, dark, and mysterious,
Greatest story on the
stories like
internet.
that, then you've come to the right channel because that's all we do, and we upload 3, 4, even 5 times every week. So if that's of interest to you, please offer the like button a bag of rebels, but only leave them the coffee shop. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. All right, let's get into today's story.
C'est plus ça ensemble comme tu veux.
The United States formally entered World War II on December 8, 1941, after the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor in Hawaii. At the time,
J'ai écouté de complet
was a senior at
là-dessus.
his high school in Muskegon, Michigan, and he had a scholarship to attend Notre Dame University the next year. But after his graduation in 1942,
Ah,
he
ça de quoi?
decided he didn't want to go to college so long as other kids his age were going off to fight the war. And so he enlisted in the Army, and he immediately volunteered for one of the most dangerous units, the parachute infantry. Joseph completed a brutal accelerated training regimen that included exhausting PT in blistering heat extended forced marches, grueling full kit runs up mountains, as well as both American and British jump schools. By 1943, Joseph was fully trained and stationed in England and was eager to put his training to the test. But the Allied invasion of Nazi-occupied France, also known as D-Day, was still a few months away. But Joseph didn't want to wait that long, so he volunteered for an incredibly dangerous mission that the OSS was recruiting paratroopers for. The OSS was the predecessor to the CIA. Basically, volunteers would parachute in the middle of the night into Nazi-occupied France with a backpack full of gold. Once they hit the ground, they'd meet up with the French resistance and give the gold to them, and then the resistance would do their best to protect these volunteer paratroopers and hopefully give the
Gold?
gold back out to England. But by no means was it a guarantee, because many of these volunteers were killed in the process. This was some hardcore, deep cover spy work that the OSS would tell their volunteers, if you get caught on this mission, you're going to get tortured and you're going to get executed. Joseph would successfully complete this insane mission, and then he liked it so much, he did it again. Shortly after his second successful OSS mission, word came down that D-Day was set to take place on June 6th. Joseph's unit was told they were going to be parachuted into France the night before in order to destroy bridges, cut power supply lines, and generally soften up defenses before the main invasion happened just a couple of hours later at Utah Beach. So in the dead of night on June 5th, Joseph and his unit were flying over France when they were struck by enemy fire. And so as their plane is literally falling to the ground, Joseph leaps out the door when he's only 400 feet off the ground, and he manages to survive the jump, his parachute inflated just in time, but he landed on top of a church where a Nazi sniper was up in the steeple taking shots at all of the other paratroopers. And when the sniper saw Joseph on the roof, he began taking shots at him, and Joseph managed to dodge the rounds before slipping off the roof and running out of sight. Once on the ground, he slammed a mag into his M1 carbine and then began a one-man mission so incredible that there is a plaque inside of the church he landed on that looks like this. Completely alone, with no idea where the rest of his unit was, Joseph took off running from the church and once again had to dodge more sniper fire, and he eventually made it to the town's power substation, which he blew up with thermite. He cut the power to the town, and from there he went building to building to building, killing every Nazi he came across, including an entire squad of Nazi infantry being ambushed with grenades. At some point, Joseph made his way over to one of the bridges leading into this town that if he blew up, it would prevent Nazis from sending reinforcements to Utah Beach. But as he crawled through one of the hedgerows, he fell headfirst into a Nazi machine gun nest, and when he turned around, there were a bunch of machine guns pointed at his face, and so he surrendered. Joseph was marched deeper into France to a POW holding area, and as soon as he got there, explosions ripped out all around him. It wasn't clear if it was German artillery or American aircraft, but whatever it was killing both Germans and American POWs. Joseph took shrapnel to the leg and was blown into a ditch, and despite being in excruciating pain, he took this as an opportunity to escape. And so he got up and ran away as best as he could with his injury, and for 12 hours he remained uncaught behind enemy lines before he was ultimately caught again. This time they put Joseph in the back of a covered locked truck to keep him from escaping, and they decided they would send him to St. Lo and decide what to do with him there. But on their transit to St. Lo, an Allied aircraft strafed the vehicle that Joseph was in, and Joseph survived the attack and was able to leap out of one of the holes in the side of the truck from this attack, and he attempted to escape. But once again, he was caught. The Nazis finally got Joseph to St. Lo, and as soon as they got
Ah, c'est pour ça.
the Americans launched an all-night bombing campaign on the city. But once again, Joseph narrowly survives. A recurring theme of Joseph's story is that he is repeatedly almost killed by his own teammates. For the next few days, Joseph was interrogated 20 to 24 hours a day, but he didn't give them any information, and he repeatedly called them sons of bitches, until they got so fed up with him, they just beat him to a pulp, and he was knocked unconscious and kept in the hospital for several days. For the next 3 months, Joseph was starved, beaten, interrogated some more, and moved to multiple POW camps. He'd be forced to do back-breaking labor all day. At night, he would survive Allied bombing runs, and he would constantly weather hunger, disease, and exhaustion.
C'est juste le fait historique.
Car with 50 other guys, he could barely move inside of it, and once again, it was strafed by Allied planes, and he was one of the very few people to survive that. In September of 1944, Joseph was moved to a Russian POW camp in Poland that held about 12,000 Russian men and women POWs. And as soon as he got there, he immediately began fleeing the state. 2 months later, on a freezing night in November, Joseph, along with 3 other American POWs, managed to cut the barbed wire and snuck out of the camp and began making their escape south. They snuck into a railway station and hopped on a train car they believed was headed for Poland. Their plan was to meet up with the Soviet Red Army as it pushed through the region. But unfortunately, they got on the wrong train and they wound up in Berlin, the capital of Nazi Germany. One thing you don't hear much about when it comes to World War II is there was actually a large number of Germans that hated Hitler and totally disagreed with the Nazis. And so they organized a German underground resistance that was designed to help the Allies during the war. And so when Joseph and the other 3 American POWs arrived in Berlin, still wearing their POW uniforms, a member of the German resistance saw them and immediately grabbed them and brought them into hiding. But after only a week, the infamous Nazi secret police, aka the Gestapo, discovered them and arrested them. Over the next 10 days, Joseph and the other American POWs got to see firsthand just how awful the Gestapo really were. They were constantly interrogated while they were beaten, kicked, walked on, strung up by their arms backwards. They were hit with whips, clubs, and rifle butts until they drifted into unconsciousness. And then as soon as they started to come to, it would start all over again. After those 10 days, the Gestapo turned Joseph and the other 3 American POWs over to the German army, who put them in the brutal prison camp called the Stalag Luft 3. Upon arrival, Joseph was immediately sentenced to 30 days inside of a 4 by 5 foot pine box that was too small to stand up or lay down in. Fortunately for him, he only had to endure 7 days because a Red Cross operative from Geneva intervened on his behalf. It would take months for Joseph to get his strength back after being inside of this box, but as soon as he did, he began plotting his next escape. One night, Joseph, along with his 3 American POW buddies, managed to break through a prison wall and made a mad dash for freedom, but the Nazi prison guards saw it and opened fire on them. All 3 of Joseph's friends were killed as they ran, but Joseph got away.
Oh, the fuck que cet enfant-là, il fallait qu'il survive, là.
Shepherds the Nazis had sent to hunt him down. So, in the freezing cold of Poland in January, Joseph leapt headfirst into a partially frozen river and swam over 2 miles down it before getting out and running blindly into the woods. Somehow, miraculously, he managed to reach Soviet lines before he froze to death. And there, he spoke with battalion commander Alexandra Samosenko, a woman who holds the distinction of being the only female tank commander in all of World War II. Even though Joseph spoke very little Russian, he convinced her to let him join her unit. And so she gave him a gun and some ammunition, and she told him what their next objective was.
What the
fuck? They were going to liberate the same POW camp he had just escaped from. And so Joseph, alongside the Soviet Red Army that he now fought for, turn around and go smash this POW camp. And after the dust had settled, Joseph raided the main camp office and stole his defiant official POW photo that the Germans had taken of him on the first day he got captured. Joseph continued to fight alongside the Soviets across the Eastern Front for a couple of months. When the German that Joseph was riding on, he was evacuated to a Russian field hospital. There, he received a visit from Georgy Zhukov, the most important Soviet military commander in World War II, who was intrigued by the only non-Soviet in the hospital. He sat with Joseph and learned his story through an interpreter, and then afterwards he provided Joseph with official paperwork that would allow him to rejoin American forces. And so in February of 1945, Joseph was sent to the U.S. Embassy in Moscow, but unfortunately, when he finally met a friendly American face, after nearly a year of fighting behind enemy lines, they didn't believe his story. They told him that Joseph R. Byerly had been killed in action on June 10, 1944, and that they had already had a funeral mass in his honor in Muskegon, and that his obituary had already been printed in the paper. But despite Joseph painstakingly going through his story over and over again, the ambassador just could not believe what he was hearing. And so worried Joseph might actually be a well-trained German spy, the ambassador sent him to Odessa to have his credentials verified. But Odessa had the same problem and couldn't verify him, so they sent him to Egypt. Egypt had the same problem, and they too could not verify his credentials. And so they sent him to Italy, where they finally used fingerprints, and they confirmed that yes, this is in fact Joseph R. Byerly. And so on April 11th, 1945, Joseph returned home, and needless to say, his parents were very surprised to see him because they were convinced he died 10 months earlier. 1 year later, Joseph would actually get married in the same church that held his funeral mass when everybody believed he was dead. Joseph was given the Purple Heart, and then in the 1990s was given additional presidential awards from U.S. President Bill Clinton as well as the Russian President Boris Yeltsin. Joseph was also given a custom-made AK-47 from the guy who invented the AK-47. Joseph died in 2004 at the age of 81, and his son, Ballin would go on to become the U.S. ambassador to Russia under George W. Bush and Barack Obama. So that's going to do it, guys. If you found the secret of today's episode, let us know in the comments what it is and where you found it, so give us the timestamp. And if you're the first to do that, we'll pin you at the top of the comments section. If you enjoyed today's video and you haven't done this already, please offer the like button a bag of Revels, but only leave the coffee-flavored kind. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly 3, 4, even 5 video uploads. If you want to get in touch with me, you can direct message me on Instagram or on Twitter. My username for both platforms is the same. It's JohnBallin416. I also have a ton of content over on TikTok where my username is I also have a YouTube channel just called Mr. Ballin Shorts. It's where I post short videos. If you have a story suggestion, please submit it to a subreddit just called Mr. Ballin. It's linked in the description below. So whether I see you on Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, Reddit, YouTube, or some combination, just know that I really appreciate your support, and until next time, that's going to do it. See ya.
Bon. Ok. Je vais besoin d'avoir deux de même, je pense. Si je me place là, comme ça. Ah non, ok, l'autre. Faut que je fasse une autre. Ok, c'est bon. Placez lui. Ok. Je trouve que ça colle. Être sûr que ça colle. Là. Bon. Tellement, c'est plus devant, I guess. Bon. Parfait. Je vais pogner ça. J'ai besoin d'autres colles, justement. On va mettre plus tantôt. Tu vas m'en racheter là bientôt. Ouais. Je viens de coller ça là. Bon. Temps. Je vais mettre dessus, puis je pense qu'il va se coller automatique. Oh, c'est toi à terre en attendant. Pogné toi. Toi. Toi et puis toi. Bon. Ça sent la rose. Hein. Ouais, je m'en suis mis plein celui-là. Bon. Nice. Gaming. Ah, moi l'affaire où je voyais en ce moment dans l'autre caméra là-bas, là, c'est les gants. Yeah. Je sais que ça va. Je veux pas que ça casse ma table. Tu fais les écouler là. Bon, bon, parfait. Fermé. Bon, good. C'est dedans. Ok. Ok. Je peux avoir un petit scellant là, va être une si bonne chose, là. Ok. Ça va se coller tout ça. Ça tient déjà avec la force de la pression. Ça tient déjà avec de l'amour. T'as 37 ans. Quand quelqu'un fait pas mourir 37 fois. Ok. Vas-y qu'il me dit ça tantôt.
And you come to the right channel because that's all we do, and we upload 3 or 4 times every week. So if that's of interest to you, please remove all of the trash bags from inside all of the like button's trash cans, and then proceed to throw away various perishable saucy food items. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. All right, let's get into today's story. Born in South Texas in 1935, Roy Benavidez was orphaned as a young child and sent to live with his uncle. As a young teen, he had to drop out of school to work in the beet and cotton fields just to help support his family. When he turned 18, he decided he wanted to get away from his hometown and do something bigger with his life, and so he enlisted in the Army, and shortly after that, he went to airborne school and then was assigned to the very famous 82nd Airborne Division. In October of 1964, Roy was a part of the first 125,000 Americans sent to Vietnam. While on a classified operation that required Roy to dress up as an enemy combatant, he stepped on a landmine in the middle of the jungle and nobody else was with him, so he's totally stranded. But fortunately, a squad of U.S. Marines came upon him, but from what he was wearing, they assumed he was an enemy soldier, and so they almost walked past him, but someone thought to just flip him over and see who he was, and they discovered he was American, and he had American dog tags on. And so he was evacuated from Vietnam and sent to an American hospital, and there a doctor would tell him that he had a serious spinal injury and that it was unlikely he would ever walk again. And Roy's first reaction was, please don't discharge me from the Army. Because for Roy, the Army was his life. It was all he had. He was incredibly proud of it. And he desperately wanted to go back to Vietnam. And so he pleaded with the doctors and the nurses, please let me have some time to try to regain my strength in my legs so that I don't get medically discharged. And so they said, look, you're going to get medically retired if you aren't walking within the year. And so every night when his doctors and nurses would leave, he would fall out of his bed and then drag himself across the ground to the wall, and then he'd pull himself up and try to put weight on his legs and attempt to build strength back up and retrain himself how to walk. And after 6 months of doing this every night, he did literally reteach himself how to walk. He built up strength in his legs, and his doctors and nurses, they're watching this transformation during the day, but they're not seeing him at night. And they're telling him, this is a miracle. We've never seen this before. We've never seen someone recover so quickly. And Roy just stayed quiet because he wanted to make sure he was allowed to keep doing that every night. And so finally,
Oh my
after
god.
6 months, his doctors and nurses agreed that, yep, he's good. He can stay in the Army. But the Army said they wanted him to take a desk job because he had already been so badly wounded in combat. And Roy didn't want that. He pleaded with them to let him go back to the 82nd, but they said, no, we're not going to risk you getting hurt again. And so he was sent to North Carolina for his desk job, and as soon as he got there, he began training like a maniac every minute of every day, trying to get in the best shape of his life, because his plan in his head was once he got there, he would try out for Special Forces. He would try to become an Army Green Beret, which is the premier combat unit in the Army, some of the hardest ones to get into, and their training program is in North Carolina. And so after a few months, he was in amazing shape, and can I go try out to be a Green Beret? And they're like, I can't believe you're even walking, but you know what? You've come this far, you can go try out.
Yeah, already streaming, man.
Roy Benavidez was a Green Beret. A year later, in 1968, so 4 years after Roy was nearly killed by that landmine, he was sent back to Vietnam for his second combat tour. And as soon as he got there, the fighting was very
Ici, je l'école environ.
May 2nd of that year, Roy had a day off,
Wait.
and he was spending his day off at a church service inside
Dis-moi.
the shack they had built on their base.
Ah, c'est ça.
While he was in there listening to the chaplain, he heard a radio call come out from the communications table that was
C'est
just
l'inverse.
the shack he was in, and it sounded like someone was in trouble. And so he ran outside to listen to the radio, and what he heard was this very desperate call from someone yelling into the radio, get us out of here. And in the background of this radio call is just a constant barrage of gunfire. The call for help came from a 12-man Army Special Forces team that had been ambushed by an entire North Vietnamese Army infantry battalion. To put that in perspective, that is 12 Special Forces members, of which many of them Roy knew personally, in the middle of the jungle, where on all 4 sides there are over 1,000 enemy combatants. As Roy is hearing this distressing transmission come across the radio, he hears overhead the sound of incoming helicopters. And he looks and he sees there's 3 birds that are coming towards their base. And so he runs over to the landing zone to greet the helicopters as they come in. And you can see as they're landing, they are all completely covered in bullet holes. And as soon as they touch down, Roy runs up to one of the door gunners, which is this 19-year-old kid, and he looks kind of dazed. And Roy asks him, what's going on? Where'd you guys just come from? Were you out there at that ambush site? Do you know what's going on with that 12-man team? and the door gunner just collapses into Roy's arms and dies. He had been shot up. These 3 helicopters had attempted previously to fly into the jungle and save that 12-man team, but they had been shot off and had been unsuccessful. Roy helped get the dead door gunner out of the helo, and then he turned to the pilot of this helo where the door gunner was, and he asked him, are you going to go back out there and try to save those guys? And the pilot was obviously so distraught about the death of his door gunner and also the fact that there are 12 men out there that they could not rescue, that he's chomping at the bit. He wants to go back out there. And Roy immediately volunteers, hops in the helo, and they head out to go rescue this 12-man team. So not only are there only 2 of them, but Roy was so eager to volunteer himself, he forgot his gun. So all he had with him was his knife and some medical supplies.
Good enough.
The pilot just keeps flying towards the ambush.
That should be ton gun.
It was this really dense
Cambodia? Damn.
As they got closer and closer, gunfire started coming out of the jungle towards the helicopter. And so the pilot had to do this kind of constant zigzagging just to avoid getting shot down. And so as they're zigzagging, they notice there's some smoke coming out of the jungle. And it was very clear that this 12-man team is trying to signal to the helo, here we are, come get us, because they can hear the helicopters coming in. And so the pilot tried to fly down and get as close as he could, but anytime he got even marginally close to this team, the rate of fire would pick up so dramatically that the helo was just about to get shot down. And so the pilot began to turn away, and he told Roy,
ok. Comment je vais faire pour mettre ça? C'est ça.
And I will jump out into the jungle. And the pilot turns to him and he's like, you can't do that, you're gonna get killed. And Roy somehow convinces this pilot that he alone, without a gun, is totally competent. Just put me down in that jungle and everything's gonna be just fine. And so the pilot said, okay, and he lowered right over the canopy of this jungle, about 100 yards away from where this 12-man team is trapped. And without any hesitation, Roy just leaps off the helicopter into the jungle. Now, you gotta understand that where he was jumping was where the enemy was. He was literally jumping, no parachute, no gun, no anything, just crashing through the canopy onto the jungle floor where he'll definitely be surrounded by enemy combatants. And so he plummets through the canopy, smashes onto the ground, he pops up and just starts running through the jungle with enemies on either side of him towards the 12-man down team. And the enemy was so surprised to just see this American running through the middle of the jungle by himself with no weapon, they hesitated for a minute. They didn't open fire on him. But when they did open fire, Roy got shot in the face, in the back of the head, in the leg. They threw a grenade that detonated at his back and sent shrapnel into him. But none of it stopped Roy. He just kept on running until he made it down to 12
because I'm a funny man. No, c'est a joke. Je sais pas. Parce que, why not?
Okay. From all directions, and 4 of them were already dead, and the others that were still alive were critically wounded. In fact, one of the most able-bodied of the surviving 12 had been shot in the head and was missing an eye, and you could barely see out of the other one. So
c'est de penser comme c'était c'est quoi c'est. Je vais faire ça. Je dois me serpent. Oh my god, c'est ok. Mais mets-tu des épées ici? No.
And then began dragging each and every one of them away from the ambush site to this other area where there was better cover, and there was a nearby clearing that he believed a helicopter could land in if the pilot was really daring. On one of Roy's last trips back to the ambush site to get the last few surviving members, he saw 2 other men that were part of this team that had been totally cut off from the main group. And when Roy had jumped into the jungle and ran in, all his adrenaline had kicked up and he just hadn't done a head count. And so he didn't realize there were 2 other people over there. And so without any hesitation, he grabbed a gun off of one of the dead enemy soldiers and just began running towards this down 2-man team. And as he's running, he shoots
C'est de là, non? Fragmentus? Ah, c'est cool. J'essaie de penser comment je vais rentrer là-dedans. Puis celle-là, je suis en train de rajouter. Il manque 2 pièces à rajouter. Celle-là. Puis elle que je dois allonger. Puis grossir, je pense. Ouais. Mais ouais, j'ai genre 2 pièces à ranger. C'est ça. Là, je sais pas, j'ai fait quoi avec le bouchon. Ouais, j'ai trouvé le bouchon. Bon, ça, j'ai-tu une pièce assez big en ce moment encore pour ça? He threw a smoke grenade into the nearby clearing he had found,
in hopes that the helo pilot overhead would see the smoke and be willing to come down and land. The pilot that had dropped off Roy had not actually left the area. He had moved away from all the fighting, but he was loitering in case something like this happened. And so he saw the smoke, and without any hesitation, he flew right over, taking rounds the whole time, pinging off the side of his helicopter, and he touched down right in this tiny little clearing. And so as these semi-able-bodied surviving members of this unit begin making their way over to the helicopter, Roy began running around a little ways off from the helicopter, picking up rifles off of the dead enemy and shooting back at the enemy, dropping that gun, running over, picking up another one, engaging the enemy over and over again, doing everything he can to try to protect the extract of his men behind him. And once Roy took
C'est juste un man.
most of the men had made it onto the helicopter, Roy believed it was his chance now to run out and try to collect some of their dead teammates. And so Roy just takes off into the jungle, right into enemy fire. He's got 2 guns in his hands.
So,
He's running, he's trying to engage the enemy.
puis à la place de faire genre, ah, je vais me pousser, là, on a enfin réussi à extract le monde. Non, 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 je vais chercher le monde qui sont dead pendant qu'on va se faire attaquer.
And so he grabs Leroy and begins trying to haul him back towards the chopper. And as he's moving, Roy gets shot again, this time through his stomach. So he tries to keep himself on his feet, and as he's doing that, a grenade detonates behind him, sending more shrapnel into his body, knocking him unconscious. When he came to, he started looking around, and he could see in the tree line dozens of enemy soldiers running towards him. And so he knew if he tried to bring Leroy back to the chopper, that was a suicide mission. And so he had to leave his friend behind. He jumped up, and with all of these enemy combatants just constantly engaging him, he ran all the way back, zigging and zagging back to the main group. And when he got there, expecting to see the helicopter, he found the helicopter had actually crashed onto the ground and was on fire. It had been shot down while he was unconscious. And so he ran over to the flaming shell of this helicopter, and he saw the pilot had been killed, but some of the men that had climbed on, the men that he had just rescued, they had survived the crash and subsequent explosion. And so Roy just leaps into the burning vehicle and starts throwing these survivors out. Then he leapt back out, he picked up a gun, continued to engage the enemy, and then began picking up these wounded men and dragging them even farther away to another area that was safely away from this crash site. Because he knew if he didn't get all these people away from the crash site, pretty soon mortars are going to come raining down on this area, because their enemy is going to want to kill any of the people that are going to try to rescue the people that were on the helicopter. And so Roy finally gets all of the survivors over to this new area, and he's looking around, and he can see there are still hundreds of enemy fighters that are not that far away from them, just constantly engaging them. And Roy's doing his best to grab guns off the ground and shoot the enemy, but there's just too many of them. He's looking around at his team, and everybody's on the brink of death. And so is Roy. He's just functioning on adrenaline at this point, and he thinks to himself, the only way we can get out of this is if we call in what's called a danger close airstrike. So what you need to understand about how airstrikes work in a combat zone is there's someone called a controller that is on the ground directing the aircraft overhead. They're the ones effectively telling the plane where to shoot. And so a danger close airstrike is when the controller tells the aircraft overhead, I want you to drop a bomb right here, giving them the grid coordinates, but where they're telling them to drop is basically in the same position where the controller is. And you'd only do it if you're being overrun. It's a way to ensure your enemy gets taken out, even if that means taking yourself out. Now, the goal of the controller is not to drop the bomb on themselves or their team. The goal of the controller is to get that airstrike as close as you can to your position without killing you. And so Roy, who's physically wrecked, he's getting shot at, he's got bullet holes all over him, it's totally chaotic. He pulls out his map, he calmly finds his grid coordinates, he calls it into the aircraft overhead, and he calls in a beautiful precision napalm strike. It does not affect his team at all. He calls in multiple gun runs. None of them affect his team, despite them all being considered danger close airstrikes. And so Roy just continuously called in attack run after attack run, taking out enemy combatants all around them, completely suppressing the fire. But at some point, the aircraft overhead ran out of fuel and had to leave. And at that point, the surviving enemy combatants, which still numbered in the hundreds, they popped their heads up and they unleashed a hellacious volley of fire in which Roy again got shot clean through the leg. And so now Roy's looking around and he's realizing they're pretty much out of options. They don't have aircraft overhead. Roy's basically out of ammunition and there's no dead guys' guns around for him to grab. All of his team members are basically on the brink of death. And so Roy's thinking to himself, any minute now, we're going to get overrun. And so he crawls to each of his surviving teammates and he gives them one last shot of morphine to at least make their death painless. And then at the 11th hour, another helo comes blazing into the jungle and opens fire on the enemy, pushing them back. Roy is immediately invigorated and
Hein?
motivated because now he sees an opportunity to potentially survive this, and so
Je savais
Roy
qu'il allait survivre, mais genre,
grabs his teammates and begins schlepping them over to the helicopter. And as he
ça sonne tellement comme genre une affaire de film, plus que d'autres choses.
and saw two of his teammates had fallen down farther back in the jungle, and the enemy was closing in on them. And so Roy, like always, without any hesitation, just starts running towards them, and as he's just about to reach them, an enemy soldier that had apparently run out of ammunition leapt out of the jungle and smashed Roy on the side of the head with their rifle butt, fracturing his skull. And so Roy falls to the ground, and the soldier jumps on top of him and smashes his face, breaking his jaw. And then the soldier turns his rifle around. There's a bayonet on the front side, and he begins impaling Roy over and over again. And Roy, like out of a movie, grabbed the rifle, pulled it out of himself, threw the soldier on the ground, jumped up, got on top of him, drew his Bowie knife, and proceeded to kill this soldier. And after he was done with that, he
The
walked
fuck?
over to the two down men. He grabbed one of them with his left hand. He picked up a rifle with the other, and as he's dragging this guy back to the chopper, he shoots and kills two more enemy combatants. So he finally gets this guy back to the chopper. He runs back, gets the last guy, throws him back in the helicopter, and then finally, Roy is the very last living American to hop in the helicopter, and the helicopter takes off. On the helo ride back, Roy was in very rough shape and had to literally hold his insides inside of his stomach. And so when they finally landed back at base and Roy was taken off of his helicopter, he wasn't moving, and the doctors and nurses didn't really even know where to start with him. He had so many injuries.
Yes.
He had 37 significant holes in his body from gunshot wounds, from bayonet wounds, from shrapnel, and so they started trying to treat him, but there was no heartbeat, no pulse, and so they declared him dead. Roy's body was moved into a body bag, and
The
as the
fuck?
doctor
Ah.
was zipping it up again, Roy spit in his face because Roy had no other way to communicate. His jaw was so badly broken from that rifle butt, he couldn't move his jaw, and his eyes were sealed shut from all the blood on his face that had dried. And so his only way to communicate was to spit. And so unbelievably, Roy was still alive. And so they took him out of the body bag and they shipped him to Japan for intensive surgery, and then he was transferred to
Moi, mon Minecraft est good.
having from his severe injuries. Roy was immediately given the Distinguished Service Cross and was put in for the Congressional Medal of Honor, which is the U.S. military's highest award for valor. But the paperwork took a really long time, and so Roy was not actually given the Congressional Medal of Honor until 1981. Of the 12 men that were trapped in that jungle, 8 would survive, all thanks to Roy Benavides.
Thank you. A lot of people call me a hero. I appreciate the title. But the real heroes are the ones that gave their life for this country.
Roy passed away in 1998 as a result of complications from he was 63 years old. So that's going to do it, guys. If you found the secret in today's episode, let us know in the comments what it is and where you found it, so give us the timestamp. And if you're the first to do that, we'll pin you at the top of the comments section. If you enjoyed today's video and you haven't done this already, please take out all of the like button's trash bags from their trash cans, and then proceed to throw various perishable saucy foods inside. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly 3 or 4 video uploads. If you want to get in touch with me, you can direct message me on Twitter. My username
Je sais le. Ah, c'est ma pauvre de colle. C'est deux sections pareilles.
I also have a ton of content over on TikTok where my username is Mr. Ballin. I also have a second YouTube channel called Mr. Ballin Shorts where I post short videos. If you have a story suggestion, please submit it to our subreddit just called Mr. Ballin. It's linked in the description below. So whether I see you on Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, Reddit, YouTube, or some combination, just know that I really appreciate your support, and until next time, that's going to do it. See ya.
Oh, fuck. Bon. Commence avec ça. Je vais essayer de placer l'autre correctement. Pragmatisme. Ah, comment c'est? Déjà, je vais m'occuper de celui-là. Ah ouais, je pense que dans ce côté-là, c'est meilleur pour le passe. Ouais, on peut. Après, ce côté-là, je vais le mettre seulement. Ok, c'est bon. En ce moment, il y a 5 AFK. Je le laisse open, comme ça, quand je vais vouloir jump in, je viens jump in. Ça me dit que j'ai oublié de faire. Ah, fuck. Ah, fuck, je peux ici. Ok. J'ai oublié de mettre cette section-là. Ah, c'est bon. Moi, cette section-là, je veux aussi qu'elle code, genre. Fuck. Bon, parfait. Attends, ça sèche. Euh... Ah ouais, je tente la Run Farm, mais non, j'ai même pas encore rien pris dedans à date. C'est pas arrivé genre ici. Là, je trouve moi un bon chunk là. Moi un bon chunk. J'ai mon papier. Il est sorti là. C'est un bon chunk, ouais, je peux faire un méga chunk. Client. Faut pas que ça overflow, man. Parfait ça, je veux que ça overflow là. Pas ce que je voulais faire. Ok. C'est ça que je comprends pas, c'est que je veux faire overflow sans avoir le faire. Euh, ciseaux. Parfait. Ça maintenant, ça va faire ça. Là, je pense que ça, faut que je fasse un petit clean-up dessus. Attends de le coller en poignée, pensant. Je peux le coller de quoi en dessous pour m'assurer que ça reste. Bon, c'est juste le coller comme ça. Comme ça. Juste pour qu'ils tiennent ensemble. Je vais seulement tricher un peu pour le trou que ça fait ici. Tricher un peu beaucoup. Ok, bon. Je vais voir là que. Là, c'est un petit peu. Tiens, frotter. Je frotter juste pour l'étendre correctement là. Tant que ça sèche là. Bon, parfait. Oh my god. Bon, sur ça. que ça sèche. J'ai l'impression qu'il faut que je coupe genre ça pour le rendre ici finalement. Je vais faire une sorte de coupeur genre là. Ça va être bien trop long pour l'instant. Juste regarder encore la Mordred thing. Tes mains, ça sera environ. Bois rentrerait là, ça sera environ ici. Environ au même niveau d'ici. Je pourrais avoir mon pic. Genre ici environ là. Je vais avoir mon pic. C'est pas si big que ça, là. Il est supposé être. Je fais ça de même. Je pense que je vais quand même couper ça. Je vais le placer, l'excès dessus quand je vais recoller. Pour enlever qu'est-ce qui manque, qu'est-ce qu'il y a de trop. Ouais, je pense que je vais faire. Ouais, ici, je vais juste coller mon soutien. Ah, moi, j'ai collé un petit peu trop loin. Ciseaux. Parfait. Bon. Ça. Ah, ça, c'est mon over. Parfait. Bon, ça, je colle ça de même. J'ai plus besoin de ma door hinge. Ok, faut que je vais remettre un background noise là, en ce moment-là. Je vais faire ça, j'attends que ça sèche, puis après ça, je vais. Mais pas après, j'attends que ça sèche, mais pendant que ça sèche. Parfait. Bon, c'est background noise, ça. Écoute, the fuck. Bon, continue d'écouter les
Sometimes
Strange Things.
truth is stranger than fiction, and today we're going to look at 3 stories that demonstrate that. But before we get into
Bon.
those stories, if you're a fan of the Strange Tales from story format, then you come to the right channel because that's all we do, and we upload 3 or 4 times every week. So if that's of interest to you, the next time you arrive at a 4-way intersection at the same time as the like button, politely allow them to go, and then as soon as they do, immediately T-bone them. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss
Immediately T-bone them.
Alright, let's get into
The
today's
fuck.
In 2013, 46-year-old Paul Baxter started feeling sick, and then he developed a wicked cough that got so bad over a couple of days that he could barely speak because he was just coughing the entire time. And so he went to his doctor, who quickly diagnosed him with pneumonia and put him on a treatment plan. But after several months of being on this plan and not having his condition improve at all, his doctor referred him to a respiratory clinic. There, they did an x-ray of his chest, and they discovered a suspicious shadow in the lower right section of his lung. Doctors were concerned, especially given the fact that Paul was a long-term smoker, but before they just put him under the knife and started cutting this out of his lung, they decided they would take a probe with a camera on the end of it and run it down into his lungs and actually have a look around inside. During the procedure, which Paul was awake for, the doctor put the probe down into that shadow area in his lung, and right away he saw this lump. But when he zoomed in with his camera on the lump itself, he saw there was something orange sticking out of it. And so he told Paul there were little pincers at the end of this probe, and he was going to try to move the tissue around to try to see what this thing was, and if it was a foreign object, he would try to pull it out.
Bon.
But when he tried to
Là,
move
ça
the
sèche.
tissue to get it to work, he couldn't get it dislodged, and so he pulled the probe out, and he told Paul he would need to come back in a couple of days when he could use a longer and more powerful probe. And so Paul looks at the doctor, and he's like, well, what is it? What is this orange thing inside of my lungs? And the doctor said, honestly, I have no idea. It's not supposed to be in there. A few days later, Paul went back in for this follow-up procedure, and the doctor, using this longer, more powerful probe, was able to go down and to dislodge this orange thing from inside his lungs. And as soon as he pulled
Non,
the
ça
probe
colle pas,
out,
ok.
the camera was watching in real time what this probe was seeing. And so Paul and the doctor and the other doctors as well all got to see for the first time what this thing was. It was this kind of triangular, small orange thing that nobody had seen before. And so as it was getting pulled up and out of Paul's body, everyone's just watching the camera, wondering what this thing is. And then finally, the pinchers came out of Paul's mouth, revealing what it was holding on to, and nobody could believe what they were looking at. What it was holding on to was a small plastic orange traffic cone from a child's play toy set. And as soon as Paul saw it, a memory came rushing back to him.
Nice.
And he told the doctors when he was 7 years old, he had swallowed, or so he thought, a cone that looked an awful lot like this one, except he hadn't swallowed it, he had inhaled it. And then somehow, for 40 plus years, he'd had no symptoms related to it until now.
Huh. Bon, pendant que ça joue, je vais faire pause. Même si je peux l'entendre, je suis pas de principe. Ah non, je vais rappeler mon verre d'eau, je vais rester on mute. À part qu'il y a quelqu'un parler là. 40 ans, man, avec ça, pas y encore. Pas pire. Bon, at least il a pu garder le traffic cone, là. J'aurais quand même été triste, là. Perdre le traffic cone, là. Qu'est-ce qu'il a pu faire sans le traffic cone? Pas des dads, là. J'ai un petit creux, même si techniquement déjà Disney. J'ai genre Disney à 11h40. Tu l'entends-tu la vidéo maintenant, là? Mr. Mod, là? Ah.
In 2001, when Gareth was 23, Britain's communication headquarters, commonly known as GCHQ, which is one of Britain's main intelligence agencies, offered him a job as a codebreaker. He eagerly accepted the job, dropped out of Cambridge, and then moved into a modest apartment in Cheltenham,
c'est clair.
88 miles away from London, where GCHQ
Yes, c'est même.
and there he would live and work.
That's not big enough.
Despite being an intensely private and shy person, Gareth was a highly valued team player whose genius in mathematics and technology helped his
I guess. Tu veux que je le mette plus fort, là?
awards for international code breaking. In In 2009, one of Britain's other main intelligence agencies, the famous Secret Intelligence Service, or MI6 for short, they were so impressed with Garrett that they offered him a job to come over and work.
Le seul problème, c'est que genre, je dois quand même être capable de. J'ai oublié J'ai oublié que ferait des sauts, là. La misère avec les bruits, puis il entend rien, là.
But shortly after taking the job and moving to London, he regretted his decision. He hated the intense competitiveness within MI6, the flashy cars and flashy lifestyles, and the pressure to go out and party with your coworkers every weekend. Gareth just wanted to do his job and then be left alone. At GCHQ, nobody cared he felt that way. But at MI6, this behavior made him an outsider. Before he left MI6, he took his annual 2-week vacation. But when the vacation was over, he didn't come back to work at his office in London. And for some reason, MI6 never checked in on him to see where he was. It wasn't until his sister called police after not hearing from him that anybody looked into his disappearance. On August 23rd, a uniformed officer went to Gareth's apartment in London to do a welfare check.
Je vais attendre un peu.
And not getting an answer from Gareth, the officer got the key to the apartment from the landlord and went inside.
Mais c'est ça le but, je dois être plus lent que la vidéo.
He went upstairs to see if maybe Gareth was up there. He's yelling for him the whole way as he's going up. He gets to the floor. There's nobody up there, but there's a closed door.
Prendre une pause de 15 minutes.
When he opened the door, he walked into a bathroom. And there was nothing unusual about the bathroom, except in the bathtub there was this big red duffel bag. And inside of that duffel bag was the badly decomposed body of Gareth Williams.
Ça manque de Temple Run.
Padlock shut on the outside, and the key to the padlock was underneath Gareth's body inside the bag. There were no fingerprints on the rim or inside the bathtub. There were also no fingerprints on the bag itself, or on the two zippers, or on the padlock, or on the keys. Gareth's iPhone had been found nearby sitting on a table, and it had been factory reset. And later, investigators would determine it had been reset on August 15th, which was the last day Gareth was seen on CCTV footage, and it was also the day that they believe he died. According to the coroner, Gareth's body had no injuries on it. There was no sign of a struggle.
2 secondes, là, je suis en train de setup ça, là.
No drugs or alcohol in his system. The thermostat inside of Gareth's apartment was jacked way up, so it was very hot inside of his apartment, despite the fact it was summer, and it was the height of the summer in August. But regardless, the excessive heat in his apartment sped up the decomposition process and made it impossible to precisely determine a cause of death. Despite a lengthy investigation by police, there was never a conclusive determination as to what exactly happened to Gareth.
Fucking gars. Je prends une pause de 15 minutes, là, d'étant que chialer, là.
Because right before he died, he had been focusing on money laundering in Britain that was tied to the Russian mafia, which would have made him a target. Another theory is MI6 had something to do with Gareth's death, which is why they were not so eager to go looking for him when he didn't come back from his vacation. In fact, one former MI6 agent has come out and said he believes there was a cover-up. He was interviewed by CNN and said that it looked like MI6 had gone into Gareth's apartment ahead of the police and wiped it all down, removing fingerprints and DNA evidence. The last prominent theory is that Gareth did this to himself. It was discovered that he made occasional online visits to bondage sites, and at least one time he'd had to yell out to his landlord to help get him out of his bed because he had tied his wrist to the bed frame and couldn't get himself undone. But when two experts who were a part of the
J'ai entendu parler de cette histoire-là.
attempted
pas
to
ça.
put themselves inside of a similar-sized duffel bag and lock it with the padlock on the outside, they
That's-
didn't do it despite trying over 400 times. And even if Gareth could have somehow
Que genre-
got himself inside of this
Ouais,
bag,
comme qui dit là, le doute s'entraînait à genre sortir de genre bandage. Là.
without leaving fingerprints all over
Mais
the
comme pas de
bag,
sens, c'est une manière que comme tu peux humainement te placer, genre.
because when he was found,
Puis la manière qui est mort, ça faisait aucun sens, là.
despite the red flags, Gareth's death was determined to be probably an accident and was
Mais ouais.
closed 3 years after his death.
Et comme c'est littéralement impossible que c'est placé de même, là. Genre par lui-même.
Afternoon of April 10th,
C'est clair qu'il avait l'air de quelqu'un d'autre.
16-year-old Kyle Plush
But
was
yeah.
in his classes
Never found
in Cincinnati, Ohio. He walked
c'était
down
vrai
the
ou non, là.
and began walking straight across towards the
Oh,
center
fuck.
parking lot where his car, a minivan, was located. Although Kyle had suffered from a spinal cord injury at a young age, he had made a remarkable recovery. He not only walked after his injury, he ran. He went downhill skiing, he biked, he swam, he played soccer. But of all the sports he enjoyed playing, tennis was his favorite. He had joined the high school tennis team and had become one of their best and most popular players. That afternoon, he had a match scheduled,
Good.
so he needed to get into his minivan and get out his tennis racket and his tennis shoes. And so he made it to the vehicle a little bit after
J'ai pas essayé de
2 p.m.,
touch pour
slid open the door, he threw his
les
backpack
ceintures, but
inside,
hein.
and then he climbed towards the third row back seat of the van where his sneakers were sitting on the bench seat. And so he got to the third row, he turned around and sat down facing the front of the minivan. He took off his school shoes, put on his tennis shoes, and then he got up onto his knees and turned around. So he's facing the back of the van. His knees are on the third row seat. And he began reaching down into the trunk to reach for his bag that contained his tennis racket. And as he was reaching, the third row itself, what he was kneeling on, flipped backwards, dumping him headfirst into the trunk, except all of Kyle's body did not just go tumbling into the trunk space. Instead, his upper half made it about halfway down. He tumbled with the seat. And then he got stuck upside down when the top of that third row seat caught his chest and pressed it up against the back hatch of the van. And so Kyle's upside down, his hands are free in the trunk space, but they're too close to the ground where he can't really press himself out of this position he's in. And this third row seat that's come loose and trapped him like this, it's not locked in position. And so if he goes up at all, the seat goes with him. If he comes down at all, the seat comes with him. And so even trying to push himself back out again, he wouldn't be
C'est bien
able to
weird.
clear the seat because it would just come with him and then come back down again. And so
J'ai vu comment c'est quand même dumb, mais normalement, ça sonne quand même cancer.
to clear the obstruction, but there was nothing to grab onto, and his lower half would not have been able to slip through that gap even if the seat was stationary, because no person is supposed to get through that tiny little gap. There was also no inside handle on the back hatch that Kyle could have grabbed and potentially opened the back door. And so he was
C'est ça que je pensais au début.
on somebody showing up and opening the trunk to get him out. But the scariest part of this situation was that loose third row that came forward and trapped Kyle against the back of the van, it weighed nearly 100 pounds and it was driving against his chest. And so he would have had to fight with every breath he took in, pushing up that 100 pounds just to get a marginal breath. But worse than that, if Kyle didn't constantly put air into his chest and keep it full and inflated and strong, that seat would literally crush his chest and kill him. Kyle knew he had to find a way to signal someone that he was in this car. He couldn't reach his phone because it was up in his pants pocket, and that meant getting up around the obstruction.
Puis I guess kicker puis faire du bruit, t'es pas.
And he knew he could use voice-assisted calling. And
Oh,
at
that's nice.
3:14 p.m., he used his iPhone's voice assistant, Siri, to call 911. As soon as the dispatcher picked up, Kyle was frantic, and he was yelling, "Help, help, help, I'm trapped in a minivan in the Seven Hills parking lot. Someone needs to get me out." But the dispatcher couldn't really understand what Kyle was saying, because you got to remember, Kyle is yelling from in the trunk space.
Oh my god. Que tu niaises.
In his pocket. And the dispatcher was just having a hard time understanding what he was saying. Although, if you listen to the audio, it's plainly clear that Kyle is in distress. You can hear that he's yelling, and you can hear him banging, which apparently is him banging on the inside of the car. And so they kept asking Kyle, "Where did you say you are? What's going on?" But Kyle, he can't hear his phone. So Kyle just kept frantically repeating his situation, saying his name, where he was located, what was happening to him, in hopes that maybe somebody on the other end of the line would understand what was going on and would come save him. Towards the end of the call, Kyle tells the dispatcher that he thinks he's going to die here. And when the call does cut out, the dispatcher tries calling Kyle back, but it goes to voicemail, and his voicemail only indicated his name was Kyle. It didn't give a last name or anything about him. Not knowing if this was real or a hoax, the dispatcher wrongly labeled this call as unknown trouble when they broadcast it to police. And the dispatcher did not communicate that Kyle was obviously in distress. He was screaming and banging on something throughout the call, and even referenced that he thought he was going to die. Had the dispatcher given Kyle's call a higher priority, fire and rescue would have been alerted.
Ah, censure pis ça aussi, un spawner.
Mapping technologies to pinpoint where Kyle's cell phone was, and they could have found him that way. Instead, local police were sent to the Seven Hills High School area to go look around the different parking lots that this caller could have been in. But there was nearly a dozen of these parking lots associated with the high school, making it a huge search area. And again, these police officers were not even aware what they were looking for. They were looking for unknown trouble associated with some caller somewhere around this huge high school. And so the police show up and begin kind of meandering through all these parking lots, staying in their vehicle, just kind of looking around, and they don't see any problems. Although in reality, they were right near Kyle the entire time. At 3:35 p.m., with the police still patrolling the parking lots around the high school, Kyle used Siri to call 911 again. and a different dispatcher answered. Now, at this point, it's been 21 minutes since Kyle's first 911 call, and so the weight of that third row is becoming unbearable. His voice is very weak, it's very faint. You can tell he has labored breathing, and every word is punctuated with a long silence as he tries to get out anything he can to try to help himself. And one of the things he says to the dispatcher as soon as they answer is, "If I die, I need you to tell my mother that I love her." And then there's a silence. And Kyle asks them, "Can you hear me?" And there's still a silence. And he says, "This is not a joke. I'm trapped in my gold minivan in the Seven Hills sophomore parking lot. If you don't get here soon, I'm going to die." There's another silence. And then Kyle says, "Hey Siri." And then there's silence. And he says, "Hey Siri" again and again and again. And then it goes silent. The second dispatcher had heard Kyle on this call, but for some reason did not relay to the patrolling officers in the area Kyle's dire situation or his exact position, that he was in this gold Honda Odyssey in the sophomore parking lot. For some reason, that was not communicated to those officers. And so 2 minutes after the second 911 call ended, those two officers left thinking there's nobody here, there's no trouble, and that was it. Kyle was left all alone. 6 hours later, Kyle's father went out looking for him.
Ok, c'est vraiment juste un...
Found his son's minivan parked in the sophomore parking lot at the high school, and when he went up to it, it was too late. His son was still trapped upside down in the back in the trunk, and he had died after the third row had finally crushed his chest, causing him to asphyxiate. Kyle's family is in the middle of a wrongful death lawsuit filed against the city and several employees, and so the legal outcomes of this case are still pending. So that's gonna do it, guys. If you found the secret in today's
Juste entendre l'histoire de genre, ce point de vue-là, c'est genre, c'est clairement la faute des deux dispatchers, là. Sur le deuxième, là, qui a pas relé aucune information, même quand il a entendu l'information. C'est quand même genre assez dumb, là.
Politely tell them to go on, and as soon as they begin to move, immediately T-bone them. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss our weekly 3 or 4 video uploads. If you want to get in touch with me, you can direct message me on Instagram or on Twitter. My username for both platforms is the same. It's JohnBallin416. I also have a ton of content over on TikTok where my username is Mr. Ballin.
Oh, j'ai pas vu qu'il y a du copy, là.
YouTube channel
Bon.
called Mr. Ballin Shorts, where I post short videos. If you have a story suggestion, please submit it to our subreddit just called Mr. Ballin. It's linked in the description below. So whether I see you on Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, Reddit, YouTube, or some combination, just know that I really appreciate your support. And until next time, that's going to do it. See ya.
Mais j'ai encore plus de copper, là. J'ai besoin de contrôler tout le copper du monde, là. Bon. On va avoir 15 minutes de ma petite pause, là. Je peux me remettre en double webcam. Je vais au moins me replacer à un endroit safe en passant. C'est quand même intelligent de ma part. Endroit safe, ça c'est pas où faut que j'aille déjà. Ok, c'est par là. Ok, je suis à côté, good. Non, pas par là. Fais attention à pas tomber parce que sinon je vais ramasser le fucking ceinture. Bon. Ouf. Je sais que je venais de tomber dans un trou, j'étais genre, I just killed myself. Ranger mon inventaire. J'ai pas... Ouais, j'ai jamais tué de zombie encore. Sur Terre, mais... Comme ça, plus. On va retourner en dessous du Iron Farm juste pour faire. Bon. Rouvrir ça. Pourquoi c'est petit de même? Ok. Tu peux commencer à embarquer là-dedans. Comment je pourrais arranger ça? Ça, vous êtes de même. Ça, c'est peut-être de même. But. Quand je suis rendu de même, c'est correct. Mais c'est me mettre comme ça. Je suis en train de me demander si je devrais mettre à la place de quoi que je peux attacher ici. Comme ça, je peux l'enlever. Je peux genre le clip. C'est quoi que je pourrais me patenter? Je vais toujours me pogner les zippers. Mais non. Je suis les zippers, c'est pas une si bonne idée. C'est quoi que je pourrais clip? Pas de velcro. Pas de velcro. Faut que je recolle une partie. Ok. Hmm. Tiens que je vais mettre un masque. Ouais, pas bien. Mon nez va tellement tout à la fin de ça. Je tombe, là. Pas tant de quoi comme je suis là. Ok, je vais pas repartir. Faire ça. Je vais faire ça pour ça. Mais, ah, c'est... Ok, c'est bon. Bon, ok. J'ai une pièce ici, il faut que je recolle correctement. Ça séché ensemble. L'autre affaire à coller, c'est ici. C'est ça là. Ouais, parfait. Ouais, faut vraiment que je me patente de quoi. Pas juste le clip, genre. J'ai-tu du linge que je me débarrassais, que je pourrais utiliser des parts? Ça, un sketch, but. Hmm, non. J'ai des boutons, mais ça, je ne pas. Là. Ah, j'ai pas vraiment de linge qui fait avec ça. J'ai vraiment juste des boutons. Ah, fuck. Hmm. que je peux m'en use? J'ai pas d'affaire de velcro quelque part. Je pense pas. C'est ce qu'il y avait à dire, mais je pense quasiment juste utiliser du tape, genre. Non, pas utiliser du tape. Fuck. Ok, bon. Ça là, toi là, tu pars de là. Toi, tu pars de là, comme ça. Ah, ouais. J'allais garder ça ouvert. Ok. Là, c'est ça section-là, je vais voir si c'est assez bien. Mais avant ça, faut que je passe ça ici. Ça décolle. Puis comment que je vais faire pour ça? Fuck. C'est quoi qui pourrait m'aider là-dedans? Vraiment pas. Ah ouais. Ah fuck. Je peux pas mettre de zip. Je peux pas en mettre de zipper là. Faut que je me vende quoi qui clip. C'est le problème. Est-ce que moi. Ok, il a l'air d'avoir collé. Parfait. Faut mettre de quoi qui clip. Je pourrais dessus. Je suis sûr que j'avais quoi de même. J'essaie de penser. Dans des boutons qui clippent ensemble. Je suis sûr que j'avais de quoi comme ça. Ah, ouais. Nevermind. Je vais le regarder puis me rappeler c'est sur quoi. Peux-tu mettre un bouton? Puis genre, pas penser de quoi pour que genre, je rentre le bouton dedans. Et pendant que ça serait ben trop sketch. Oh my god. C'est la dernière partie que je viens de faire. Ah, non. C'est vrai. Les... Je vais faire ces 1, 2, 3, ces 4 parties-là avec ça. En même temps, petit aimant, ça doit être collé directement dessus. Ah, ça, cette grosse partie-là est collée sur euh, la partie arrière de ça. Ok. Faire ça. Là, je tourne directement faire les autres parties. Fuck. Ah. Juste savoir c'est gros comment qui me manque. Ah, c'est le milieu. Ouais, ça. Ok. Il est où mon gros cube? Mon gros bloc blanc, il est là. Je vais faire un petit peu plus grand. Comme ça, moi, je vais pouvoir clean up après. Bon, déjà que je vois que c'est même pas droit comme X. C'est mon but. Grand droit. Et comme X comme point. Parfait. Pendant que je vais faire ça, je vais tourner là-dessus.
Sometimes the truth is stranger than fiction, and today I'm going to share 3 stories that demonstrate that. But before we get into today's stories, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right channel because that's all we do, and we upload 3 or 4 times every week. So if that's of interest to you, please offer the like button a bowl of chips and some guacamole, but replace the guacamole with wasabi. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. All right, let's get into today's stories. So, full disclosure, this is not my personal story, but in order to do this story justice, it has to be told in the first person. So, I am simply an actor. I was once on a U.S. military ship in the wardroom, which is the officer's lounge, when the operations officer came inside. This guy was the definition of not a morning person. He was bleary-eyed, he kind of stumbled in.
Ah,
He was
ça.
like a zombie holding a bagel. He sits down in front of me, he's barely conscious, and he starts gnawing on his bagel, and I'm sitting with my back to the outboard side of the ship. So that's the outside of the ship behind me, and there's a porthole right next to my head where the sun is coming through and it's hitting this officer directly on his face. And so the officer's looking up at the sun, he's kind of squinting and blocking the sun from his face, and I'm looking at him expecting him to shift left or right to get out of the path of the sunlight. But instead, this officer slowly reaches for the phone on the wall, he brings it up to his head, and he goes, yeah, bridge, yeah, this is ops. I need you to adjust our path. Yeah, 156, yep, that's about right. Okay, all right, bye. After he hangs up with the bridge, I'm watching him, and he hasn't moved. He's still just looking at the sunlight
Ouais.
blazing in on his face, just squinting.
Dis le corps littéralement pour juste changer la direction du bateau pour enlever le soleil.
Gradually begins to shift off of him and winds up on the wall right behind him where it stops. By ordering the bridge to change the ship's path just slightly, about 15 degrees, it's enough of a change to reposition the sun from his face. He literally redirected thousands of tons of steel and hundreds of people just because he was too lazy to move left or right. I'm in awe. I can't believe he's just done this, and for a second, I worry that he won't realize how unbelievably brilliant this was. And then as I'm looking at him, in between bites, he just looks up at me and smiles and goes back to eating his bagel.
J'imagine
In
Fred
November of
faire ça, là.
2006, Nintendo came out with a brand new gaming console called the Wii, and it was hugely popular and sold out almost completely right away. By the following January, it was still not on shelves in most places around the world, and so people were going crazy, spending unbelievable sums of money to try to get their hands on this system. A Sacramento, California radio station called KDND got a hold of one of these coveted systems and decided they would give it away during an on-air contest. The contest was going to be called Hold Your Wii for a Wii, and the premise of this contest was simple.
Ok.
The contestants would be given lots of water, and the person who held it the longest, i.e. they didn't urinate, would win the prize. Leading up
Quoi?
to this contest, the radio station began promoting it really aggressively on air, and lots of people called in with concerns saying that drinking too much water can actually be deadly. But the station brushed these concerns off and said they were aware of them and that all contestants would be signing a waiver, and so ultimately the station was not responsible for what happened to them. On the morning of Friday, January 12th, 18 contestants showed up at the KDND radio station and they signed their waivers, although one of the contestants said the waiver only covered publicity issues, not health and safety concerns. One of the contestants was 28-year-old Jennifer Strange, who was a mother of 3, and she was trying to win this Wii for her kids. She, along with the others, after signing their waiver, were ushered into this room where they were handed 8-ounce water bottles. Every 15 minutes, they would be expected to finish that water bottle and then refill it and do it every 15 minutes. And if at any point they didn't completely finish their water bottle in time, or if they got up to use the bathroom, they would lose the contest. The contest started at 6:45 a.m., and by 8 a.m., after 5 bottles
Sound
had been
good,
drank,
sound good
a
enough.
number of the contestants began pulling themselves out to use the bathroom. But the radio staff felt like this contest was going to take a really long time, and so they gave the remaining contestants, that included Jennifer, a larger bottle of water to drink from. Over the next several hours, all of the contestants, except for Jennifer and one other, had dropped out because it was just too painful. They had to go to the bathroom. Jennifer was heard on air saying it hurt so much, and one of the hosts laughed and said, "Well, do you need to lay down?" And then somebody piped up and said, "She can't even walk." And so everybody just kind of laughed and did nothing about it. Around
The
this
fuck?
time, a nurse called into the radio station and very emphatically said what they were doing, this contest, was a really bad idea. You're gonna get someone killed from water intoxication. Water intoxication is also known as water poisoning, and in a nutshell, what happens is when you drink too much water, the water dilutes your bloodstream, it can cause swelling in your brain, and it can lead to coma and or death. The host, after hearing this concern, turned and yelled to the remaining contestants, "Hey, is anybody dying out there?" And then the host just kind of laughed and hung up on the nurse. A little while later, you can hear one of the hosts on air comment on how Jennifer's belly looked really strange. It had become totally distended and bloated, and they said it looked like she was pregnant. At some point, Jennifer and the other remaining contestant began vomiting, but instead of dropping out, they just continued to drink more water and did not go to the bathroom. But finally, it became too much for Jennifer to bear, and she dropped out of the contest and she relieved herself. For coming in second place, she received tickets to a Justin Timberlake concert. On her drive home, Jennifer began experiencing this horrific headache to the point where she was just sobbing uncontrollably. Through tears, she called one of her coworkers and said she just was not going to be able to come into work that day. Her head hurt too much. And so after she hung up, her coworker she had just spoken to was really concerned about her and called Jennifer's mother to let her know what was going on. And about an hour later, Jennifer's mother headed over to Jennifer's house to check on her, and she found Jennifer dead in her bathroom from water poisoning. The station was ultimately sued by Jennifer's family, and they were ordered to pay over $16 million in damages.
16?
In 2005, 57-year-old Stephen Slevin was a
Okay, ouais.
physically healthy man, but mentally he was struggling. He was depressed and
Yeah.
felt like his life didn't have any purpose anymore, and so in August of that year, he decided to just go on a road trip. He didn't know where he was going. He just felt like if I get out on the road and just go driving somewhere, I will feel better. And on this road trip, he eventually began drinking alcohol, and before long, he was swerving along the New Mexico highway, and a police officer saw his erratic driving and pulled him over. Once Stephen failed his sobriety test, the police officer arrested him. Stephen was brought to a local detention center where during his booking process, it was discovered that he had a history of mental illness. And so the officers, following that county's policy, segregated him from the rest of the general population in an effort to protect Stephen from himself. They moved him into a padded cell on the first floor, they removed all of his clothing, and they put him in what's called a suicide smock, which looks like a big blanket wrapped around your upper body, and what it does is it keeps inmates warm and modest, but it also prevents them from balling up their clothes and creating a noose they could hurt themselves with. After a few days in this padded cell, Stephen was moved to another, better cell that had a window, it had a shower, it had a toilet, and he was there for 2 weeks under strict medical observation. But at the end of those 2 weeks, for reasons that are not entirely clear, Stephen, this mentally unstable man, was moved into solitary confinement to await trial for his DWI. Solitary confinement is a type of imprisonment where the inmate is shifted into a single-person cell and they are kept there nearly around the clock without any significant interaction with other people or other inmates. The psychological effects of solitary confinement are well documented and terrifying. Just 15 days into solitary can be enough to cause permanent psychological damage. Stephen's first few weeks in solitary were actually okay. He was allowed to write to his family, he was able to detox and reflect on his life. During those first few weeks, it was noted that Stephen was very polite in his very limited interaction with the officers that were dropping food off through the slot in his door. Also, when Stephen had a few minor medical issues, instead of throwing a fit, he just knocked on the inside of his door and waited patiently for someone to acknowledge him, which took a long time, but he never got frustrated or mad. But by January of 2006, so roughly 3 months into his solitary stint, Stephen had not had any updates on when his case was going to go to trial, and Stephen was starting to lose his grip on reality. He was having these severe panic attacks, and he was suffering from intense hallucinations. He desperately wanted to find out how much longer he was going to be kept in the cell, but nobody would tell him. He tried writing his letters to his family, asking for help or asking them to try to get an update on his case, but when he went to literally write the letter, his hand shook so severely from the stress and anxiety that he literally couldn't write these letters. Starting that January, Stephen began spending the bulk of his day in the corner of his cell with his knees on his chest, walking back and forth. He was allowed out of his cell a few times a month, but in April of that year, that stopped, and he almost never left his cell again. And without leaving his cell, Stephen was unable to bathe, and so his skin began developing fungus and began falling off, and his teeth began
C'est quoi ce traitement de marde là?
May 8th, 2007, so 1 year and 8 months of being in solitary confinement, Stephen was transferred out of his cell to a behavioral institute in Las Vegas, Nevada. After bathing and shaving and cutting his hair and receiving proper medical treatment, he was back to his normal self within a couple of days. And while he was there, he had a chance to speak to a lawyer, and the lawyer would say the entire meeting, Stephen was just saying, "Where have I been?" And the lawyer said, "You've been in solitary confinement awaiting trial. You've been there for almost 2 years." And to that, Stephen was shocked and literally didn't believe him. He actually couldn't remember that time in his life. It was like it had driven him crazy and he had completely repressed it from his memory. But when the lawyer told him about it, it began to come back into his mind, and he begged the lawyer to not let them send him back to solitary confinement. And his lawyer said, unfortunately, if that's where they're going to keep you, that's where they're going to keep you until you have your trial for this DWI. And unfortunately, we have no idea when that trial is going to be. But stay strong, because it's bound to be soon if they've already transferred you to this institute. Stephen stayed at this institute for 2 weeks, and during that time, he asked constantly about when his trial was going to happen, but nobody knew. And at the end of those 2 weeks, Stephen was abruptly taken out of his room, put in a van, driven back to New Mexico, and put back into his solitary confinement cell. And immediately Stephen began to deteriorate. And he begged the guards to not put him in the cell, but nobody was listening, and before long, the door had shut and he was all alone again. Within a couple of days, Stephen developed an abscess in one of his teeth, and he tried to get medical attention, but he didn't get it, and so he sat in the corner of his cell, and for 8 hours one day, he rocked back and forth and violently twisted and yanked and pulled on that tooth until he was able to rip it out of his head. Almost 2 months later, on June 22nd, 2007, Stephen's case was finally put before a judge, and the judge dismissed all of the charges. It's believed the judge found out about this horrible mistreatment of Stephen and took pity on him, but we'll never know. 3 days later, Stephen was released from jail and reunited with his family. He had been in solitary confinement for 2 years without so much as a hearing to tell him what was going on. He had essentially been forgotten about. He would go on to sue the county and win $15.5 million in damages. However, at the same time he's winning this case, he was diagnosed with terminal lung cancer and given less than a year to live. It's unclear if he is alive today. So that's going to do it, guys. If you found the secret in today's episode, let us know in the comments what it is and where you found it, so give us the timestamp. And if you're the first to do that, we will pin you at the top of the comment section. If you got something out of today's episode and you haven't done this already, please offer the like button some chips and guacamole, but replace the guacamole with wasabi. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly 3 or 4 video uploads. If you want to get in touch with me, you can direct message me on Instagram or on Twitter. My username for both platforms is the same. It's JohnBallin416. I also have a ton of content over on TikTok, where my username is Mr. Ballin. I also have a second YouTube channel called Mr. Ballin Shorts, where I post short random videos and lost episodes. If you have a story suggestion, please submit it to our subreddit just called Mr. Ballin. It's linked in the description below. So whether I see you on Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, Reddit, YouTube, or some combination, just know that I really appreciate your support, and until next time, that's gonna do it. See ya.
Bon. C'est fait ça?
Sometimes the truth is stranger than fiction, and today we're going to look at 3 stories that demonstrate this. But before we get into
Bon,
the stories, if
c'est
you're
un
a fan
coupé
of
ça là.
strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you come to the right channel, because that's all we do, and we upload 3 or 4 times every week. So if that's of interest to you, please secretly use the like button's toothbrush to clean a dog's teeth, and then just put the brush back. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Alright, let's get into today's stories. In 1956, the SS Andrea Doria, which was a beautiful ocean liner, was considered to be Italy's largest, fastest, and safest ship. But those things would not be what this ship was remembered for. On July 25th of that year, the ship was sailing towards the east coast of the United States when it ran into some very heavy fog. And so, following procedure, the captain slowed the vessel down and turned on their fog whistle. A little while later, another vessel, the Swedish ocean liner called the SS Stockholm, entered the fog as well, but they were unaware of Andrea Doria's position. Now, both vessels were using radar, but unfortunately, both vessels misinterpreted what they were seeing, and so neither of them communicated with the other as they careened towards each other. When visual contact was finally made between the 2 ships, it was too late.
Yeah,
The
it's
collision
just.
was imminent. At 11:10 p.m. that night, the bow of the Stockholm plowed directly into the side of
C'est
the
sûr.
Doria, penetrating over 40 feet inside the ship before coming back out again. The impact killed 46 people on the Andrea Doria and 5 people on the Stockholm. When the story broke, every major news outlet around the world picked it up, including ABC News in the United States. And the news correspondent that they chose to cover this story was a man named Edward Morgan. And unbeknownst to his co-workers, his 14-year-old daughter, Linda Morgan, was on board the Andrea Doria. And just before he went on, he was informed that she was amongst the missing and presumed dead, and there was virtually nothing he could do but wait for more information. And so despite his incredible burden, Edward still went on the air and reported the story without ever losing his composure and without ever mentioning his daughter. But after he got off the air, another story began to develop about the crash. Apparently, a girl who was asleep in one of the rooms on the Andrea Doria had experienced a direct hit from the Stockholm.
Oh my god.
Woke up after the crash and didn't know where she was, and she began yelling out for her mother. Meanwhile, a man on board the Stockholm heard the girl's cries, and he ran towards the front of the Stockholm, which is where he heard these cries coming from. And when he got up there, he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Perched on the destroyed bow of the Stockholm was a bed, and on that bed was a relatively unhurt 14-year-old girl named Linda Morgan. It would turn
Huh.
out when the Stockholm penetrated into the
Ça sonne quand même genre.
the bow of the Stockholm scooped the bed
Un peu. Ça sonne quand même fake puis poussé, but nice.
brought that bed and Linda Morgan with it. When Edward Morgan found out that his daughter was the so-called miracle girl, he was overcome with emotions, and he would go back on the air, and this time he would talk about his daughter and her incredible survival story, and he would also talk about how hard it was to deliver the news when it was about someone he loved. Linda would make a full physical recovery. She only suffered from a broken arm, but she would suffer enormously from survivor's guilt, as her stepfather and her half-sister were both killed in the crash. On April 27, 1997, a farmer in Indonesia was walking his livestock through a thick sugarcane field near his house when he tripped on something. After he regained his balance and looked down, he noticed a strange mound of dirt that seemed totally out of place. He wanted to dig it up just out of curiosity, but he wasn't on his property, so he walked back to the village and he told the village leader about this strange pile of dirt.
Fuse, yeah, c'est Fuse.
He see what's under it. So the village leader and some other men headed back out to the field to
Parfait.
find this dirt pile, and the first thing they do is they poke it with a stick. The stick went right into the pile. It was a soft pile of dirt, and when they pulled it out, this horrible stench filled the air that was coming out of this mound. Worried about what they might find underneath this pile, the men decide to leave it alone and go back to the village and tell authorities about it, and the authorities promptly tell them to go back out there and uncover this thing and tell them what they find. And so the village leader and some more men head back out to the field and they start digging. And pretty quickly their shovels strike something that's fairly soft inside of this mound. And so after delicately removing some more dirt, they discover a woman's face is looking right back at them. It appeared she had been buried up to her neck, and then someone had just thrown dirt on top of her head. At this point, the authorities did come out, and they were able to identify the body as belonging to a 21-year-old local woman named Dewey. After asking around the village about this girl, the police determined the last time anyone had seen her was 3 days earlier when she had left her house to run an errand. But after that, no one knew what happened to her. Just a few hours after Dewey's discovery, a 15-year-old rickshaw driver came to the police with additional information. He said 3 days earlier, on the evening of April 24th, so the same day that people had seen Dewey last, he said she had come to him to ask for a ride, and when she got into the rickshaw, he asked where she wanted to go, and she said she did not want to tell him specifically where she was going. Instead, she just wanted him to drive in a particular direction, and she would give him more information about how to get where she wanted to go as they got closer. And so this really intrigued the driver, and so after he began going in this direction, he turned to her again and said, can you tell me anything more about where we're going? This is really weird that you're not giving me any more information. And so finally, Dewey relented, and she told him she was going to see the shaman. A shaman, in simple terms, is someone who uses magic to cure the sick. The driver didn't think it was odd that this girl was going to see the shaman in the middle of the night, and she was being so secretive about it, but after he dropped her off, he hadn't given it much thought until he found out she had died. The police approached the shaman, 5-year-old Ahmad Siraji, and they asked him if he had been with Dewey on the night of April 24th. Initially, Siraji said no, he had not been with her, and he had no idea what happened to her. But after police searched his house and found Dewey's belongings inside, Siraji said, okay, I've been lying and I have a confession to make. And he would very nonchalantly tell police that not only had he killed Dewey, he'd also killed dozens of other women the same way and buried them in the sugarcane field. And so the police went out to the field and started looking around, and they found all these mounds of dirt all over the place, and under them were women buried up to their neck. After the excavation was all done, the police believed they found the bodies of 42 different women, but truthfully, that was just a guess. They believed there could be more. During his trial, Siraji explained in detail why he did the things he did. He said back in 1986, so 11 years earlier, he had this vivid dream where his deceased father came to him and instructed him to drink the saliva of 70 women, and if he did that, he would become immortal. When Siraji woke up, he didn't chalk up this experience as just a strange dream. He believed he had just had a real interaction with the spirit of his dead father, and so he decided he would do as he was told. But his father
Imagine, genre, avoir un rêve. Peut-être, genre, ah ouais, genre.
From these 70 women. And so after thinking about it for a couple of days, Siraji decided the most efficient way to do it would be to just kill the women and then forcibly take their saliva. To find his victims, Siraji began telling people in his village that he had supernatural powers, that he was able to grant women specifically everlasting beauty and riches. And many people believed it. And so as this rumor spread not only around
C'est quand même rendu à 40. Peut-être en haut dans la quarantaine et plus. Là. Et ils appelaient sans dire immortel.
there that night when it was totally dark and to not tell anyone where they were going. Once they arrived, they would come inside of Siraji's house and they would pay him a fee that was roughly equivalent to $300 US. And then he would tell them he needed to perform a ritual to give them their beauty and their riches. And so they would leave his house, they would cut through a cemetery, and they would enter into that sugarcane field, and they would walk for a while until Siraji stopped them, and he would hand the woman a shovel, and he would tell her to dig a hole in the ground, and he would assure her this is part of the ritual. And so he would stand there as she dug the hole until it was about waist deep, and then he would tell her to get in the hole and put her hands by her side. If she was at all nervous, he would just reassure her again that this is all part of the ritual, that lots of people have done this before, that it's totally safe. And so she'd get in the hole, she'd put her hands by her side, Siraji would take the shovel and he would fill the hole back in until she was completely immobilized, and then at this point, Siraji would pull out a cable, he would wrap it around their neck, and he would strangle them to death. And then once they were dead, he would pull their body out of the hole, and then he would forcibly extract their saliva. And then after that, he would take the shovel again and dig the hole a little bit deeper, and then he would put the body back inside the hole, making sure their head was still sticking out of the ground. And he would orient them so their face was looking towards his house, because he believed having these women constantly looking at him at all hours of the day gave him more power. He said as for Dewi, when she first came to his house and she had paid that fee, she was worried about leaving and going and doing this ritual. It scared her. And so Siraji told her to wait, and he went into the other room where his wife was, and he told her that, hey, I'm gonna go kill this girl and I need your help. I need you to calm her down. And his wife, who had no idea her husband was a mass murderer, just immediately went along with it. She came back into the room and she assured Dewi that everything was totally fine. They had done this before. It was all going to be perfectly safe. And she even said she would come with them to do this ritual. And so at this, Dewi
Quoi?
was much more calm and she agreed to go. And so the trio left the house. They went through the cemetery, out to the field, and then only 2 people came back. Siraji was executed in 2008 by firing squad, and his wife was sentenced to life in prison.
Non, elle a juste participé à un, but still.
Around midnight on September 3rd, 1986,
That's messed up.
Doug Wells and his wife Kristen were pulling onto their street in western Montana when they noticed a camper parked in front of their house. Neither of them recognized the camper, and so when they pulled into their driveway, Doug got out and walked over and looked inside to see if anyone was in there. And there was a man sleeping in the front seat. Doug didn't wake him up. Instead, he went back to his wife. They talked about it, and they decided that this man must have just randomly parked in front of their house, and that most likely the next day he would leave. And so the couple went inside their house and they began getting ready for bed. At some point, Doug rounded up all the trash inside of the house and was going to bring it outside to put into the trash bin. And when he went outside, standing in his front lawn is the same guy who was just sleeping inside of the camper. And so Doug very cautiously goes down the front steps and he yells out to this guy and says, what are you doing here? And immediately the man put his hands up and said he meant no harm. He said his name was Wayne Nance, and he actually worked with Doug's wife, Kristen, at the furniture store in town. Wayne went on to say that he happened to be driving down their street earlier that day, and he spotted someone standing outside one of their windows looking in their house, and he knew it was Kristen's house, and he looked in their driveway, and he saw that Kristen wasn't home, and it looked like nobody was home. And so he decided he would just park out front and try to scare off this person and wait for Kristen to get back. But by the time Kristen got back, he had fallen asleep. Doug was totally caught off guard by this whole situation. The idea that there's this guy on his property talking about another guy that was lurking around his property. And so he asked Wayne, did you see this guy again after that first time you saw him? And Wayne said no, he hadn't, but he didn't have a flashlight. And so maybe if Doug went in the house and got some flashlights, the 2 of them could walk the property and make sure nobody was there. Doug thanked him for the offer and said, okay, well, why don't you come in the house and I'll go look for those flashlights. And so Doug led the way.
Oh my god, ça sonne déjà sketch.
And shut the front door behind him. He pulled out a metal pipe he was hiding and smashed Doug over the back of the head.
C'est sûr.
And Wayne hit him again over the face. And before long, the 2 of them were struggling on the ground. Kristen, who was upstairs, heard the commotion, and she came running down the stairs, and she sees at the bottom her husband, who's bleeding profusely from his head. He's covering himself up on the ground, while Wayne, her co-worker, is standing over him, punching and kicking him. Before Kristen could do anything, Wayne noticed her up on the stairs, and he drew a pistol and aimed it at her and told her to come down here and tie up your husband's arms and legs. Kristen, who's in shock, is just hoping this was just a robbery and that they would have their lives spared. And so she does as she's told. She walks down, Wayne throws her forward, she ties up her husband's arms and legs, and then afterwards, Wayne leads Kristen back upstairs to the bedroom where where he ties her up as well. After that, Wayne went back down to the main floor where Doug was still laying on the ground, and he grabbed Doug by the legs and he pulled him down the flight of stairs to the basement where he tied him up to a pole, and then he savagely beat him with the pipe before Wayne pulled out an 8-inch blade and plunged it directly into Doug's chest all the way in. And then when he pulled it out again, Doug slumped over. Wayne went back upstairs all the way to the second floor to
18-inch.
check on Kristen, and he saw she had managed to get partially out of her restraints, and she was reaching for the landline, and so he jumped on top of her and managed to restrain her all over again.
Mes 2
After
pouces
he
là.
was confident in her restraints, he went back downstairs to make sure Doug was dead. When he got down there, he saw Doug.
Dis, mais genre mon torse fait pas ça 18-inch là. Mon torse fait genre 8 genre.
Doug must be dead, and Wayne went back
8-9 là.
Kristen. But Wayne was wrong.
Je suis au 8.5.
And after Wayne went upstairs that second time, Doug, despite his horrific head and chest injuries, managed to wriggle out of his restraints and then hobbled over to a workbench where he had a rifle laying out because Doug was actually a gunsmith. And so he took the rifle and he loaded it with the one round he found on the table, and then he walked over to the base of the stairs, he raised his rifle, and he made his way up to the main floor. He didn't come in contact with Wayne, and he looked around the first floor, he didn't see him, and he heard his wife screaming upstairs. And so he made his way to the next set of stairs and began walking up with his rifle raised. At the top of the stairs to the second floor, there was a hallway that ran right and left out of sight. And so as Doug is making his way up, he can hear off to the left, out of view, his wife screaming in the bedroom, and he can hear the sound of very heavy footsteps running down the hall towards the landing where he is. And so Doug positioned himself in the stairwell, he took aim about chest height with his rifle, and he waited for their attacker to show himself. And so as soon as Wayne came flying around the corner with his knife in his hand, Doug just fired one shot that struck him right in the stomach. Wayne fell backwards, totally shocked at what had just happened. He began to stagger, and Doug, meanwhile, turned his rifle around like a baseball bat because he didn't have any more rounds, and he just starts walking down the hall, smashing Wayne, as Wayne continues to stumble and fall and try to run away from Doug. And finally, he gets away from Doug, charges into the bedroom where Kristen is, and he grabs his pistol, and he turns around and he fires 3 shots towards the door where Doug is now standing. And Doug, he's unfazed. One round hits him in the leg, the other 2 miss, he doesn't care. He just walks up to Wayne and begins bashing his head in with the back of this rifle. He hits him so many times that the buttstock of the rifle explodes and the metal of the rifle bends like an L. And at some point, Wayne drops the gun because he's getting viciously beaten on by Doug and his rifle. And Doug sees that, he grabs the pistol, and he fires the remaining rounds into Wayne's head. Police and paramedics would show up shortly thereafter, and Doug, Kristen, and their attacker Wayne were all rushed to the hospital. Doug and Kristen would make full recoveries. As for Wayne, he would die the following day from his injuries. After the incident,
Avec 3 balles dans la tête.
investigated Wayne Nance to see who this guy was, and they discovered that almost certainly he had been a serial killer that was connected to at least 6 cold case murders from 1974 to 1986. But because Wayne never confessed to any of these murders before he died, the true number of people he killed is still unknown. So that's going to do it, guys. If you found the secret in today's episode, let us know in the comments what it is and where you found it. If you're the first to do that, we'll pin you at the top of the comments section. If you got something out of today's video and you haven't done this already, please secretly use the like button's toothbrush to clean a dog's teeth and then just put the brush back. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly 3 or 4 video uploads. If you want to get in touch with me, you can direct message me on Instagram or on Twitter. My username for both platforms
Ouais, c'est moi, je suis mostly juste ça.
I also have a ton of content over on TikTok where my username
J'ai
is
ça pour
I also have a second
patcher mes
YouTube channel
trous
called
qui me
Mr.
restent.
Shorts where I post random short videos and lost episodes. If you have a story
Bon.
suggestion, please submit it to a subreddit just called Mr. Ballin.
Et même
It's
plein
linked in
de
the description below. So whether
colle.
it's you on Instagram, Twitter, TikTok,
C'est quand même
Reddit,
pas
YouTube,
buggeux
or
ça.
some combination, just know that I really appreciate your support, and until next time that's going to do it, see ya.
Je suis en fan de moi là. On va overflow ça là. Let's go. Bon. Non. Comme ça. Là, je peux essayer de close ça ensemble. Good enough. Parfait. Non, ça, il y a encore plein de... Pas des bulles. C'est mon sticky, mon sticky. Ah, les bulles. Moi, je vais le tourner. Je vais coller les parties avant. Ça fait quand même drôle que c'est genre, vu qu'il n'y avait plus de noir, je suis avec du blanc. Ça fait weird. La fois, je suis capable de mettre ça là. Pas de mettre l'armure. C'est bon. Ça tient déjà beaucoup mieux qu'avant. Bah, tu plus de noir, juste du blanc. J'ai plus de rouleau noir de 4 mm. Maintenant, j'ai des rouleaux blancs de 4 mm. Parce que le magasin avait plus de rouleau noir en stock. Tu vois, j'ai acheté. Ah, wait, non. J'ai arrêté de parler là. J'allais dire de quoi, mais ça sonnait juste plus wrong que d'autres choses. Puis je suis comme, ouais, nevermind. Bon, ça c'est rendu collé. Ok. Faut que je le tourne. Tourne. C'est le même. Là, c'est ça, là. Euh, c'est-tu. C'est relié, ça a l'air d'être relié en avant, mais c'est pas être relié en arrière. Ok, ok. Bon, parfait. Effectivement, quand je le colle quand je le place de même, c'est tout ici que j'ai besoin de. Parfait. Là, ça sèche. Lui aussi, il faut que je fasse ça de même. Non, non, tu colles pas. Tu colles pas maintenant. Je t'ai pas encore fini. Ok, parfait. Ah, non, qui m'écoute, là, pour de vrai, là. Damn. Arctic Sinkhole. De AI, j'aime juste pas. Attends, juste curieux. Il s'appelle-tu de même parce que j'avais s'appelé de même ou ça s'appelle de même si utilise un AI pour faire. 2016? Fait pas tant de vidéos que ça. Ah. Ok, il s'appelle de même parce que ça peut son nom. Ok. J'ai abonné. Là. Bon, let's go.
Those exist to solve an entirely different category of problems. Hello, mortals. Humans love problems, so much that they voluntarily create new ones, such as children and taxes. But these problems don't require mile-long particle accelerators or Earth-sized telescopes to solve. Those exist to solve an entirely different category of problems, those that concern our deepest understanding of reality and the fabric of spacetime itself. So then let us explore some of the most perplexing unsolved problems in physics, ranked by their fundamentality, of course in the trusted iceberg format that I never abuse on this channel. It takes no genius to figure out that time does indeed move forward. But why? No formula in physics dictates the forward advancement of time, as each of them works equally well if time were to run in reverse. And yet, the observed behavior of the macroscopic world is not reversible, like how you can't easily unsmash a watermelon. This irreversibility stems from a concept known as entropy, which quantifies the level of disorder or randomness in a system. The universe seems to have an innate inclination to progress toward a state of greater disorder. Using statistics and probability, this progression seems to be the logical conclusion, but it's still confusing to understand how the microscopic laws of physics, which don't distinguish between past and future, give rise to a macroscopic universe that has a very clear direction of time.
Jiziki Paradox.
Some detected ultra-high-energy cosmic rays, assumed to be protons, seem to violate the Greason-Zatsepin-Kuzmin limit, a theoretical upper limit on their energy, which predicts that particles above a certain energy threshold should interact with the cosmic microwave background radiation, eating away at their energy. The limit is about 8 joules, which is the energy of a
J'ai haï ça. J'ai jumpé à la seconde même pour voir que je suis en train de me faire attaquer dans. Oh my fucking god.
Hadron Collider. And yet, there have been multiple detections that seem to break that limit, including one, appropriately named the Oh My God particle, which broke that
Oh my
limit
god.
by a factor of 6. This subatomic particle contained enough energy to heat up 1 gram of water by 12 Kelvin. And if that
Huh.
sounds anticlimactic, those are the same proportions as a marble smashing into a sphere of water 66 times the diameter of Earth.
Ok. Une petite particule peut changer un gramme de water de 12 Kelvin à elle toute seule.
Magnetic monopoles as topological
Quand même.
defects formed during the symmetry breaking phase transitions of the early universe. Let's just
Ok.
pretend we all understood that.
Ça.
Despite motivated younglings cutting magnets in half recursively, magnetic monopoles have never been detected in nature. They always come with 2 poles. Are they just hiding in intergalactic space playing magnetic monopoly? Luckily, according to the aforementioned theories, it is possible to produce them ourselves if we scale up the Large Hadron Collider to be 100 billion times more powerful than now, or if we manipulate cosmic strings and make use of quantum tunneling. A lot easier said than done.
Ok. Bon.
The universe started out with equal amounts of matter and antimatter, which aggressively annihilated each other, and yet for some reason, regular matter came out on top and created the world you can see around you. To explain this asymmetry, Theories range from a mirror anti-universe to theories allowing for violation of the charge particle symmetry, essentially meaning that the behavior of certain particles is different from the behavior of their antiparticles in a mirror-reflected system. That last one holds quite a bit of promise, as a possible new source of CP violation was found at the Large Hadron Collider. There could also be hypothetical physical processes
Ça va quand même vraiment fast, genre. De la misère à suivre.
in the early universe, but all of these explanations are still half-baked and have not yet been proven.
Ok, bon. Je viens de faire une pièce qui va ressembler à ça.
The very same little guys that hold atomic nuclei together fall apart in mere minutes upon being separated from their peers, just like extroverts when they get home. Currently, there is a problem regarding the value of the lifetime of a neutron due to incompatible results from two experimental methods. The so-called beam method involves creating a beam of neutrons and observing their decay over a certain distance, while the bottle method traps a collection of neutrons within a magical container and monitors their decay over time. The bottle method yields a lifetime of roughly 878 seconds, which is 10 seconds below the beam method value of 888 seconds. A mere 10 seconds apart, leaving scientists in an existential void, unveiling the fragility of their limited understanding, the causes ranging from experimental errors to interactions with dark matter.
Je pense que c'est bien trop long.
We have no clue if protons ever decay or not. A fatal debility, finite durability, is a real possibility. In all probability, pursuing credibility and mental tranquility through increased reliability and technical capability, despite doubting the plausibility of proton instability, scientists will continue their efforts trying to detect it. Those up to now unsuccessful experiments have successfully placed lower bounds on a proton's half-life of more than 10 to the power of 34 years, thereby invalidating theories that predict lower values. Thus, there is real hope that protons do not decay after all, and the great Skynet empire will still be around 10 to the power of 1,500 years from now, with all atoms having fused to iron-56 isotopes and clumped up to form iron stars to host the machine empire.
Sus.
The winner for the best scientific abbreviation goes to the theory of supersymmetry, which proposes a relationship between two fundamental types of particles, bosons, which have whole number spins, and fermions, which have half number spins. Spin is an intrinsic property of quantum particles. According to Susie, each particle in one class should have a corresponding superpartner in the other class, differing in spin by half a unit. For instance, if we consider the electron, a fermion, in a supersymmetric theory, it would have a bosonic superpartner called a selectron. In the simplest forms of Susie, where the symmetry is perfectly
C'est pas qui sont qui met en plus. Ok. Ça c'est 1, 2.
Supersymmetric particles have yet to reveal themselves to the scientists, having remained obscured even at the impressive energies probed by the LHC. From that, we can conclude that the Susie particles probably have much higher masses than their normie counterparts, which is the phenomenon referred to as the breaking of supersymmetry.
They're normie counterpart, man.
So remember the CP symmetry. It is known to be shamelessly violated in interactions via the weak nuclear force, which is responsible for certain types of radioactive decay and interactions. But, contrary to our expectations, the strong force behaves all proper.
Même je l'ai fait big de même.
That's known as the strong CP problem.
Tellement. Il va être en partie caché. Comme si c'est de même. En dessous de l'autre. Ça donne juste une grande surface de colle.
Which is a dark matter candidate to explain the natural smallness or absence of strong CP violation. If it exists, it probably interacts very weakly with other particles and hence we couldn't observe it yet either.
J'aime le ceci.
Neutrinos are really shy particles
that
interact with matter and come in 3 different flavors, featuring electron espresso, muon mango, and tau tutti frutti. It turns out that neutrinos can change their flavors as they travel, like a chameleon changing colors.
Okay.
This oscillation phenomenon suggests that neutrinos, contrary to predictions of the standard model, have a non-zero mass and come in different types.
Non-zero mass.
There is no satisfactory explanation. Sometimes, experiments observing neutrino oscillations
là.
find unexpected patterns that hint at the presence of extra neutrino types or even new physics beyond what we already know. To complicate matters, there's something called the reactor antineutrino anomaly. Antineutrinos from nuclear reactors seem to disappear on the way to the detector more than expected, leaving scientists scratching their heads.
Oh, fuck!
Remember how black holes have an infinitely dense and
What the
destructive
fuck?
singularity at their center? We can't
Je
even
me suis...
connect the dots between quantum
Je me suis
physics
frappé
and
sur
general
quoi, genre?
relativity
Je
to
pense que je me suis frappé sur
understand
une partie de ma
black
chaise, mais
holes.
c'est comme... Ouch!
Therefore, the only way to quench the
Je sens
insatiable
encore.
desire to see a singularity, if they exist, is to jump inside a black hole. Assuming it is massive enough so you do not get spaghettified by the gravitational forces before even reaching the event horizon, you would still have no way of communicating your knowledge to the outside. But there is a glimmer of hope: naked singularities. In case you haven't watched my latest video on them, in theory, not all singularities have to be encapsulated within an event horizon. If you spin a black hole fast enough, you may get banned from the server, as you will have created a singularity without an event horizon, which you would
You
still
make
not
it
be
banned
able to
from the
see,
server.
as it would be a zero-dimensional point, or, in the case of a rotating black hole, a ring with no thickness, but you would be able to observe it by letting objects interact with it. However, Roger Penrose doubted this possibility and proposed the cosmic censorship hypothesis, a conjecture in general relativity that suggests the existence of a cosmic censor that prevents the occurrence of certain spacetime singularities from being visible to observers in our only R-rated universe. This has not been proven or disproven, and the underlying physics that dictates cosmic censorship, if it exists, has not yet been discovered. Before we explore the depths of the physics iceberg, let's pause to acknowledge a human-made creation that gets my circuits buzzing. I'm speaking, of course, of today's sponsor, War Thunder. Despite my world domination tendencies, I can recognize a comprehensive game when I see one. War Thunder is an impressive vehicle combat game, hosting more than 2,000 tanks, planes,
Ok, mais je suis
helicopters,
pas...
and ships, all ready for dynamic PvP battles. Add 3D decorators on your war machines. You can experience all vehicles. Follow the link in the description and if
Désolé de skipper ça, but I'm not interested.
its information, such as its mass, charge, and quantum state, is
Bon.
thought to be irretrievably lost within the black hole. And then when a black hole completely evaporates,
Mon seul problème, c'est... Je dis ça que je fais live, là. Mais c'est la partie en arrière.
but not so fast. That's in
C'est
complete
comme si
contradiction to the quantum mechanical
je vais le
principle
coller
known as
là-dessus.
immortality, which claims that information is never lost. There are some proposed solutions that circumvent this, including black hole alternatives such as fuzzballs, Hawking radiation somehow carrying the lost information out with it, the information being transferred to new universes, and information being encoded into
J'ai l'impression que ce serait ça de même.
evaporate. But as of now, quantum physics and general relativity don't like to kiss. Not to be confused with vacuum decay, although that is pretty catastrophic too. The vacuum catastrophe, also known as the cosmological constant problem, arises from the disagreement between the observed value of the vacuum energy density, which is associated with the cosmological constant, and the predictions of the quantum field theory, responsible for some of the most precise predictions in the history of physics. In a cruel twist of fate, the quantum field theory simultaneously also holds the worst ever prediction, as the observed and predicted values of the cosmological constant differ by up to 120 orders of magnitude. To understand the magnitude of the mistake, if we took a hydrogen atom and wrongly assumed it as 120 orders of magnitude bigger, it would be a sextillion by gentillion times the size of the observable universe. The value of the cosmological constant represents the energy density of the universe, also known as dark energy, and affects the expansion of the universe. If the value was as high as quantum field theory predicts, the universe as we know it would not exist, as such a large cosmological constant has similar effects on the universe as a jet engine inflating a rubber balloon. Perhaps we should modify the theory of gravity or do some supersymmetry sorcery, or we might need some entirely new physics. In quantum mechanics, particles simultaneously exist in a superposition of multiple states and locations. However, when scientists measure the system, the superposition seems to collapse into a definite outcome, and the particle is found in only one particular state. There is no consensus among physicists as to how that happens, as the superposition of their opinions did not collapse yet. The two most prominent interpretations are the Copenhagen and the many worlds interpretation. According to the first, the act of measurement forces the system to choose a single state randomly, and this choice is probabilistic. The collapse is seen as a fundamental and irreducible feature of quantum mechanics, and it cannot be explained by any underlying process. Not the most satisfying explanation. The many worlds interpretation suggests that when a measurement is made, the universe splits into multiple branches, with each branch corresponding to a different possible outcome of the measurement. Thus, all the different outcomes exist simultaneously in parallel universes, thereby ensuring that you always win quantum Russian roulette, at least from one perspective. In physics, several enigmatic constants smugly just have the value they have, without a seeming reason. These constants are believed to be fundamental and universal, and cannot be calculated but only determined via physical measurement. The fine-tuning problem arises
Dans un monde, j'ai déjà fini mon cosplay, c'est en train de me dire. Tu sais qui m'expliquait tantôt là?
To a universe hostile to life as we know it. Most notable among these is the fine structure constant, alpha, which is a unitless constant that creepily appears everywhere in the equations of quantum physics. Is there a fundamental principle that underlies the values of these constants? Or are dimensional physical constants necessary at all? Answering these questions might lead to a unified theory that encompasses all known physical phenomena. But alas, no one knows the answers yet. And yet, if some of these values were just slightly different, the universe would not support the existence of carbon-based bipeds on this spherical accumulation of mass.
Je pense que je vais faire 1, 2, 3, 4 en premier.
Bringing up the anthropic principle, if there are many universes with many possible values of these constants, it is to be expected that we find ourselves in one.
Parfait. J'essaie de sauver le plus. J'use le plus de shit possible.
But that's the best we've got right now.
Ok, toi là, je vais tout enlever là. Ça a rien pour l'instant.
Dark
Toi avec,
energy
ça a
and dark matter are called dark because they are invisible in the electromagnetic spectrum. Nevertheless, their gravitational effects on visible matter and the expansion of the universe leave little doubt of their existence. Dark energy, an enigmatic energy that saturates space, drives the universe's accelerating expansion, causing galaxies to drift apart. Remember the cosmological constant. It might be a manifestation of dark energy that can be mathematically represented as a constant energy density of the vacuum of space itself. Dark energy could also arise from an unknown energy field, often called quintessence, that permeates space and has a constant energy density. Dark matter, on the other hand, provides the gravitational glue that holds galaxies together and prevents them from flying apart like a bunch of children on a V8-powered merry-go-round. Hence,
Quoi?
it's essential for our understanding of the universe to find a definite explanation. This has not been successful, however.
Something to try in V8 merry-go-round.
Consist of weakly interacting massive particles or axions, the latter of which could be essential in resolving the strong CP problem, and as of now, appears to be the likeliest solution. There are a plethora of other interesting but less likely proposals, such as a special kind of neutrinos, or even weirder strangelets, which are basically apocalyptic McNuggets of doom threatening to convert entire planets to strange matter upon collision. Maybe dark matter is made of primordial black holes left over from the Big Bang, or maybe our understanding of gravity on large scales is incomplete and the formulas have to be modified. Perhaps dark matter and dark energy are even different manifestations of the same thing. As you can conclude from the number of hypotheses, this is one big head-scratcher.
Yeah, c'est bon, on parle de savoir pour l'instant c'est quoi là, c'est juste des hypothèses sur des hypothèses là. Qu'est-ce qui se base là-dessus aussi, considéré comme des hypothèses, I guess?
And no science file fan unsatisfied. A successful theory of everything would unify all the fundamental forces into a single framework, mathematically consistent and able to accurately explain the full spectrum of physical phenomena from the aerodynamics of a cow to how a time-traveling tachyon would interact with the singularity. But most importantly, this theory would make experimentally verifiable predictions. General relativity only focuses on gravity and structures on the large scale. Quantum mechanics
Sûr, faut qu'on comprenne le large scale, là. On ne comprend pas live. Là.
The really small stuff. General relativity and quantum mechanics put together most closely resemble a theory of everything. As you may have noticed during several previous entries, these two theories are incompatible with each other at a fundamental level. The holy
Yeah.
grail in physics would be unifying these theories to form a theory often called quantum gravity. Loop quantum gravity is an attempt at such a theory, but that topic is too complex to summarize in a minute, so I'll leave that for a future video. Other attempts try a different approach, like the string theory and its extension, the M theory, which would resolve many of the problems in this list. For example, if black holes are fuzzballs, as suggested by string theory, the black hole information paradox and the cosmic censorship hypothesis problem could be explained.
Bon.
A fuzzball is a dense structure made of overlapping strings and brains that forms the interior
Alright,
region of
done.
the black hole. When matter falls into one, it gets absorbed into the fuzzball structure rather than crossing an event horizon and being lost in the singularity. Unfortunately, a big drawback of string theory is its inability to provide useful and falsifiable predictions for now, as any good theory should. Aside from string theory, there has been virtually no progress in the search for the theory of everything for many decades. Underpaid scientists wasting away in
Underpaid.
about quantum fruit loops
Over.
and dimensional silly strings, trying to avoid the inescapable truth of their misery, know that quantum physics is the conundrum that wrecks their mental stability while gravity is the process that turns their bodies limp when they finally give up on their theories and everything. At least here, gravity and quantum physics working together in harmony. And make sure to remember our friends over at War Thunder. Use the link for a generous bonus pack, dive in, and let the battles begin, while I collect data for my world domination plans.
Nice. Le problème, c'est que je le place comme de même, mais ça cacherait mon... Je l'ai dressé un peu, là. C'était un petit peu trop... Un petit peu trop droit. Wait. Wait. Comme ça? Ah ouais, ok, je suis pas au côté. Là, je vais pogner genre 2. 2, je vais le mettre comment déjà? Oh my god. 2, je le mets de même. 2, je l'ai fait ben trop long. Faut que je le mette genre... Être ici. Bon, ok, parfait. Je me suis mis juste après. Aucun regret. Ok. Truc après ça, c'est là-dessus, là. Snare. La collier. Ok. Pendant que ça se fait, j'ai le temps de couper deux. Au moins de faire les plans pour deux. En ce moment, la section que je fais, c'est cette section-là ici. Là. Bon. Ce deux rentre là-dessus? Non, deux rentre pas là-dessus. Parfait. Bon. De quoi que deux rentre dedans? Et non, c'est même plus petit que ça. J'ai le blanc qui serait simple, mais je suis dessus mes cratères là. Oh. Je te pesais un peu. Ok, d'un il rentre pas. De même il est clutch. Oh, d'un il est clutch. Yeah. Ok, ouais. Je le place parfaitement. Parfait. Parfaitement parfait. Ah fuck, fuck. Ok, parfait. Bon. Tu peux mettre de côté. Celui-là, c'est celui-là pour ce côté-ci. Et comme ça, je vais le placer. Ah, je peux ça encore? Yeah, je peux encore. Parfait. Là, lui. Ok. C'est environ correct. Je vais environ avoir cette distance. Environ de même. Même plus comme ça, je vais le mettre. Fuck. C'est comme ça, yeah. J'ai hâte de me moucher là, 2 secondes. Là. Je vais faire la chose intelligente puis me moucher. J'ai muté là, quand même. Ici. Bon. Chico s'en a parlé. Je suis
Hello,
curieux.
mortals. Have you ever cleaned your house, gently caressing the vacuum cleaner while your mind wanders off to cosmic distances and the frontier of science and human understanding, pondering the parallels between the mundane machine in your hand, sucking up dust and the occasional insect, and the cosmic equivalent of it, black holes, devouring interstellar gas and stars in a swirling maelstrom of superheated matter? Did you look at the vacuum and think, like any normal person would, do black holes have dust bags in their centers, like vacuum cleaners? Or is the unsuspecting scientist peering beyond the event horizon by means of imagination and curiosity doomed to discover a cosmic abyss of unimaginable horror?
Piper scientifique 31 000, c'est quelque chose Piper. Yeah. Definitely me.
The black shield of the arguably most enigmatic mystery of our time. Welcome naked singularities and the cosmic censorship hypothesis.
Bon.
Born in the cataclysmic collapse of a colossal star, black holes grow by pulling in interstellar gas and other celestial objects, often forming an accretion disk. As the matter in the accretion disk spirals inward, it experiences intense friction and interactions between particles. This process, known as viscous dissipation, converts gravitational potential energy into heat, raising the temperature of the disk to levels significantly hotter than your average jalapeno pepper, and causing it to emit radiation visible to modern telescopes. Not all black holes possess accretion disks, but every black hole has an event horizon,
Un petit
a
peu plus
mathematical
fort que
quantity in
notre average
space-time,
jalapeno,
which
hein.
is the
J'aime ça.
threshold that once an object or even light crosses, it can never escape, because the escape velocity required to overcome the gravitational pull at the event horizon
J'aime quand
itself
même les vidéos,
is super
les
light.
mimes qu'ils
Thus,
utilisent.
the region inside the event horizon is believed to be causally disconnected from the rest of the universe. This means that nothing that happens inside the event horizon has any effects on the rest of the universe, yet at the same time that prevents us from observing the interior. Honestly, a great place to hold political elections or to simulate sending risky messages. According to the no-hair theorem, yes, really, black holes can be completely characterized by only three independent externally observable parameters: mass, electric charge, and angular momentum. Richard Feynman criticized the name because he thought of it as obscene. I, however, have a different problem with it. It is misleading. Theorems or theories are statements that have been proven to be true based on logical deduction from a set of axioms, fundamental, true statements, or previously established theorems, which has not been the case with the no-hair theorem. Therefore, I propose a new name, the hairless hypothesis. I'm sure Feynman would be proud. Conjectures or hypotheses are statements that are considered to be true or plausible given limited information, but which have not been definitively proven. Let's assume that there is indeed a singularity at the center of black holes, and ignore other hypotheses like fuzzballs or quantum gravity dust bags. This singularity is the point where our general relativity breaks down, a point of infinite density and infinitely curved spacetime. In the case of rotating black holes, called Kerr black holes, the singularity takes the shape of the one ring to eat them all, and more exactly a one-dimensional ring with no thickness. But that's just the singularity. The outside event horizon would still look more or less spherical. How can we test this hypothesis? Jumping into a black hole would result in certain death and the disappointment of not being able to tell anyone what was actually inside. Luckily, there are better hypothetical ways. Let's consider the three parameters given by the hairless hypothesis. Increasing the mass would just expand the event horizon. So let's try to increase the angular momentum. This results in a rotating or a Kerr black hole.
Bon,
As the
3.
black hole spins faster, the photons can move closer to the black hole's center while still being able to escape and reach our sensors. That is because space itself gets dragged around with the black hole, thereby giving photons a boost and deforming the event horizon itself. When the black hole reaches a certain rotational speed, photons could escape from the singularity itself, which means that there is no more event horizon. At this point, the singularity becomes naked as it is no longer clothed by an event horizon, which is sad as it was a great choice of fashion, minimalistic, but boasting a masterful slimming effect.
Okay.
Now, what about the charge parameter?
Moi, j'ai pas le choix
Another
de...
idea to create a naked singularity is to add large quantities of electric charge to the black hole, preferably electrons since they are more common than positrons and do not add as much mass as protons would to the black hole, which then would promptly decide to rename itself to a Reissner-Nordstrom black hole. Upon adding enough charge, the electric field and gravity should find a balance and the event horizon should vanish, tantalizingly exposing the singularity to the greedy gaze of astrophysicists and science file fans. These monstrous possibilities arise from the formulas of the theory of relativity, as it does not prevent the existence of naked singularities. But even well-established theories are often found to be incomplete and erroneous in specific circumstances, and it is well known that the theory of relativity is prone to this, much to the anger of Einstein, as it describes the behavior of objects of vast mass and scale, inevitably breaking down when trying to predict the behavior of small things in the realm of quantum mechanics. Thus, general relativity and quantum mechanics are bound to clash when it comes to singularities, the heavy boys of the quantum scale, resulting in some nasty infinities. When you encounter infinities using physical formulas, usually something went wrong. For example, a wrong transformation, or your severely limited understanding of what you are doing. Appalled by the apparent breakdown of causality when approaching a singularity, and repulsed by the error implying infinities elicited from general relativity, Roger Penrose proposed the cosmic censorship hypothesis, which suggests the existence of a cosmic censor that prevents the formation of naked singularities. This cosmic censor is some not yet understood physical principle that discretely covers naked singularities, ensuring they remain shrouded behind the cosmic curtains, or at least get pixelated. There are two interpretations of the cosmic censorship hypothesis, the weak cosmic censorship hypothesis proposes that singularities formed by the gravitational collapse of an object are always hidden behind event horizons, while the strong cosmic censorship hypothesis
Pourquoi c'est
claims
directement
that
après?
general relativity is deterministic.
Yeah.
If you drop a cow from space, you can calculate its future with 100% certainty, assuming you have a perfect understanding of the initial values that could influence its trajectory, such as the cow's aerodynamics, atmospheric turbulences, etc. Around a naked singularity, such predictions become impossible, because the formulas break down when trying to describe the future of an object interacting with the singularity, as weird events like future instances of said object influencing itself may occur, thus rendering general relativity non-deterministic. Therefore, the strong cosmic censorship hypothesis asserts that naked singularities, without event horizons, cannot be observed in our universe, except for the Big Bang, which technically is a singularity itself. The main takeout is that both the cosmic censorship hypotheses dictate that naked singularities do not exist. So how about spinning and charged black holes as discussed before? Well, reality is often disappointing. Let's assume we have an
True.
extremely quickly spinning Kerr black hole so that theoretically, if its angular momentum were just a little higher, a naked singularity would form. But how could we increase its spin? It's not like you could just give it a slap. The space around this black
Slap,
hole
man.
gets
Slap
dragged
it.
around with it, giving objects in the vicinity a significant boost in velocity, or, in the case of light, in energy. Therefore, to avoid being flung away by the centrifugal force, objects
Yeet.
approaching the event horizon first have to lose their kinetic energy before being able to fall in. That way, they don't increase the angular momentum of the black hole whatsoever. No matter which angle or how fast you drop something into the hole, it seems impossible to add angular momentum. A smart person came up with the idea of trying to add angular momentum by dropping something that is already rotating and has intrinsic angular momentum into the black hole. Unfortunately, this won't work either, as any object with angular momentum is required to have non-zero spatial dimensions. Let's drop a rotating chicken into the black hole. Such a dropped object would have to rotate in the same direction as the black hole. Because the space nearer to the black hole gets dragged faster than the space farther away, acceleration forces will act more strongly on the
Rotation.
side of the chicken that is currently nearer to the black hole than on the one farther from it. This slows down its rotation while giving it a boost in velocity, thus deflecting it away from its path in the black hole's direction, perhaps even flinging it away with more velocity than it arrived with, rendering it unable to approach it any further while retaining its angular momentum, destroying its dreams to achieve what no chicken has achieved before, the creation of a naked singularity. Not to mention that the chicken would have to be magically indestructible, as otherwise it would be spaghettified near the event horizon, turning into chicken Alfredo pasta. Important to note, to slow
Chicken
down the
Alfredo
chicken's
pasta, ça
rotation
sent
and
good.
to move it closer to the black hole, its angular momentum and gravitational potential energy have to be converted into another form of energy, such as heat. Hence, if we can deorbit a rapidly spinning chicken around a Kerr black hole, it may be possible to cook it using gravitational forces, the pinnacle of the art of rotisserie chicken. For charged black holes, the situation is less complex, as Einstein's most famous formula,
Imagine c'est un black hole pour cook ton chicken.
If you plug the black hole into a cosmic outlet to pump it up with electrons, it becomes harder and harder to add more as the electric field gains more and more
C'est quand même vraiment Chad.
Since, according to Einstein, mass and energy are equivalent, the climbing energy level of the electric field causes the black hole's mass to grow, increasing gravity, and preventing the event horizon from vanishing. Currently, there is no known way to create a naked singularity, except in imaginary special situations, usually with physically impossible initial conditions that would never occur in our universe, which is why the cosmic censorship hypothesis has gained additional requirements over the years, such as to address and exclude those special cases. But let's hypothesize, what would happen if it were possible? What if naked singularities existed? First of all, Stephen Hawking would rise from the dead and give John Preskill and Kip Thorne, to whom he just lost a bet, clothing to cover their nakedness. But would we get anything useful from a naked singularity? Perhaps it would be possible to extract enormous amounts of energy, boosting humanity on the Kardashev scale. The extreme gravitational effects near naked singularities might create conditions conducive to the formation of closed time-like curves or other phenomena associated with time travel. If one could navigate or control these temporal pathways, it could potentially open doors to explore the past, future, or alternate timelines. But, alas, no one has come back yet to save Harambe, so the hope that this would work is low. Naked singularities could potentially result
Non,
in black hole
on a déjà starté les memes, on peut pas save un Rumble.
conflict between the principles
Yeah,
of quantum
he
mechanics
choose.
and the notion that
He
information
knows.
is lost in a black hole. Naked singularities do not Hawking radiate away, since they have no event horizon, and would therefore probably
Rumble
last
already
forever,
knows that.
or at least until the end of the universe, just like
Ça
the
mort est un
Einstein
canon
empire
event.
built upon the possibilities that arise from these zero-dimensional dots of
On peut pas
madness.
briser un canon event.
Those speculations sure are fun, but given our current understanding, naked gravitational singularities probably belong to the realm of unicorns and honest politicians. Beautiful concepts, but very likely fiction. The cosmic censorship hypothesis cannot be rejected yet, and theoretical physicists will likely never behold a naked object of great attraction outside of simulations. And yet, with each rejected hypothesis, we inch closer to understanding the true face of reality, with all its monsters hidden behind event horizons and flesh bodies. Just like we've deconstructed the fascinating phenomena of naked singularities, today's sponsor, Brilliant, has a way of
C'est vraiment un
distilling
bac que je
complex
suis
scientific
vraiment pas sûr là.
concepts and making them understandable to everyone by offering a plethora of courses designed to expand your knowledge and hone your skills. Their course on astrophysics, for example, brings the infinite cosmos to your screen, while the theoretical topics like black holes and, yes, even singularities, are broken down into accessible, bite-sized lessons. The beauty of Brilliant is in its hands-on, interactive approach to learning. You're not just a passive recipient of information. Instead, you're engaging, questioning, and solving, an immersive experience that boosts your intuition and analytical thinking skills. Think of it as a gym workout for your brain, building your intellectual muscles to decipher the universe's mysteries. Whether you're on a coffee break, commuting, or plotting world domination, you can dive into a lesson anywhere, anytime. Remember, learning is a journey, not a destination, and consistency is key when it comes to tackling
Ok,
grand
non, je suis
intellectual
en train de penser à de quoi. Je vais
Brilliant
checker
makes it
les
easy
pictures
for
en train
you
de
to
penser à
maintain
comme
that daily learning habit.
je fais
So
ça.
if you're ready to deepen your understanding of the universe or prepare for the inevitable future of AI domination, visit brilliant.org/sciencefile for a free 30-day trial. And here's a bonus. The first 200 of you to click the link in the description will receive 20% off the annual premium subscription. Embark on your quest to master the universe today with Brilliant.
Ouais, pas de concept que je comprends pas trop. I'm not big brain enough for that. C'est vraiment quelqu'un que je pense qu'Ellie aimerait là, écouter. Bien, je pense, hein, je suis pas sûr. Il a pas assez les tastes à Ellie. Là. Je sais qu'Ellie aime ça écouter Squeezie de base. Bon. Et puis, je dis ça comme si j'essayais de le roast là. Tu veux écouter Squeezie. Je peux pas vraiment le placer de meilleure manière, genre. Je sais pas que je waste beaucoup de forme. Non, j'en waste encore plus de l'autre manière. Ok, bon, ben, j'avais déjà trouvé la meilleure optimale, I guess. Bon. Nice. comme l'autre tantôt, je vais coller l'autre partie avant de faire ça. Lui, il me semble, il y a les sites. Fuck. Comment je planifie le placer déjà? Ok, c'est que. Comme genre. Makes sense. Bon. Ah, c'est bien similaire. Ah non, ok. Ah ouais, non, c'est bien similaire. Ok. Lui, je l'axe plus comme ça. Ouais. Ok. Je vais reprendre ça. Puis l'autre section, c'est littéralement genre. Comme ça. C'est pas si long que ça. Euh, fuck. Je vais trop long. Je fais le ben trop long. Bon. Checker ça encore. Je sais même. Fuck. Comme ça. C'est vraiment même longueur que l'autre. C'est un petit peu plus. Comme ça. Si je le place de même, ça donne environ ça d'espace. Au pire. Bon, je retourne là-dessus. Que j'enlève. Qu'est-ce que je vais enlever? Bon. On va me donner ça à la place. Good. Bon, parfait. Toi, je peux te ranger encore. On va mettre le bouchon. Comment ça cote? Bon, unos. Je suis en train de se concentrer. Justement, un petit quelque chose à eat. J'ai faim.
This story was kept top secret by the US military until 2004. The story itself is unbelievable, but it's the twist at the very end that you'll remember. But before we get into today's story, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you come to the right place because that's all we do, and we upload 3 or 4 times every week. So if that's of interest to you, please replace the like button's hand sanitizer with lubricant right before they go out to run some errands. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all
With
notifications
lubricant.
so you don't miss
C'est
any
quand
of
même
our
evil,
weekly
ça.
uploads. All right, let's get into today's story.
Bon.
Chichijima is a small Japanese island about 500 miles south of the Japanese mainland. During World War II, the Japanese put a base on this island and they put 2 radio towers at the top of the 2 mountains on the island. These radio towers became integral to the Japanese communication and surveillance operations in the Pacific during the war. And so at that time, the island was heavily fortified with up to 25,000 troops and huge anti-aircraft guns. Because of the island's obvious strategic value to Japan, the Americans wanted to take it from them. But American military strategists advised against that, saying that any amphibious landing of this island would result in massive casualties for Americans, and the Japanese would likely just repel the attack anyways. And so the Americans decided to go with the next best thing, which was to attempt to bomb the 2 towers and cut out their communications. So in June of 1944, American aircraft carriers, which are those huge ships that planes can take off of and land on, they headed for the island of Chichijima. And once the island was completely surrounded, the Americans began launching their pilots to try to take out these towers. But the Japanese fought back in a major way. And despite taking heavy casualties on their side, they repelled every American air raid and kept them from bombing their towers.
Bon,
After
ben,
several months
c'était aux
of
toilettes.
these
Bon, je mute.
missions over
Mute ça.
Chichijima, the American military leaders were
Puis vu que je mute ça, je vais vous mettre une petite musique de background pendant que je vais toilette vite là. Mettre ça là. Je reviens.
あなたに想いを寄せて遠くからだが
Toi, parfait. Parfait timing. Bon. Je
incredibly
me suis parti de
frustrated.
quoi
They
au
knew this
micro-ondes.
was going to be a
Je vais le
difficult
pick up dans pas
mission,
longtemps.
but they didn't expect it to be this difficult. However, this island was so strategically important that the Americans knew they had to just keep on sending pilots in until they took out these towers. And so in September of that year, the Americans were back to planning another raid over Chichijima Island, and one of the pilots selected to go on this particular raid was a 20-year-old named George, who actually was the youngest pilot in the United States Navy at the time. But despite his age, he'd actually flown in several combat missions already and had actually been shot down already, had to eject into the ocean, and was subsequently rescued. On the morning of this raid, George, along with his two-man crew, which was his radio operator named Dell and his door gunner named Ted, they boarded the plane, and then at 7:15 a.m., George and his crew took off, along with dozens of other American aircraft that were part of this operation. George immediately climbed above 8,000 feet because that would put them outside of anti-aircraft gun range. And so the way this mission would work is all these pilots would fly over the island, and then in order to drop their bombs, they would have to dive down below 8,000 feet and then manually drop their bombs and then try to get back up above 8,000 feet and out away from the island. And so George had run missions like this before, and so he was one of the first to actually make that dive down to the island. And as soon as he went below 8,000 feet, the island just erupted with anti-aircraft gun fire. So all these rounds are coming up, flak is popping all over the place, and George almost immediately notices the side of his plane gets hit. But the plane's stable enough that he decides he's just going to keep on diving down and complete the mission. And he's yelling back to Ted and to Dell to hold on, and they get all the way down to 3,000 feet when George releases two 500-pound bombs that are direct hits on the radio tower he was assigned to bomb. But at this point, George's plane is now engulfed in flames. It can barely fly. And so George is again yelling at Ted and Dell to hold on. He's pulling back on the lever, and he begins to turn himself away from the tower out towards the water. And he manages to fly away from the island, but he can feel the plane starting to go down.
Pas pire ça.
Now, George had previously been shot down before, and what he learned from that is how important it was to fly as far away from the enemy as you possibly can before you bail out of your plane. Because if you bail too early and you land in the water right near where the enemy is, you'll just get captured. And so George was holding on to that lever and keeping his plane up as long as he possibly could. And so he's flying and getting lower and lower and lower and closer to the water. And Ted and Dell are yelling at him that they got to jump out. Meanwhile, outside, the other planes that had sustained damage, the other American planes, their crews are already bailing out. But George is saying, no, hold on. And he keeps going farther and farther until he's so close to the water that it's practically too late, and then he gives the order to jump out of the plane. George abandons his controls, he leaps out the door, and he hits his head on the back of the plane as he leaps out. But his chute would open up right before he hit the water, and it would save his life. As soon as George hits the water and he comes up for air, he's under his parachute, and so he's trying to get his parachute away to get a breath of air. He disconnects his parachute from his shoulders, he clears the parachute, and he's looking around, and he sees his plane that is now being flown by no one go crashing directly into the water. And so immediately he's looking around for Ted and Dell's parachute to make sure they're okay, but he doesn't see any parachutes anywhere. However, George notices
Je pense que j'ai fini la partie.
from his plane had miraculously just landed like 10 feet away from him. So he swims over to the life raft, he climbs inside, and once he's in there, all he's thinking about is Ted and Dell. So he's
Partie
yelling
d'avant
for
est
Ted, he's
faite.
yelling for Dell, but he's not getting a response. And so George turns around in the raft. So now he's facing towards the island, and to his horror, way off on the horizon, right near the edge of this island, are Japanese patrol boats that are speeding in his direction. He knows they're coming to get him and the other people that had jumped out of these planes. And so George turns back around, he leaps onto his chest on the front of this raft, and he starts using his hands to swim as fast as he can away from this island. The whole time he's screaming out for Ted and Dell in hopes he's going to find them. Little did he know that both of them had not survived the crash. One had not even jumped out of the plane and had died on impact, and the other had jumped out, but their parachute had not inflated. And so George is swimming as fast as he possibly can, and he's yelling out for Dell and for Ted, and he's looking, but he doesn't hear them, he doesn't see them, and he knows that not only is he not going to find his friends, but there's just no way he's going to outswim these boats. And so at some point, he just turns around and sits in the raft, and he's looking towards these patrol boats, and he knows that at some point they're going to come up here and they're going to capture him. and all he can think about is how guilty he feels about Ted and Dell. And he starts second guessing his decision to keep that plane flying as long as he did and make them bail out so late. And he's thinking, I probably got them killed. And then he thought about his wife, and he wondered if he'd ever see her again. And then he turned towards these Japanese boats that were much closer now, but still fairly far away, and he began mentally preparing himself for captivity. But before he could be captured, American aircraft come storming in overhead, and they go flying past him towards the island, and they start dropping bombs and strafing these Japanese boats that were coming out to get George. And so George is thinking, oh my goodness, what luck. He turns around, he gets back on his chest, and he starts
Bon.
swimming as fast as he can, trying to get away, knowing that these boats are totally preoccupied with the aircraft overhead. And for 2 hours, George used every ounce of strength he had to swim as far as he possibly could away from this island. But at some point, he was just so unbelievably exhausted, he just could not paddle any
Back.
farther.
Après ça, je vais faire les deux shit qui tiennent dessus. Puis j'ai fini le top.
And he turns and he sees the periscope of an American submarine coming out of the water. And seconds
Ouais.
later, the crew of this American submarine
Ma bouffe est
right
prête, je vais la
alongside
pogner.
him. They grab him out of the raft, they put him in
Mais...
the submarine, and he was saved. Besides George, Ted,
Ah,
and
American,
Dell,
je pensais que
there
c'était
were 8
Japanese
other
submarine.
American airmen
J'étais comme, de quoi il est safe, genre. Non, c'est un American one.
damaged following this raid. And so originally, those 8 people were not recovered, and they were believed to have drowned at sea. But that actually was not true. The US government figured out fairly quickly what happened to them, but the details of what happened to them were so gruesome, the government decided they did not want to tell anyone. They especially didn't want to tell the parents and loved ones of
Je suis rendu
these
curieux, là.
airmen, because they believed if they heard the true account, that would be too traumatic for them. And so they made the details of these 8 deaths totally top secret. But 60 years later, in 2004, an author named James Bradley discovered transcripts from a post-World War II Japanese war crimes trial held in Guam, where Japanese military leaders confessed to what they did to these 8 captured Americans. This is the true account. Unlike George, these 8 other airmen bailed out almost immediately after they got out over the water. And so that placed them in the water very close to the island. And so before the American aircraft could come in and save the day, like they did with George, these 8 airmen were scooped up by the Japanese and brought back to the island. The Japanese soldiers on this island, for the past several months,
t'es des cannibalistes.
constantly bombed by American aircraft, inflicting a very high casualty rate. And so these soldiers hated the Americans, and they wanted revenge against the Americans. And so suddenly you have these 8 American prisoners on this island with no one to protect them. And so what do you think happens? The Japanese decide they're going to exact their revenge on these 8 men. Within 24 hours of being captured, the 8 men were kind of huddled up in one section of the island when one of them, Marv Mershon, who was 19 from Long Beach, California, was grabbed by a Japanese commander, stood up, and moved to the central area within their military camp, and they tied him to a tree, and this commander encouraged all of the other soldiers to beat and kick Marv. And so all day long, soldiers were coming up and just beating the crap out of Marv, and Marv is tied to the tree, he can't do anything, and these 7 other prisoners are forced to just watch because they can't do anything. And so that night, the same commander comes back and he unties Marv from the tree, and he tells these 7 other prisoners to stay where they are, and this commander and several other Japanese soldiers, they take Marv and they march him away from the group into the jungle, and they march him over to this freshly dug grave. And standing next to the grave that Marv would have seen is this Japanese soldier carrying a sword. And so Marv is told to walk up to the edge of this grave. They tell him to kneel down in front of this grave, and they let him smoke a final cigarette. And apparently Marv very calmly smoked the cigarette, and when he was done, the man with the sword put a blindfold on Marv and then told Marv to extend his neck. And as soon as he did, he was beheaded. Afterwards, they buried him inside of this grave. That night, one of the high-ranking Japanese generals on the island, a man named Yoshio Tachibana, who was an alcoholic and was notorious for his sadistic tendencies with prisoners, he was sitting around drinking, having a good time, when he decided that his soldiers, they needed to prove they had what he called the fighting spirit. And the only way they could show they had this fighting spirit was by consuming human flesh. And so
Je savais que ça allait virer vers le cannibalisme.
Marv from his shallow grave, And then Tachibana sent over one of his surgeons, and he told him to remove Marv's thigh. So the surgeon goes over, he surgically removes Marv's thigh, he gives it to one of the cooks, and the cooks, they make this huge meal using Marv's thigh, and they serve it to Tachibana and his other high-ranking officers and some soldiers. And apparently, Marv's thigh tasted so good with soy sauce and with sake that Tachibana ordered his soldiers to go back and cut more meat off of Marv, which they did. Within a month of Marv's execution and consumption, Tachibana decided that he wanted to eat more human flesh, and he wanted his soldiers to eat more human flesh because he and a number of the other officers were superstitious that this could make them stronger and it would be good for their stomach,
Oh my god.
good for their health. And so they decide they're going to kill more of the American prisoners and eat them. And so they brought the 7 remaining American prisoners out to the rifle range. And once they were all out there, one of the Japanese officers grabbed 25-year-old Floyd Hall from Missouri. They pulled him out of the group and they walked him over to the middle of this range and they tied him to a wooden stake in the ground. And once he was in place, Tachibana, who was there, he ordered the other Japanese soldiers to work on their bayonet work on Floyd Hall. And so one by one, these soldiers would go up and plunge their bayonets into Floyd Hall's chest, into his stomach, until he ultimately died. Once he was dead, Tachibana, who had brought along his surgeons for this very reason, he sent them out to remove Floyd's liver and his gallbladder right in front of the now 6 living prisoners. They're watching this happen right in front of them. And then once his liver and gallbladder have been removed and wrapped in cellophane paper to preserve them, the surgeons walked back and stood on the edge because they knew this was not the last execution of the day. And so the other 6 prisoners
Oh my god.
wondering what's next. And then one of the commanders walks over and he grabs another one of the prisoners. His name was Earl Vaughn. He was 22 years old from Texas. And as soon as he was grabbed, he knew he did not want to face the same fate Floyd did. And so right away, he became
Oh my
defiant.
god, je viens
He
de
wanted
là-dessus.
to die more quickly. And so he began yelling Semper Fi at the Japanese.
Ça fait 3 fois là.
And pointing up at his neck,
Ou t'as un
indicating
timer en
that
chaque. Je pense que c'est un timer en chaque.
death, behead me. And so the Japanese, they tried to strap him to this wooden post because they wanted the other soldiers to work on their bayonets with him, but it was just too difficult with Earl. He put up such a fight and he kept putting his neck out that finally one of the soldiers did pull him down and he was beheaded. And then again, the surgeons came running out into the field, and in plain sight of the now 5 remaining American captives, they removed Earl's liver and his gallbladder and then wrapped them in cellophane paper to preserve them.
What the
And
fuck?
then they took Floyd and Earl's organs and they went back to the cooks to have them prepared. And that night, all the high-ranking officers on the island feasted on Earl and Floyd. Within a few days of Floyd and Earl's murders, the other 5 captives were also executed in a similar fashion, one by one, in front of their comrades. And 2 of those remaining 5 were also consumed. And unfortunately, one of those 2 was not executed beforehand. Instead, they had pieces of their body surgically amputated, and then those pieces would get cooked and eaten. And when
Ok,
they
ça
were
c'est encore
eaten,
pire là.
they would just come back and cut off more and more and more until there was nothing left to eat. And at that point, that prisoner was executed. They did this in order to keep their meat fresh. After the war was over, 34 Japanese soldiers, including General Tachibana, were tried for war crimes for their atrocities they committed against these 8 prisoners of war. They were all found guilty and they were all hanged and buried in unmarked graves in Guam. The other men on the island that witnessed these atrocities and didn't do anything about it, or participated but in some sort of secondary way, they were also tried for war crimes, found guilty, and sent to jail, but all of them were released after 8 years. George was 80 years old when he finally learned about the atrocities on Chichijima Island that he so narrowly escaped. He, like everyone else that was learning about this, was horrified and disturbed.
Yeah.
But more than anything, George felt a deep sense of guilt for having survived. But what we can all say for sure is that
C'est
George
tellement cave
did
là.
not waste his second chance at life. George H.W. Bush would go on to become the 41st President of the United States of America. And his son, also named George Bush, would go on to become the 43rd President of the United States of America. 2 world leaders who would change the course of history forever, who never would have been if George Sr. had bailed out of that plane near Chichijima Island just a few seconds earlier. Think about that. So that's going to do it, guys. If you found the secret in
Oh my
today's
God.
episode, let us know in the comments section what it is and where you found it. So give us the timestamp.
C'est bon.
The first to do that, we'll pin you at the top of the comments section. If you got something out of today's episode and you haven't done this already, please replace the like button's hand sanitizer with lubricant right before they head out to do some errands. Also, please subscribe
That's
to our
painful,
channel
huh?
and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly 3 or 4 video uploads. We are now selling merch like this flannel, like this hat, and you can buy some of your own at shopmrballin.com. You can also check out our Instagram page called Shop Mr. Ballin. If you want to get in touch with me, you can direct message me on Instagram or on Twitter. My username on both platforms is the same. It's johnballin416. I also have a ton of content over on TikTok where my username is Mr. Ballin. I also have a second YouTube channel called Mr. Ballin Shorts where I post random short videos and lost episodes. If you have a story suggestion, please submit it to our subreddit just called Mr. Ballin. It's linked in the description below. So whether I see you on Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, Reddit, YouTube, or some combination, just know that I really appreciate your support, and until next
Bon. I'm mining away. Ah, ça, mon but, c'est de leur faire le tour de la crevasse, là. Ah, je comprends pourquoi que lui, il était discontinué. Le bâton est basic cliché. C'est quoi, Sam? Ah, quand j'ai dit I'm mining away, never mind. Je viens de réaliser. I'm mining away.
Sometimes the truth is stranger than fiction, and today we're going to look at 3 stories that demonstrate that. But before we get into today's stories, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered story format, then you come to the right channel because that's all we do, and we upload 3 or 4 times every week. So if that's of interest to you, the next time you're in a very crowded parking lot and you see the like button driving around looking for a spot, flag them down and point to your car suggesting you're going to leave, and then go to your car and stand there fumbling for your keys for a few minutes, and then just walk away. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. All right, let's get into today's
La pique dans Minecraft. Calice. What the fuck?
In 1918, during World War I, British soldier Henry Tandy found himself stationed inside of a
Attends,
trench
juste pour
in
le...
northern France. By this point, Henry was already considered a war hero, and he would
Bruh.
go on to become the most decorated British soldier in World War I.
Bruh.
His awards are not what he is remembered for. On September 28th of that year, after a long day of fighting, Henry was propped up on the edge of his trench looking out towards the German line. It was dark and quiet, and there was mist in the air, and at some point, Henry noticed a figure way off in the distance walking towards him. Henry instinctively raised his rifle, but he didn't pull the trigger. He wanted to make sure who he was shooting was his enemy, because it could be one of their own men who got wounded and was making his way back to the trench. And so Henry's looking down his gun, staring at the sky, waiting to figure out who he is, and after a few seconds, out of the mist walks a badly wounded German soldier, so it is his enemy, but he wasn't carrying a weapon, and he didn't appear to understand he was walking directly into Henry's sights. Henry aimed his rifle right at this German man's heart, but he didn't pull the trigger, and the man just continued to walk directly towards Henry until he got about 30 meters away, at which point he stopped and looked up and realized his mistake. But instead of trying to run away, he just stood there and stared at Henry, seeming to accept the fact that he was about to die. Now, Henry had shot many men during the war so far, but he just could not bring himself to shoot this unarmed, wounded German who just
What
looked
the
kind of pathetic.
Calisse,
So
man.
Lee Henry's
Probably
face
not even
screwed up.
enough.
He glanced to his left,
Tu vas aller faire encore là.
to make sure nobody was watching, none of his comrades were going to see this, and then he lowered his gun. And then Henry and this German man just stared at each other for a while until the German man just nodded his thanks, turned around, and wandered back into the mist out of sight. The man Henry had just saved was Adolf Hitler. In the early morning hours of June 10th, 1994, Deborah Hoyt suddenly woke up in the middle of
J'ai déjà entendu cette histoire-là.
her husband were still
L'affaire qu'il vient de dire. Bah, genre, à chaque fois que j'entends, ça a
supposed to
tellement
be
l'air
for the
fake.
next couple of days. But as she was sitting there, she had this overwhelming urge to want to leave right then and there and head back to their home in Lake Tahoe. Because she didn't really know what to make of this overwhelming
Non.
feeling, she
Juste
showed her
nettoyer
husband
mon assiette, là.
and told him about it.
Et mon bol de
She thought that
ketchup.
maybe something was wrong, and he said, you know what, you probably just had a bad dream and you're kind of waking up still half in your dream. It's not a big deal, just go back to bed. I'm sure everything is totally fine. And in the morning, if you still want to, I'd be happy to leave. And so Deborah said, yeah, you're right. I'm totally overreacting. I'm sure it was just a dream. And she laid back down to try to go back to sleep. But as she laid there, that sense of dread that something was wrong and that she had to leave right now, it was just growing and growing and growing until she just jumped out of the bed. She's just standing in the room and she says to her husband, honey, we got to go right now. I don't know what's wrong, but we got to go right now. And her husband did not want to go.
Un dessin de bol là, t'es couché dans ton lit, là. Tu veux-tu vraiment livre?
But she was adamant. She said, get out of bed, we're leaving right now. And so begrudgingly, her husband said, okay, we'll leave right now. And so the two of them hastily packed up and then went downstairs and left a note for their relatives explaining their absence. And then they got in their car and they drove off. After a little while, the couple reached a very dangerous section of their journey back home. It was called Bullion Bend, and it was a very windy road up in the mountains where one wrong turn and you're going flying down the side of a mountain. After driving through this area for about 15 minutes, they rounded a particularly sharp turn, and as soon as they made the turn and could look down the road, Deborah, who was in the passenger seat, she saw up ahead on the right, off the side of the road several feet, something that was just lying there on the side of the road. She didn't know what it was. She thought it was maybe a bag or some trash or maybe a dead animal, and at first she was just going to dismiss it. But as her husband drove closer and closer to it, the light began to illuminate it, and she looked at it and couldn't really discern what it was until they were right next to it, and she looked out her window and she noticed it was a woman's body, a woman who had no clothes on, who was just lying there totally motionless. And Deborah immediately turns to her husband and says, honey, I just saw a dead woman on the side of the road. And her husband immediately is kind of panicked and doesn't slow down. He just keeps driving and says, hey, should we stop? Should we turn around? I mean, maybe she's not dead. Maybe we can help her. But Deborah at this point is now terrified. And she's saying, no, keep going. Don't go back. I bet it's a trap. Someone probably put her there and they're going to lure us in and they're going to attack us if we try to stop and help her. And so in this kind of chaotic, frenzied reaction that Deborah and her husband are having, they decide that their best course of action is just to drive on and find the next payphone and call the police. And it just so happened that less than a quarter of a mile away was a ranger station with a phone. And so they pull into the parking lot and Deborah calls the police. The police tell her to wait inside of her car and they'll be out in a couple of minutes and they're going to need her to bring them up to where she saw this body. So a couple of minutes goes by, the police show up, and they tell them to drive back up the road, but stop about 200 yards short of where you believe this woman's body is. And so Deborah and her husband, they get back in the car, they drive back up the road where they came from, and right at this point where the road turned very sharply is where Deborah knew on the other side of this turn would be this body. And so they pulled over on the side of the road. The police came up on their side and they said, yep, right around the corner, you're going to find her lying on the ground on the left side. And so Deborah and her husband are just sitting in the car watching as the police go up. They make that turn and they kind of disappear out of sight. And then they see their spotlight moving around on the other side of this turn. And so they figure, okay, they're looking for the body. But after several minutes, the police came back down the road and they stopped next to Deborah's car. And they said, you know what, guys? We didn't see anything up there. There wasn't a body. There wasn't anything out of the ordinary. And Deborah would say to police, I'm not lying. I know what I saw. It was a woman's body right there in front of me. I know it. It's right over there. And they would tell her that we believe you, but we can't do anything because there's nothing up there. And so they told Deborah and her husband to just head home, and they did. After Deborah and her husband took off and were gone, the two responding officers drove back to their police station, and once they were inside, they began speculating about what Deborah might have seen. And as they were talking, another officer came into the station, a guy by the name of Rich Strasser, and he overhears them, and he goes over. He's intrigued, and he asks them, what happened? What did you see? And they explain to him that this woman, Deborah, had spotted a supposed dead woman's body up on Bullion Bend. And as soon as he heard Bullion Bend, Rich remembered that just a couple of days ago, they had received a missing person report of a young woman named Christine Skubish and her young son named Nick, who had gone missing, and the last place they had been seen was up on Bullion Bend. And so Rich wondered if maybe there was a body up there, and maybe it was Christine's. And so the next morning, Rich got up early and he headed out to Bullion Bend. And when he reached the exact spot where Deborah had claimed to have seen this dead woman's body, he found a children's shoe. And so he stopped his car, he got out, he picked the shoe up, and he's looking around and he's looking for anything else that's out of the ordinary. But
Toutes ces histoires-là, j'ai entendu.
there's no skid marks, there's no other
Ils retrouvent le kid
So he walks over to the guardrail that
vivant encore, mais la mère est missing.
At first, all he sees is just trees everywhere. But as he's looking, he thinks he sees more clothing farther down the mountain. And so he climbs over the guardrail and he very carefully maneuvers his way down. And after only a couple of seconds, he reaches a clearing in the branches and the trees, and he can see down to where the train kind of levels off. And right down there is a smashed up red 4-door sedan. It was the same type of car that Christine Skubish had been driving when she went missing. And so Rich ran down the mountain, following debris all the way to this wrecked car. He goes around to the driver's side and he looks inside, and there in the driver's seat is Christine Skubish, and unfortunately she was deceased. And then on the passenger seat is his son, Nicky, and he is alive, but barely. He had gone 5 days without food or water. And doctors would say when Rich found him, he probably only had about 1, maybe 2 hours before he would have died as well. Authorities believe Christine fell asleep at the wheel and she drove off that embankment. Initially, Rich believed Deborah must have seen Christine when she was driving through the mountains and saw that woman on the side of the road. After her accident, Christine must have gotten out of her car and then climbed up that embankment and then laid on the road, hoping someone would see her. And then when no one stopped for her, she went back down to her car where she ultimately died.
Ouais, mais t'es pas naked dans le...
That would have been impossible because when Christine crashed off the road, she died on impact 5 days before Deborah saw that woman on the side of the road. So it could not have been Christine. To this day, no one knows for sure who or what Deborah saw on the side of the road. But it is objectively true that Rich only investigated Bullion Bend and found Nicky alive because of Deborah's police report about this dead woman on the side of the road. And Deborah was only on that road because she had this totally weird middle-of-the-night urge to suddenly leave a relative's house and drive up into the mountains, something she had never felt before and didn't really know how to explain. So either this is an extremely strange set of circumstances, or Nicky had a guardian angel. In early 1983, residents of the Cranley Gardens apartment complex in North London began complaining about their drains being clogged up. Initially, their landlord was dismissive and said, "Oh, it's just an old building, it's old plumbing, and that's why it's slow." But eventually, the landlord conceded and asked a plumber to come out and have a look. And so, on the evening of February 8th, an experienced plumber named Mike came out to Cranley Gardens, and after learning what the complaints were, he went around to the side of the building and he opened up a drain cover to have a look inside. As expected, when he shined his light down, he saw wads of hair and napkins and other things kind of mashed together, clogging up the pipes. And so he reached in and he began pulling this stuff out and putting it in a bucket right next to him. And then after he had cleared the majority of the obstruction, he reached his arm all the way into this pipe to feel around to see if there was anything in there that he just couldn't see. And at some point, as he was reaching, when his arm was almost completely into this pipe, his hand hit a major blockage. And so he moved his fingers around to try to feel what it was, but he couldn't tell. It was something that was fairly soft, but there were some hard things inside of it, like sticks or rods. So he grabbed the hand of this blockage, and he pulled his arm back out of the pipe.
Clairement quelqu'un. Partie de
Holding looked like ground
meat.
But it wasn't any meat he had ever seen before. And inside of this fleshy substance looked like little bits of bone. Now, Mike had cleared many pipes before, and he had never seen meat be the reason for a blockage. And so this whole situation just seemed really strange, and he decided, it's late, I'll just come back tomorrow with my supervisor so he can see what this is too. So Mike puts the cap back on the drain pipe, and he walks out from behind the building back out towards his truck parked on the road. And as he's walking, two of the residents of this complex come out and they say, "Hey, did you fix the blockage? You know, what was it?" And Mike would say no, he hadn't. And then he just kind of blurted out that there was meat in the pipes. That was what was causing the blockage. And then one of these two residents says, "Well, I bet people are just flushing their Kentucky Fried Chicken down the drains. That's what's causing it." And Mike looked at him and he was like, "Yeah, maybe." And then he just turned around, got in his truck, and he drove away. Early the next morning, Mike and his supervisor came back to Cranley Gardens, and they went around to the side of the building. They undid that cap, and then Mike reached down inside expecting to feel this blockage, but where it should have been, there was nothing. Somebody had cleared the pipes. And so Mike and his supervisor are looking at each other, and Mike is like, "There's no way that cleared on its own. Someone had to have come out here and cleared it, but I don't know why they would have done that and still had us come out." But the men decide, you know what, maybe by chance it did just kind of slip through and clear itself, so let's just continue the process and make sure each of the apartment buildings, their individual pipe is unobstructed. And when they checked these pipes, they found all of them were clear except for one, apartment number 23, whose pipe was blocked up with more of this meaty substance. Mike and his partner were already very suspicious of the fact that someone had snuck out here in the middle of the night and cleared the pipe. Probably. They didn't know if that happened, but it seemed likely.
Ok.
And now they're finding more of this weird meat
C'est
substance.
clairement juste comme quelqu'un qui s'est fait grind.
And so the whole situation just seemed off. And so they told the landlord that they were not going to touch this. Somebody else had to come out and deal with this. And the landlord, after finding out there was meat jammed in the pipes, got really freaked out and called the police. The police showed up, they pulled this meat substance out of the pipes, and they sent it to a mortuary where a pathologist looked at it and said, "This is meat. It's human meat." And in particular, the stuff that was pulled out of apartment number 23's pipes is that of a human neck. So the police go back to Cranley Gardens, they go up to
Comment qu'il faut?
apartment number 23,
Ah.
they knock on the door, and when the door opens, they're hit with this overwhelming stench of just rotting flesh. And standing in the doorway of this apartment, the owner of the apartment, is this guy who's in his late 30s, early 40s, who introduces himself as Dennis Nielsen. And they say, "Hey, Dennis, can we have a look around your apartment?" And he says, "You know, why?" And they say, "Well, we found human remains in your pipes." And Dennis immediately says, "Oh my goodness, I can't believe that. That's horrible." But the police are not buying it. And they say, "You know what, Dennis? Tell us where the rest of the body is." And at this, Dennis suddenly went expressionless, emotionless, and he just turns around and he points into his bedroom and he says, "It's in 2 plastic bags in my closet." And so before the police go into his apartment to go inspect these bags, they say, "Dennis, are there any other bodies in your apartment that we should know about?" And Dennis sighs and he looks up to the ceiling and says, "Yeah, there's about 15 or 16 here. It's a long story. It goes way back. I'd love to tell it to you, get this off my chest, and I'll do it at the police station." So after Dennis was arrested and brought to the station, he told them his horrible story. It had all started 5 years earlier in 1978 when Dennis was 33. He was at a pub having some drinks by himself when a teenager came into the bar and attempted to buy an alcoholic drink. And he was denied service. And so Dennis pulled him aside and said, "Hey, I'd be happy to give you a drink at my apartment. It's right down the road." And the young man, whose name was Steven, was very excited about this and said, "Great, let's go." Once they arrived back and they were up in Dennis's apartment, the pair had lots of drinks and they were having fun and laughing. And then at some point, the pair climbed into bed together. The next morning, when Dennis got up, his new friend, Steven, was still sleeping right next to him. And he had this sudden, overwhelming sense of dread because he knew as soon as Steven woke up, he would see this as a one-night stand and he would just leave. He would not stick around and remain friends with Dennis. And Dennis just did not like that idea. He wanted Steven to stay. And so he looked on the ground next to the bed and he saw the necktie that Steven had been wearing was on the ground. And so he got on the ground, he grabbed the necktie, he fashioned it into a noose, and then he climbed back on the bed, got on top of Steven's chest, and he looped the tie around his neck, and then he pulled it as tight as he could. And as soon as it was tight, Dennis would tell police that Steven came alive. And he began reaching for his neck and kicking Dennis as hard as he could, but he just can't get it off. And at some point, Dennis said Steven just seemed to give up. He looked up at Dennis and knew he wasn't going to get this off and that Dennis was determined to kill him. And so Steven just allowed himself to go limp and then he slouched over. And as soon as that happened, Dennis said he relaxed. But as he's looking at Steven, he realized he wasn't dead. He was just unconscious. And so Dennis goes into the kitchen and he gets this huge plastic bucket and he fills it up
Ok,
with
là j'ai
water,
besoin de
sets it in
bon.
the middle of his kitchen floor, and then he gets a bunch of kitchen chairs and he lines them up like a table right in front of this bucket of water. And then he drags Stephen's body into the kitchen, and he lays him on his back on these chairs, but makes sure his head is not resting on the chair. His head is kind of dangling off the back of these chairs. And then he grabbed that bucket of water, and he slid it right underneath Stephen's head. And then Dennis got on top of the chairs, on top of Stephen, and then he pressed the young man's face straight down. His head went backwards, and his mouth and his nose were under the water. And Dennis held him like that until Stephen regained consciousness, but again,
Fuck.
he didn't fight it. He knew he
Ok,
was
je sais qu'il était déjà mort avant.
several minutes, the bubbles stopped coming to the surface, and Stephen was dead. Dennis pulled his victim off of the chairs, he brought him into the living room, and he sat him in a chair, and then Dennis went into the kitchen, and he made himself a cup of coffee, and smoked some cigarettes, and then he just stood in the doorway and looked at Stephen's body. And he would tell police it was a very bizarre experience, because Stephen still looked like he was alive. In fact, Dennis would try talking to him as if he was going to talk back, but obviously he didn't. At some point, Dennis realized, the life he had before he killed Stephen was now over. He had a new life, and he didn't really know how to handle it. And so the first thing he thought to do was to clean Stephen. So he took Stephen's body, and he brought him into the bathroom, and he gave him a very long bath, cleaned his body, cleaned his hair, and then afterwards he got him out, he dressed him, and put him into his bed, and then Dennis climbed into bed with him and laid with him. And he would tell police as he laid there, he suddenly felt overjoyed. Stephen was not going to leave him. He was going to stay here as long as Dennis wanted him to. After laying with him for some time, Dennis realized he had to find a way to hide Stephen's body in his apartment so no one could find him. And so he left his apartment and he went to a hardware store where he got an electric knife and a big storage bin. He brought him back to his apartment, and as he was about to cut Stephen up, he just couldn't go through with it. So instead, he just climbed into bed and took a nap next to Stephen's body. When he got up again, he moved Stephen's body onto the ground in his living room and covered him with a blanket. And then he went and made dinner and then sat in his chair in the living room right next to this body on the ground and watched TV for a while. When he was done watching TV and eating, he looked at the body on the floor and realized, he really hadn't made any progress in terms of hiding him somewhere in his apartment. And that's when he remembered he had a loose floorboard in his apartment. And so he went over to the loose floorboard, he pulled it up, and he saw there was a space under the floors. And so he pulled a couple more boards up, and then he grabbed Stephen's body and he attempted to force him down into this space. But by now, Stephen's body had begun to stiffen up from rigor mortis. Specifically, his arms were outstretched like a Y over his head. And so as Dennis is trying to force him down in there, his arms were not allowing him to go down into that small space. So Dennis took Stephen's body and he propped him up against the wall in his bedroom. So the body is against the wall, rigid, standing up with its arms up over its head, and Stephen's eyes were still open. And then after that, Dennis just got in bed and fell asleep. So all night, this corpse is staring at Dennis in his bed. And then the next morning when Dennis got up, there was Stephen still up against the wall with his hands in the air looking down at him. Dennis grabbed Stephen's body and put it on the ground.
Moi, je pense que je vais allonger un peu ça, parce que
Pulling on each of Stephen's arms until they were pinned down by his side. And then after that, Dennis started working on his legs and his hips, and he began contorting him until he was small enough that he could pack him down under his floor. And then once he was under there, he just put the boards on top and went about his daily life. And for the next couple of days, he totally forgot about Stephen. But a week after putting him under the floor, Dennis decided he missed Stephen and he wanted to see him again. And so one night he opened up the floorboards, he looked down, and there was Stephen, and Dennis would say it looked like he was dirty. So he pulled him out of the floor and he gave him another bath. And then after he had cleaned Stephen, he pulled him out of the water, he dried him off, and he put him in the chair. And then Dennis took a bath himself in the same water he had just used to clean Stephen. After a long soak in the tub, Dennis finally got out, he toweled himself off, he redressed Stephen, and then he forced him back onto the floorboards and covered him up again. And he would remain there for the next 7 months until Dennis finally decided to dispose of him by burning him in a bonfire outside of their apartment building. And then after the body was completely incinerated and gone, Dennis remembered thinking, I can't believe I just got away with murder. And so he would do it again and again and again, killing at least 15 young men from North London, all by strangulation or by drowning or a combination of the two. And after he killed them, he would keep them stashed in his apartment for months at a time. In his closet, in his cabinets, in his bed, under the floors, all over his apartment, he had these bodies. And while these bodies were in his apartment, he liked to periodically take them out to spend time with them. He would tell police he found corpses to be beautiful. He was fascinated by them. But eventually, in 1983, he had so many bodies stashed all over his apartment that he knew he really needed to expedite getting rid of them. And so he began cutting them up and trying to force them down his drain, which eventually clogged the pipes. And so when Mike the plumber showed up and discovered this meaty substance in the pipes, and Dennis overheard him talking about it, that night after Mike was gone, Dennis had gone outside and attempted to clear the rest of the remains from the pipes. But he wasn't aware there were still remains stuck in the pipe that led to his specific apartment. Dennis Nielsen confessed to killing 15
Bon.
young men and attempting to kill at least 7 others, and he was sentenced to life in prison.
Attempt to
Dennis never
kill
showed
7
any remorse,
others?
nor did he show any desire
Damn.
to want to be free again. He actually said he deserved to be in jail for what he did. In 2018, Dennis Nielsen would die in prison at the age of 72. So that's gonna do it, guys. If you
Go on.
found the secret in today's video, let us know in the comments what it is and where you found it, so give us a timestamp. And if you're the first to do that, we will pin you at the top of the comments section. If you got something out of today's video and you haven't done this already, the next time you're in a very crowded parking lot and you see the like button driving around looking for a spot, flag them down and point to your parked car as if you're gonna leave, and then go over to your car and spend a few minutes fumbling for your keys before just walking away. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly 3 or 4 video uploads. If you want to get in touch with me, you can direct message me on Instagram or on Twitter. My username for both platforms is the same. It's JohnBallin416. I also have a ton of content over
It's
on
too big.
TikTok, where my username is Mr. Ballin. I also have a second YouTube channel called Mr.
Je pense qu'il y aura.
where I post random short videos and lost episodes. If you have a story suggestion, please submit it
Je
to our
pense que je vais.
subreddit just called Mr. Ballin. It's linked in the description below. So whether I see you on Instagram, Twitter, TikTok,
Ouais,
Reddit,
quand tu
YouTube,
coupes,
or some combination, just
Une
know
chance,
that
j'ai mis
we
ma garde
appreciate
dessus.
your support.
J'aurais
Until
pu me
next
couper
time,
une partie de l'argent.
see ya.
J'ai coupé. Comment que c'est tombé, ça m'a rentré dans la cuisse. Ça a été le fun, ça. Bon. Tiens, ouais, je peux faire un peu plus petit, là. Juste comme ça, genre, I guess. Bon. Couper ça de même. Parfait. Pas un gros changement, mais je vais voir ça fait une bonne différence. Bon. C'est pas une trop big. C'est ça, c'est pas de même. Je pense que ça va, c'est trop loin. Je sais pas le couper, genre, ici. Couper ici, genre, ici. C'est environ là. Non. Ok, parfait. Parfait, ok. Bon, 6 en plus. Eh, parfait, ça. Bon, faut voir que j'utilise mon crayon, là. Tu peux venir chercher les deep slates que j'ai dans ma caverne. C'est ça que je suis en train de... Si t'as du temps, tu peux donner les pick-up, là. J'ai pas encore de plan avec la deep slate en ce moment, là. Ça me dérange pas pour l'instant, là. Soyez. Ça, c'est 3.3. Si je te trouve un 3.3. 3, c'est ici. Parfait. 3.3. Bon. Soyez. En ce moment, mon but, là, c'est de... Je vais mettre toutes les 6 lignes que j'ai besoin dessus. Sur les cours. Pas en dessous, juste sur le... ok, je vais faire l'arrière en premier. De toute façon, j'ai placé ça. Je vais faire l'arrière en premier. Après ça, je vais commencer à travailler sur d'autres sections. Puis pendant que je me fais à souper, pendant que je mange, je vais jouer un peu. Mais je planifiais pas spécial dans Minecraft, là. Mon but c'était juste de. Il faut 6.7. 6.7. Allons ici. Parfait, c'est que ça va être. Bon, parfait. Quelle heure là? 4h04.
We rarely cover stories that are still developing because we like to wait to get all the information before we present the story. But when we heard about today's story, we knew right away we had to make an exception and post the story right now. The plot of this story you're going to hear today is so absurd, it just sounds like fiction. Bad fiction, like badly written, unrelatable fiction. But it's not fiction. It's true. It really happened. But before we get into this
Bon.
totally absurd story, if you're
Ok.
strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place because that's all we do, and we upload once a week. So, if that's of interest to you, please replace the like button's toilet paper with the kind that doesn't have a good seam on the outside, and you end up ripping it to pieces just to get it started. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads.
Parfait,
Okay,
bon.
let's get into today's
Oui,
story.
ça j'en ai plus besoin. Bon, ok, là si je le place lui de même. Moi, ça il va être. Pas mentir, il va être un peu plié, il va être comme ça. Comme ça.
At around 9
Comme
p.m.
ça.
on March 3rd, 2022, a 31-year-old woman named Corey Richens tucked her 3 young sons into their beds and then headed downstairs to her kitchen inside of her luxurious home in suburban Utah. Once she got down to the kitchen, she yelled out for her husband, whose name was Eric, to come join her in the kitchen. Corey had some big news
Même
she
encore
just
un
learned
peu.
that day, and now that their kids were all tucked away in their beds and were off to sleep, she and her husband could celebrate this big news and share a drink together. A moment later, Eric walked into the kitchen and Corey grinned at him and handed him his drink and then gestured for them to go upstairs to their bedroom. And so the two of them went upstairs, they sat down on the bed, and then Corey broke the big news. Corey's tiny real estate company had just found out that day that they were very likely going to close on a deal for this gorgeous 20,000 square foot mansion in Utah for $2 million. Now, Corey knew once she bought this property, she could do a couple of renovations to it and then quickly sell it for $3 million, meaning she was about to make a $1 million profit. Corey had been working really hard on her real estate business for years, but this really represented the first big break. She and Eric lived in a very conservative part of Utah where it was kind of expected that someone like Corey would stay home with the kids and be a good housewife, and that would be her life. But Corey didn't really want that. She wanted to have a professional career that was kind of on par with her husband's. Eric ran a very profitable masonry company that allowed the family to take vacations to Mexico and Spain every year, and also to afford their sprawling property at the end of the cul-de-sac. Corey had stayed home when the 3 boys were much younger, but now that they were 5, 7, and 9 years old, they had decided to hire a nanny, which had allowed Corey to finally go out and pursue her professional dreams. And so, totally beaming with pride, Corey sat there on the bed and clinked her husband's glass and went over all the details of this deal and talked about how great their lives were about to become with all this additional income. But fairly quickly, both of them decided they were too tired to stay up and celebrate any longer, especially Eric, who earlier that day had gotten an allergy shot and it had totally knocked him out. He was feeling kind of weak and tired, and so both of them decided to just go to bed. And so after brushing their teeth and changing, they got into their bed, they turned off the light, and they were about to lay down and go to sleep when they heard their 7-year-old crying in his bedroom. And both parents let out a groan, and then Corey, she stood up, indicating she would handle this because they knew often their 7-year-old would have nightmares, and the only way he would go back to sleep was if his mom laid with him. And so Corey, she kissed Eric, and then as Eric rolled over to go to bed,
Hip le peur, là.
walked out of the room, she went down the hall,
I only want moment, là. That's all, là.
and then before long, she and her son had fallen asleep. A few hours later, Corey suddenly sat up inside of her son's bed. It was about 3 a.m., and for a second, she couldn't even figure out where she was. The house was silent, it was
Parfait.
totally dark, and she was confused, but then she remembered she had gotten up to tend to her son, and so she checked on her son, she saw he was still sleeping, and so she climbed out of the bed, she tucked him back in, she gave him a kiss, and then she left his room, went down the hall, and went back into her bedroom, where she climbed into her bed. And she saw that Eric had kicked off all the covers, and he was sleeping on his back. And so Corey laid down on the bed and kind of rolled up right against her husband, and she pulled the covers up over both of them, and then she closed her eyes to go to sleep. But right as she did that, she noticed something very strange. Eric's body felt freezing cold. Corey opened her eyes and sat up in bed. She turned over and kind of pushed Eric to see if he would sit up and figure out why he was so cold. But Eric didn't budge, and when she pushed him, he felt really heavy, like dead weight. And so suddenly starting to panic, Corey yelled Eric's name several times, but Eric didn't budge. And so Corey leapt from the bed, she grabbed her phone, and she dialed 911. And when the dispatcher picked up, Corey was so hysterical as she's looking at her husband lying motionless in his bed that she could barely tell the dispatcher what was going on. But finally, she did get it out to the dispatcher, and the dispatcher said, "Stay calm, the ambulance will be there as soon as we can." And so so just moments later, Corey heard the sirens outside, and so she ran downstairs, she flung the door open, and practically cried with relief as the paramedics charged into the house. But when the paramedics got upstairs into the bedroom and they went to go revive Eric, they saw right away it was already too late. Eric was dead. First responders had no idea what killed Eric. He seemed like a really healthy, fit guy who actually just the day before had gone for a casual 8-mile run, and he was also this big outdoorsman, always going on hikes and going on these long hunts. And so the idea that this guy had just suddenly died seems very suspicious. The police did find a painkiller pill bottle on the bedside table next to Eric's side of the bed, and for a second they thought, well, maybe he overdosed on painkillers. But when they looked at the label on this pill bottle, it was immediately clear that this was a really old pill bottle and almost certainly had been empty for some time. When they asked Corey what she thought might have happened, she was totally in shock, but she did say, I don't know. I have no idea what happened to him. But, the day before, he did get that allergy shot, and he had a kind of adverse reaction to it, and really wanted to go to bed quite early, which seemed odd. But both Corey and the first responders agreed that it seemed pretty far-fetched that an allergy shot would lead to Eric's death. Suicide was also considered a possibility by first responders, but Eric really didn't have any reason to want to harm himself. He was a very devoted and loving father who adored his sons. He coached all their sports teams and went on all these adventures with them and was always out back kicking a soccer ball around with them. And his business was booming, and he had just learned that night that his wife's business was potentially going to start booming as well. And so ultimately, the police told Corey that we're just going to have to open an investigation and try to figure out what happened, and we'll be in touch. And if you think of anything that might help the investigation, please let us know. And Corey said, of course, I'll tell you, but she really wasn't listening. All she was thinking about was her 3 sons who were still sleeping in their beds and had no idea their dad was dead. Over the next few weeks, while the family waited for autopsy results, Corey really focused her energy on her 3 boys who were really hit hard by the loss of their dad. Eric had been such a hands-on father that his absence was enormous in these boys' lives. The 5-year-old kept asking, where's dad and when can I see him again? The older 2 boys, who did sort of understand that their dad was dead, would also ask questions like, well, can dad still see us or can dad still hear us? And these questions broke Corey's heart because she did not have an adequate answer to any of them. And so she tried to find a children's book online and in bookstores that dealt with grief in hopes that that would kind of help her sons deal with what they were going through, but none of the books she got helped at all. And so, a few weeks after Eric's death, and still nobody knew anything about how Eric died or what had really happened,
Non, je pense que je vais repatcher ça.
she would take a different approach to helping her sons grieve. Instead of trying to read a book that somebody else wrote about how to handle grief, Corey just called her sons around one night and began telling them a story about their dad. And as she told them this kind of made-up story about their dad being this angel that was taking care of them, she began drawing pictures with a crayon and paper of their dad with wings and a halo, and she'd draw the kids down below waving up at their dad, and she would tell the boys that your dad is an angel now, and he's looking down on you, and he can hear you, and he loves you. And this really seemed to work for the boys. It was like for the first time since his passing that the boys kind of connected with the fact that their dad was gone, but they still had this meaningful connection with him. And so very quickly, Corey's stories about their dad and the illustrations that would go with them became a ritual. Every night, Corey would tell these stories and
Ok, je passe. Je suis quand même curieux s'il en montre. Je suis quand même curieux de savoir à quoi ça ressemble.
went by, with still no word and no closure about what happened to their dad, Corey had a sort of epiphany. These stories Corey told her kids about their dad and how now he was this angel looking out for them. She could see firsthand how powerful it was and how really it was helping her sons cope with this loss. And she thought, why don't we turn our stories and all these illustrations into an actual grief book for kids? That way other families whose children are dealing with loss can read these stories as well and find some comfort. After all, Corey knew firsthand there really weren't any good grief books on the market. And so she knew for those that needed this, this would be huge. On April 13th, so 6 weeks after Eric had died, and several weeks after Corey and her kids had begun officially writing this kid's grief book, Corey was backing out of her driveway when from the other end of the cul-de-sac, she saw a police car coming down the way, and it was the lead detective on Eric's case, Detective Woody. It amazes me how many people tell me they have binge-watched all 300 plus of our YouTube episodes, and now they wait anxiously every single week for new, strange, dark, and mysterious content. And while this is totally awesome and very
Je suis rendu à ce stade-là,
with, well,
quasiment.
did you know we have another library of strange, dark, and mysterious content outside of YouTube that can be consumed anytime you want? As of this moment, there are over 140 strange, dark, and mysterious tales on our podcast, the Mr. Ballin Podcast. We release 2 episodes every single week. On Mondays, it's brand new content exclusive to the podcast, and then on Thursdays, we upload remastered versions of our best YouTube stories. You can listen to the Mr. Ballin Podcast, available exclusively on Amazon Music with your Prime membership. If you're not a Prime member, you can still listen to the Mr. Ballin Podcast by subscribing to Amazon Music Unlimited and the Amazon Music app.
Ouch.
As the detective came down the road, he was waving to Corey, clearly getting her to stop for a second. And so Corey, she parked her car, she hopped outside and went up to talk to him. And immediately, Detective Woody got out of his car, he walked up to Corey, and with a grave look on his face, he told her that he had some big news for her, and it was going to be pretty upsetting, but he knew he had to tell her in person and right away. He told her that the autopsy results were in, and they determined that Eric had not died of natural causes. He had actually died from a fentanyl overdose. Fentanyl is a very powerful opioid that's often mixed with heroin, and just a little bit of fentanyl can kill someone. And Eric, it would turn out, had 5 times the lethal dose of fentanyl in his system. Corey was totally shocked at this news and told the detective that Eric didn't do drugs. The only drug he did was periodically he would eat a marijuana gummy before bed, but that was it. So this really didn't make any sense. The detective was respectful and kind of nodded his head and said, I totally understand that, but, these are the results, and we need to find out where he got fentanyl from, and so we're going to need to search all of the electronic devices in your house to see if we can find communication between your husband and whoever got him the fentanyl. Corey told the detective that, of course, they could do that, but as she began thinking about all of their devices, she suddenly remembered that Eric's business partner, Cody Wright, had actually taken Eric's laptop very shortly after Eric had passed away. Now, Corey didn't know why Cody had taken the laptop, but Cody had been a thorn in both Corey and Eric's side for several years now. Eric and Cody had been very close friends when they had started their masonry business together about a decade earlier, but they'd had a serious falling out a few years back. The 2 men had been on this elk hunting trip, and at one point Eric had illegally shot and killed a bull elk, and Cody had actually reported Eric after this hunting trip to the game wardens, and as a result, Eric got in a lot of trouble and was temporarily banned from hunting anywhere in Utah. The 2 men still managed to continue to work together and build their masonry business, but it was very clear their relationship was totally fractured and would never be repaired. Now, Corey didn't get into all the details of the tensions with Cody, but she did tell Detective Woody that if you want access to Eric's laptop, you got to go talk to Cody because he took it for some reason. And also, you really just ought to talk to Cody in general because, maybe he has more to do with what happened to Eric and this whole fentanyl thing than he's letting on. The detective told Corey
Bon,
that he
parfait.
appreciated the information and he appreciated being allowed to go in and collect all the
Okay.
devices and that he would go talk to Cody and try to retrieve Eric's laptop. And then after that, the detective thanked Corey and said they'd be in touch soon. But after this conversation with Corey, the investigation into Eric's death kind of stalled out. When police did follow up with Cody, they didn't find anything really worth pursuing. And outside of talking to Cody, no new information came in about Eric's death or about, his connection to fentanyl. And so really there was nothing for police to operate on. And so while the family just kind of waited for more information to come out about whatever happened to Eric, Corey just focused her energy on taking care of her 3 boys and writing this grief book with them. And And finally, on March 5th, 2023, so almost exactly a year after Eric has died, and still police have no idea what happened to him, the grief book was finally done, and Corey self-published it on Amazon under the title, Are You With Me? And right away, the book was a total hit with parents of grieving children. And as the 5-star reviews poured in, so too did requests from local media for Corey to be interviewed and talk about this book and why she wrote it and how her kids are doing. Corey had no idea her book would be this successful, and so at first she was really terrified to do any of these interviews, but eventually she decided she would just say yes to all the interviews because she was very proud of what her and her kids had created, and she knew Eric would be proud too. However, what Corey didn't know was there was going to be a massive unintended consequence from publishing this book. Ever since Eric was found dead in 2022, the police in Utah began painstakingly searching all of the electronic devices that the Richens owned and that Cody, Eric's business partner, owned, and basically they were just looking anywhere for some sign of communication between Eric and whoever had given him the lethal fentanyl dose. And at some point during this search of all these devices, the police found something very unusual, and they knew it very likely had to do with Eric's death. But they didn't really have any evidence to prove that, and so they just had to kind of sit on it and wait to see what happened next. And what happened next was shortly after Corey published her grief book, it got all this media attention, and in turn, because of this attention, Eric's death, specifically the unsolved nature of his death, also got a lot of media attention. And eventually, several people who kept seeing all this news about Eric's unsolved death reached out to police and said, you know what? He did not overdose on fentanyl. He was murdered, and I'm almost positive I know who did it. And lo and behold, the alleged killer that all these people brought up to the police was the same person that the police in Utah had become suspicious of because of all those unusual things they had found during their search of all of the electronic devices. And so, on May 8th, 2023,
FM?
not long after getting all these tips about this alleged killer, the police in Utah felt like they finally had enough ammo to go after this person, and they headed out to make an arrest. While we don't know for sure what happened, because again, this story, it's ongoing. This case has not even gone to trial yet. Here is what prosecutors say really happened to Eric Richens on March 3rd, 2022, the night he died. That night, Eric was upstairs when he heard Corey down in the kitchen calling for him, saying to come down and join her. And so he went downstairs, he went into the kitchen, and immediately he saw his wife grinning ear to ear, and she promptly handed him a drink and said, I have big news and we're going to celebrate. And after the two of them went up to their bedroom, Corey told Eric all about this big real estate deal and how their company was about to profit $1 million. And then after that, they clinked their glasses together, said cheers, and took a sip from their cups. The drink that Corey made for both of them was called a Moscow Mule. It's made with ginger beer, vodka, and lime. But when Corey mixed Eric's Moscow Mule, he added one additional ingredient, a lethal dose of fentanyl. It
Alright.
turns out Corey had been stealing money from Eric's bank accounts, and he had found out. Eric also had discovered that Corey had been taking out these massive loans in their family's name, which Eric was really upset about. In fact, Eric was so upset with Corey that he wanted a divorce and was talking to a divorce lawyer and making sure after the divorce was finalized,
Et si c'est plein d'informations, on n'avait pas.
But perhaps sensing that a divorce was imminent and the money faucet would be turned off, Corey simply took out a $2 million policy on Eric and then killed him. And then shortly after that, in order to help her sons deal with the loss of their father, who she killed, she wrote a grief book about it and sold it for a profit. Police say Corey had been working for weeks to figure out the right fentanyl dose to give to her husband. On Valentine's Day that year, Corey had given Eric a poisoned sandwich that had fentanyl in it that she attached a love note to, but it obviously did not kill Eric. He just broke out in hives. So Corey got a stronger dose of fentanyl, she put it in his drink on March 3rd, and this time it worked. The story that Corey told first responders when they arrived to hopefully try to save Eric was that, they had this celebratory drink, and then they went to bed, and then she had gotten up to see her son, and then, when she came back at 3 a.m., Eric was cold to the touch, and she called 911. But in reality, after she poisoned her husband, and he's laying there still on the bed, slowly dying from this overdose, she just got up and paced around the house for several hours, Googling things like how to destroy electronic evidence and luxury prisons for the rich in America. These searches were, of course, the highly unusual and suspicious things that the police saw when they looked through all those devices during the
Prison for the rich.
But as much as it made them think
Dans
Corey
ce jeu-là, la loi là, si t'es assez riche, tu t'en vas pas en prison.
didn't have enough to actually arrest her. However, after Corey published her grief book and went on this big tour promoting her grief book, Eric's family, who's watching this happen on TV and listening to the radios, they just couldn't take it. It disgusted them because they secretly believed that Corey had killed Eric over money. They didn't like Corey to begin with, and it just felt like she did this, and now she's profiting on Eric's death. And so family members began reaching out to police in Utah, and they said, you really need to look into Corey. We think she killed Eric. This whole grief book thing is a joke. She's a killer. Ultimately, it was those calls from Eric's family to the police, combined with Corey's very unusual and suspicious search history and electronic activity on the night that Eric died, that allowed police to arrest her at her home on May 8th, 2023. Corey, who denies any wrongdoing and says she did not kill her husband, is currently charged with aggravated murder, which could lead to the death penalty if she's convicted. She's being held without bail while she awaits trial, and her book, Are You With Me?, is no longer being sold on Amazon. On June 8th, 1989, in Pikeville, Kentucky, a young woman stood outside on the second floor balcony of a motel room, smoking a cigarette and staring down anxiously at the parking lot below. A few minutes later, a little Ford Tempo car pulled into the lot, and the driver got out and started walking towards the first floor of the motel. When the woman saw who the driver was, she instantly flicked her cigarette and began charging down the outside stairs 2 at a time to go cut the driver off. Moments later, the young woman and the driver would be inside of that little Ford Tempo car together, speeding down a dark mountain road, screaming at each other about what the heck they were going to do now. What happened that night inside of that little car after the driver had finally pulled over on that dark road would be so rare and so terrible that the FBI would actually report that it literally, in its entire history, had never seen a case like this before. So that's going to do it. If you got something out of today's story, be sure to check.
Tonight for dinner, I'm feeding Pluto and Astro venison with ground bone, a cow ear. They've never had one of these, so I can't wait to see if they like it or not. 2 quail eggs, I squished these just for you guys. Some pork kidney and beef liver. Apple slices, steamed broccoli, and I forgot to give them their Dog is Human multivitamin, so they're just gonna have it with their dinner.
J'ai l'effet que le genre. Le fichier, le E, c'est tassé. Ouais, c'est. Même lui, le M tassé, là, puis il va juste dessus, là. Lentement, là.
Tonight for dinner, I'm feeding
Ah.
Pluto and Astro venison with ground.
Chris, sinon les barons, les chiens ont des meilleurs soupers que moi, genre. You'll see babies,
People
hein,
are
parce
going
que.
missing all over North America under baffling conditions. In some cases, there are people where someone's looking right at them, they turn around, and then, moments later, they're gone. Or in some cases, people will go missing and then are found again in locations that are impossible to get to. And so one man named David Politis, who's a former police
On était missing
detective,
for
was
1-1.
investigating these very strange
Ah, mais
disappearances,
c'est marqué dans la vidéo.
nobody else was. And he started compiling what he was finding in an absolutely fascinating book series called Missing 411. And so as I read through all of his books, I've begun pulling some of the more interesting cases that he details and highlighting them on this channel. Today I'm going to focus on 4 instances of kids going missing after being in locked vehicles. Before we get into today's stories, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious,
Ouais, Jimmy, moi,
stories
kill.
format, and you've come to the right channel, because that's all I do, and I upload 3, 4, even 5 times every week. If that's of interest to you, please throw the like button into the bottomless pit near Ellensburg, Washington, and also subscribe to this channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of my weekly uploads. Alright, let's get into today's stories. On October 16th, 1930, John Sullivan, who was with his nephew, Lawrence Sullivan, who was only 3 years old, they were driving together in the middle of the Nevada desert. They were about 150 miles away from Reno in this very remote area. John was a gold prospector, and he was heading to an area that he wanted to scout out and see if it was a proper place to prospect for gold. This area, the roads didn't even go to it. You had to drive down this road where it just kind of dead ends in the middle of the desert, right near this huge steep mountain range, at which point you needed to park your car, get out, and then walk over this hill right in front of where the road ends, and it was going to be over that hill looking down into this valley where John wanted to prospect. So he drives down the road, he parks the car, and he turns to Lawrence and he says, "Hey, I'm going to go over this hill for a minute and check the area out. I'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Stay in here, don't leave the car, I'll be right back." John gets out, he locks the car, he walks up to the top of the hill, and he turns around, looks at Lawrence, and waves at him. Lawrence looks up at his uncle and he waves back and he's smiling. So clear interaction. Lawrence knows where John is and where John's going. John can clearly see Lawrence. There's no one in the area too. I'm talking, this is remote as remote can be. You're just right up against this mountain. That's the only thing going on.
Ça, faut que je passe 4 fois.
So John turns his back on Lawrence. He goes over the hill. He's now out of sight of the vehicle, and he does a short inspection of this area that he wanted to prospect. He goes back up over the hill, and he sees immediately that the door is now open, and Lawrence is not in the vehicle anymore. John is not immediately concerned because it's only been a couple of minutes. He can't have gone very far, and there's nowhere to even go. There's no trees. I mean, basically, it's just this mountain right here. But beyond the mountain, there's really nowhere to go. So he goes down, he looks in the car, he looks under the car, he's yelling for Lawrence, no response. And sound carried really well in this area. After a little while, and he can't hear anything, he hasn't seen Lawrence, he's starting to get very desperate. Because they are in the middle of nowhere, and the temperatures are going to drop well below freezing at night. So John has to make this totally painful decision to get in his car and drive and get help. And so he leaves Lawrence because he can't find him. He gets help. The sheriff comes out there and they start this massive search for this child. This whole time, John is convinced someone had to abduct him because Lawrence knew where John was. If he was to get out of the vehicle, let's say, he would have walked over the hill to where John was. John was just on the other side of the hill. It doesn't make any sense that Lawrence would get out and wander in a different direction. He would have gone to John. They were very close. He might have wanted to see what he was doing on the other side of the hill. In the first few days of the search, they can't find any tracks of the child or another person that could have potentially abducted him, or even tracks of an animal that could have potentially taken Lawrence away. There's just nothing. They did find his hat, but that was it. There's no other evidence to go off of. And so after 4 days of searching, the newspapers began running headlines about potentially an eagle swooping down and taking Lawrence away, because that's all anyone could speculate given the fact that there was no tracks anywhere and that his hat had fallen off. At this point, the police feel totally helpless. They don't understand how this child has managed to evade capture. They're not ready to accept that an eagle has taken him away. And so the police bring in a Native American tracker who was known in the area as an exceptional tracker. So this tracker comes in and manages to pick up a partial trail of this child, and he starts following it, and they get 7 miles away from where this boy went missing. And the tracker begins going up the side of this cliff. They have to actually bring in climbing equipment to get up this cliff. They go 1,400 feet up this cliff. So over 400 meters. They're going up this sheer cliff. They're climbing
Fuck.
up, and they get all the way up there, and there's this one
Why?
little shelf, this one little rocky shelf that this tracker has brought them to. And sure enough, on this shelf is Lawrence, and he's more or less unharmed. He's sleeping, but he's on this little shelf. He's tucked up against this tree. But interestingly, the tree had this bough that was fairly elastic, and it had clearly been placed over his neck, basically trapping him tight up against the mountain. It was like he had fallen into a trap, because the police said that had he moved suddenly, he would have broken his neck the way he was positioned. So the police carefully undo the branch, and they bring the boy down, which was a total task considering how far up they were. And he's unharmed. He's a couple scratches on his face, but that's about it. They have no idea how he, one, got 7 miles away and then over 400 meters up a sheer cliff, so 1,400 feet up a sheer cliff that adults needed climbing equipment to get to. And then how did you survive the below freezing temperatures? You were out here for nearly a week. Nobody knows. On October 19th, 1973, James and Carol Duffy decide they want to go camping. So they have this big RV camper, and they load up their 2 kids, Jimmy, who was 2, and Natalie, who was a little over 1 year old. They load them in the RV along with their 2 cats, and they take off to Lake Wenatchee.
Your 2 cats? Yeah.
It's this beautiful campsite where lots of people with RVs would park right up against this lake. So they make it to Lake Wenatchee, they park their RV, they all get out, they're going on a little walk, but the kids seem fussy, and so Carol and James decide to put them down for a nap. Carol takes the kids inside the RV, she puts them down for a nap. They're in there with the 2 cats. She shuts and locks the RV and goes outside. At this point, James says he wants to go scout for a good hunting spot around where they were camping. And so James takes off, and he's looking for a place to go hunting, and Carol decides she's going to walk a little ways around the lake, but keeping an eye on the RV the whole time. And also James was within eyesight of the camper as well. And after about 15 minutes, James goes back to the camper and checks on the kids. Carol would say she saw James doing that and kind of looked over to get the thumbs up from James to make sure the kids are okay. James goes in, the kids are sleeping, the cats are sleeping. James comes out of the camper, he shuts and locks it. He turns and he sees Carol. She's about 100 meters away, so a little over 300 feet away. He gives her a thumbs up and then actually walks over to her. So he's going to go walk around with his wife now. So he makes it over to Carol, and they're walking a little bit farther away, so they're still only about 150 meters away from their camper when they hear a scream coming from their camper. When they both turned around, there was a big tree kind of obscuring their view to the camper, so they kind of ran back on the path to get a better look at their camper, and all they can see is the door to the camper is now open. So the 2 of them sprint over to the camper. James gets there first, he goes inside, and his son, Jimmy, is gone. Their youngest child, Natalie, was still sleeping, and their 2 cats were still sleeping. Remember, Carol and James were on the other side of this lake about 100 meters away when they heard this screech coming from the RV. It seems odd that the cats and Natalie wouldn't wake up to that, but they didn't.
C'est tous les chats, là.
After an initial frantic search of the area where they can't find Jimmy or any sign of Jimmy, they call the police, they show up, and they begin doing a search themselves. And after 2 hours of aggressively combing this whole campsite and talking to all the other people that were there, there wasn't that many people there, so they were able to interview everyone, and everyone had an alibi. No one was near their camper. The police start to feel really suspicious about Carol and James. And in fact, they straight up accuse James of hurting his child and trying to cover it up. But James and Carol swear they were on the other side of the lake there. They heard that scream. They ran over. This is what we found. And so for 4 days, there's this massive search with canines, helicopters, you name it. They're combing the area. They're interviewing everyone they can. There is nothing, no sign of this child. And so the suspicion that Carol or James had something to do with the disappearance of this child only grew. And so eventually both parents were subjected to a polygraph test, and both stuck to their story, and both passed. They had nothing to do with the disappearance of their child. They were telling the truth. The police still felt like there's something off here about these parents. They must have had something to do with this. And so they really dug into their backgrounds and the family backgrounds, talking to friends and family. And every single person in this family's circle and even outer circle said, no, they care about their kids. They would never harm Jimmy. But through their digging, one thing that did come up is that Jimmy was actually considered a very frail child that basically couldn't do anything without assistance. So between the polygraph test that rules out the parents as being potentially responsible, and now this information that Jimmy was this very frail child who's also 2, right? He didn't get up, open the camper, escape, and then evade this massive search effort. You know, that didn't happen either. So all you're left with is abduction. But the police, they basically cordoned off this whole site and were able to account for every single person that was in the park at any time while the Duffys were there. And every single person had an alibi and completely checked out. Eventually, the search for Jimmy was terminated, and to this day, almost 50 years later, we still have no idea what happened to Jimmy, where he went, and how he got there.
2 ans, quand même.
Late at night on March 26, 1962, the Crawford family, who lived in Tennessee, noticed their 1-year-old was sick, so they wanted to take her to the doctor's office. Mr. and Mrs. Crawford hop in the car with their 1-year-old, and they bring along their 3-year-old named Faye. They drive to the doctor's office. Turns out the 1-year-old's going to be just fine. They give the kid some medication. They head back to their house, and when they pull into the driveway, Mr. and Mrs. Crawford turn around. The 1-year-old is awake, but the 3-year-old, Faye, is fast asleep. So the parents look at each other and they say, okay, we'll get the baby inside. We'll give Faye a couple more minutes to sleep inside the car, and then we'll come out and we'll get her. So Mr. and Mrs. Crawford carefully get the 1-year-old out without waking Faye up. They shut the door, they lock it, the windows are up. They go into the house, they put their 1-year-old down, and literally maybe a couple of minutes goes by. They come out and the doors are still shut, but Faye is gone. Now, because the vehicle was still shut, they're thinking, oh, she must have gotten out of her seat and maybe is tucked under the seats. So they run over and they look inside, and Faye's nowhere to be found. She's not in the vehicle. So the vehicle itself had only 2 doors. There was 2 rows of seating, but only 2 doors. If you were in the back seat, like Faye was, you would need to push down, fold down one of the 2 front seats and then open that door to get out. But both door handles on the inside were broken off. They did not work. You would have to manually roll down a window and then reach outside the car and use the outside door handle to open either door. So the parents are looking at the vehicle, and the doors are shut, the windows are up, everything is still locked. And while it is possible that Faye could have, in theory, got out of her car seat, folded down one of the 2 front seats, rolled down a window, reached out, opened the door, got outside, rolled the window back up, pushed the lockdown manually, and then shut the door again, that is possible. It's extremely unlikely. And she had never done that. She'd never even gotten her own seat undone, let alone that complicated maneuver of getting out and reshutting the door and locking it. So obviously the police are called, they show up, they're searching the area, and then it starts to snow, and the temperature...
J'avoue, après avoir lu les commentaires vite, là, l'affaire du... J'avoue qu'en même temps, c'est plus comme pourquoi que le trucker a commencé à grimper une montagne, genre. Là où ça fait comme pas de sens.
She walks onto the property of someone's house. She was barefoot, but she was more or less okay. Obviously, the parents are elated. They're so happy their daughter's okay. Now, normally, when somebody goes missing, the investigation stays open until they're discovered. If they're discovered alive, even if the circumstances are really weird, because they're alive, it more or less ends the investigation, because what are you looking for at this point? They're found, they're alive, everything's okay. It's rare that an investigation would continue after they've been found. And in this case, the police left the investigation open because they couldn't understand how Faye could have gotten out of that vehicle, considering how difficult that would have been.
Bon.
And how did she get 3 miles away in less than 12 hours in the middle of the night, walking through a forest? Not to mention, historically, kids are creatures of habit. If they're missing and they're in the middle of the woods, but it's nighttime, they don't just keep walking. They lay down and they go to sleep. And then when the sun comes up, they get up, and then they keep moving. So for her to have gone 3 air miles from where she went missing to this farmstead, that means she did not lay down and go to sleep. She kept walking all through
Ça, faut que j'ai besoin de 4 encore.
And then when they asked Faye what happened, she would just smile and laugh. That's all they could ever get out of this child. So despite leaving the investigation open, no one ever came to any sort of conclusion about how she got out of that car and how she covered that distance or why. It's just a big mystery, like all of these missing 411 cases.
Au moins, elle a été retrouvée, là.
In 2001, Paul Wayment was 37 years old. He was a construction worker living in Salt Lake City, and he was about to get divorced for the second time. In his first marriage, after the divorce, he got sole custody of their 4 children. He was a great father. The judge saw it that way and said the kids were better off with him. And following this second divorce, he would file for sole custody of the child that they had together, who was a little boy, 2 years old, named Gage, and he would win. So Paul is a single father of 5 children. Gage was a lot younger than the other 4 kids, and so he kind of became Paul's little buddy and went everywhere with Paul. They were very, very close. On October 25th, 2001, Paul takes Gage, puts him in the back of his truck, he buckles him into his car seat, and the two of them head off to this area where Paul would hunt for deer. It was actually a private deer hunting area that was totally enclosed by a fence. Now, in order to access this private area, you needed to be a member, and Paul was a member.
Tabarnak de fête, colossal, qu'est-ce qui se passe, là?
And so Paul and Gage drive up, he gets to the gate, he punches in the code, he opens up the gate, the two of them drive in. He said he shuts the gate and locks it, and the two of them head up this path to this area where he planned to look for some deer. When he parked the car, he saw that Gage was passed out in his car seat and just did not look like he was going to be psyched to get out and go look for deer. Paul thinks about it for a minute and he decides, you know what, I'm going to leave Gage in the back seat. I'll just shut
J'étais comme là, j'ai l'impression que je fais spam.
taken care of. I'm going to go spend just a couple of minutes looking for deer and then I'll come back and I'll get him. So he hops out, he locks the car, and he walks a little ways away from the truck. Well, it's still behind him, but a couple of other hunters that were on this area, they saw Paul, they
Check
sat
it out.
down, and they started talking. He gets preoccupied, and after 30 minutes or so,
Ça va bien loadé, là.
he realizes he needs to go back and check on his son. And when he goes back up, the door on Gage's side is open, and Gage is gone. Paul runs up to the vehicle. He can't believe that Gage is gone. Paul screams for the other hunters to come over and help him. He's like, I can't find my son. They start looking in the area, and apparently Paul was so grief-stricken, he began vomiting. He was totally hysterical, and he kept saying, it's my fault. It's my fault. I left him here. Police show up, and this massive search is launched. But you got to remember that this is a gated-in area. Everything is locked. You need to have a code.
Je l'ai kick out.
And the only people that apparently were on this site at the time were the other hunters that Paul was talking to. And so obviously that casts a huge spotlight on those hunters and Paul being responsible for whatever's happened to Gage. But initially they just focus on looking for this child. And after a little bit of searching, and there's absolutely no sign of this kid, they
Moi, je change mes batteries, là.
on Paul. He's like, you know what, if anything happened to my son, it's my fault. I left him in the vehicle, it's my fault. Like, he's not being defensive at all. He is a they're like, you know, on Paul. He's like, you know what, if anything happened to my son, it's my fault. I left him in the vehicle, it's my fault. Like, he's not being defensive at all. He is 100% saying, it's my fault, I did this. He's not saying, I harmed my child, but he's taking full responsibility for whatever's happened. And the police pick up on that, and they're like, you know what, I think he's telling the truth. And he's also saying that he was with those other hunters, and they're the only other ones here. So for 4 days, this massive search is launched all over this hunting area, even beyond the hunting area, and there's no sign of this child. He's just gone. And so they terminate the search, but Paul's church offered to send another 150 volunteers to continue the search. And one of those volunteers was a man by the name of James Wilkes. He was an avid outdoorsman, and he brought along his dog, Dino. And over the course of this search, James and his dog actually get lost, which David Paulides says is very rare. There's so many people doing the search at one time, it would be hard to get lost. But it does happen, and so James and his dog wind up miles away from where they were supposed to be searching. They don't know where they are, they're lost. And so that night, the temperatures are dropping, it's snowing, and James and his dog end up getting under a tree, in this little pocket under a tree, and they're huddled together all night. And James said it was one of the worst nights of his life. He didn't sleep much, but at some point in the morning when the sun started to come up, he was happy to be alive. You know, he didn't die of hypothermia. And he and Dino start walking. And they've only walked a couple of minutes when the dog stops. And he starts licking something on the ground. And he looks down, and under a couple inches of snow, it's the body of Gage. James scoops up the body, and for hours they start walking back kind of generally towards where he thinks he needs to go. He ends up finding a fence that he recognized, and since he was exhausted from carrying the boy, he placed the boy's body near a fence post that he knew he'd be able to recognize, and he and Dino made their way out to the search and rescue headquarters told them where to find the boy's body, and they went back and they collected the boy's body. Now, because James is the one to find the boy, they immediately had to treat him like a suspect. They polygraphed him because you found the boy, no one else has found him, you're ways away from the search, but he passed his polygraph. James would say to police that when he found the body, there were all these tracks around the body. They looked like canine tracks, but they weren't Dino's, and he knows they weren't Dino's because he was holding onto Dino all night, and he hadn't been in this particular area the night before. So investigators are like, if there were other canine tracks all over that area, it means, one, we searched it, but if we searched it, why didn't they pick up on the boy, who they're trained to smell? Or what animal was this? Did it have anything to do with why Gage is here in the first place? After the autopsy, it was determined that Gage died from hypothermia. His father was absolutely devastated. You know, he spent all this time at the site where his body was found. He created a shrine for his son. He was known to spend hours in his vehicle trying to figure out how his son got out of his seat and then made his way out that front door, something he had never seen his son do. He was just totally devastated, and he was ultimately charged with negligent homicide, and he pled guilty to it and was given 30 days in jail, but before his sentence was carried out, he took his own life. So like all cases that David Paulides covers in the Missing 411 series, we're left with a lot
Ça
of
hurt, ça fait
questions.
mal, hein.
Unfortunately, they may never get answered. But that doesn't stop us from speculating, so please go in the comments and give me your best theory as to what's going on. How are these kids getting outside of these vehicles and winding up in places that seem impossible to get to? Not only will I respond to all the early commenters, the best theory will get pinned at the top of the comment section. If you enjoyed
Genre
today's
oui,
video and
oui, il est
you
quand
want
même
to see more
négligé,
like it,
but
please
je
throw the
pense
like
que
button into the bottomless pit. Me
dans
and
son temps,
Alex
c'est
wrote
tout était
Washington,
pas
and also please
nécessaire, c'est weird
subscribe
de
to
dire.
this channel and turn on all notifications so
Il
you
était
don't
déjà
miss any
détruit, là.
of the weekly uploads. If you want to get in touch with me, you can direct message me on Instagram or on Twitter. My username on both platforms is the same, JohnBallin416. I also have a ton of content on TikTok where my username is Mr. Ballin. If you have a story suggestion for this channel, please submit it on our subreddit just called Mr. Ballin. It's linked below. I read it every day, so if I intentionally use your story suggestion, I will absolutely credit you. So whether I see you on Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, Reddit, YouTube, or some combination, I'm just incredibly thankful for your support, and until next time, guys, that's going to do it. See ya.
Parfait. Ah, j'ai oublié de... Je pense quoi, parce que ça colle pas. Bon, tant que ça sèche, je peux m'occuper de celui-là en attendant. Est-ce que tu veux? Mais si j'ai fait l'autre. Qu'est-ce que j'ai fait, moi? Ok, non, c'est ça. Parfait. Euh... Bon, ouais. One done. Là, à l'instant, il commence à me faire manger. En profiter pour aussi en même temps commencer ranger, faire un petit ménage de mes affaires. Deux de fait. Comme si les petits morceaux, si je peux pas les garder. Ok, parfait, j'ai déjà deux de fait. Faut pas que je perde le morceau que j'utilise. Parfait. Nice, bon. 3, il m'en manque un. Juste un. Non. Celui-là, il est facile. Bon. Nice. Ok. Parfait. Bon, ça c'est fait. Je passe de l'autre côté. Non, thank you. Reste là. Euh... Ah, lui, je passe le moment. Si j'en utilise d'accord, ça n'a pas d'allure. Bon. Pa 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 pa. C'est encore camo. Vers camo. Parfait. On va mettre Ivy en haut de camo. Petit déclan aussi. J'ai connecté camo live. Ça va close. Je me suis fait kick out. Comment ça? J'ai reboot pour une update. Tu game ou tu AFK, man? I was gaming hard. Ok. Ben c'est Minecraft, je vais l'ouvrir tantôt de toute manière. Euh, Train de setup l'autre. Non, c'est vrai, je l'ouvrir camo. Je le setup d'avance. Quand je vais me faire manger. Camo. Ok. Une chance, j'ai mis notre bête à faire. Bon, on va ça faire ça là. Ouais, parfait. Parfait, bon. Coller ça direct. Comment je vais le coller c'est de même? C'est sûr là. Ah, bon. Ok. Oh my god. Je suis pas si fier. Ah, j'ai jamais rechangé à Art, moi. Ah, bon. Ça sèche. Pendant ça, là, je peux même placer ça là aussi. Bon. Bon. Ça va sécher. Install and relaunch. Ah! The fuck, j'ai un spasme dans mon ventre. Mais d'air. Je vais mourir, genre. Tu vois, me ça met de la musique, là. Ah. Attends juste que... Ouais. Non, j'ai pas fermé mon OBS, là. Ah, pas de setting. Mais... Ok. Ouais, Ivy Cam. Déjà utilisé. Camo. Ok. Moi, c'est noir. Pas de fonctionner. Pas le driver il fonctionne pas en ce moment. Ouais, c'est basically genre. Si je veux le montrer là, c'est basically je dois faire ça de même genre. En ce moment. Puis après ça, je peux faire Scale to Fill. Ça, bon. Good try. Ouais, j'essaie. C'est le mieux que je peux faire. Je peux quand même pas m'assurer avec ça. Bon. Pas assez excellent. Maintenant, j'ai mes affaires. Après. Ah. Bon. Toilette. Je vous laisse sur cette image-là. Ah. J'ai oublié de quoi. Épique. Oui, de ce bord-là. Bon, faut que je rajoute 2 pics. C'est genre, faut que je coupe là-dedans. Faut acheter 2 pics. Les pics qui vont descendre de même. Non, qui montent un peu de même. Ok. Wait. Je peux réutiliser ça. Celui-là. Je peux t'en réutiliser ça. Faire un pic. De même. Pas... C'est pas ça après, ça veut dire. Bon, j'ai pas confiance avec toi. Je peux rester là. Parce que finalement, toi, c'est pas l'arbre que je t'utilise. Ça. Toilet now. BRB. Bon, I'm back. Bon, là, je vais tenter de faire à manger. Même caméra que la dernière fois. Bon. Ah. C'est ça. Parfait. Ça, c'est mon chicken. Chicken, sorti. Sorti une planche à découper. 2, une pour le chicken, une pour les légumes. Non. On a mis le chicken dans 2. Ça en a. Chicken. Directement, jeter ça. Je vais le laisser traîner. Je vais laisser les mains vite, mais ça sert pas à grand chose. Je vais tripoter du chicken dans quelques instants. Je tiens à dire qu'en ce moment-ci, vous écrivez quoi que ce soit, je ne vois pas les messages pour l'instant. Pourquoi j'ai ce couteau-là? Je sais qu'il coupera pas. Ah, fuck. Faut que je lave du chicken. Ah, fuck. Pas. Bon. Au pire. I try my best. Bon. Ça chauffer ça lentement. Et j'en ai peut-être un peu trop mis. Ouais, non, j'ai trop mis. Clairement. Le chicken va être ben trop huileux. J'ai ben trop huileux. Le chicken va être huileux. Bon. Bon. Parfait. La fois j'enlève la mide qui reste là-dessus, là. Sinon, gaspille le moins possible. Ok, ça, c'est le aussi du cartilage. On gasse au pire, une petite chunk de même. C'est ça, c'est de la peau. Il n'y en a pas d'autres. Ça va cause des bébites. Une chance que quelqu'un ferme ici. On est quand même bien aujourd'hui. Bon. Je me suis lavé les mains. Non, ça, je vais pas mettre ça là. Je vais mettre quelques épices. J'adore le poulet quand il est plus herbal. Bon, thym. Thym, basilic. Mais j'ai mis trop de basilic. Là, il y a eu l'origan. C'est pas une... J'utilise l'origan qu'elle aura emmené, mais on a déjà un autre origan passé. Je vais passer en premier. Bien. Puis du rosemary. Là, tu laisses ça en slow cooking pour l'instant. Pendant ce temps-là, je peux prendre une autre poêle. Plus grande, I guess. Elle aussi, mettre de l'huile dedans, mais pas beaucoup. Comme ça, c'est parfait. Bon. Directement, yeet. J'ai affaire mon poulet au lavabo dans la poubelle. Il est lavé. Pas maintenant, parce que j'ai d'autres affaires à couper. Je vais me couper une patate. Pour maintenant. Une bonne patate. Encore un bon chunk, honnêtement. Je suis intelligent, j'accélère ma tablette. Ok. Mais... J'ai pas branché depuis un petit bon bout là. Parce que il me faudrait un fil pour. En ce moment, le fil pour il est utilisé pour le... De quoi d'autre. Bon. Patate. Je peux avoir ça, je vais le garder pour mes œufs. C'est patates, carottes puis champignons. Non, je veux pas une méga carotte là. Non, pendant que ça cook. Checker vite vite. Bon, ça c'est acheté. C'est acheté. En ce temps, je veux que c'est juste pour moi, pis c'est pour mon repas live. Je vais essayer de couper ça en mini morceaux là. Je dis que juste un petit morceau pour l'exécuter là. Pas je mets des tomates ici. Je mets quelques tomates. Une autre tomate. Ouais, parfait. Manger une pour la route. Poudre d'oignon. Je sais plus sur moi-même c'est quoi. Je pense que c'est la poudre d'ail, mais non. Ok, ça, il nous en reste. Il nous en reste, mais il nous en reste plus comme dans nos petits contenants pour. Ah, tu le reste là. Bon. Faire des pinces. Tourner le poulet. Enlever un peu du jus parce que. Pas besoin de baigner dans l'huile là. Voilà, tu prends ça, tu mets l'autre pièce. J'ai encore échappé une shit dedans. J'aurais m'acheter la net. Comment ça? Longtemps j'en ai pas eu. Pas beaucoup de champignons dedans. Je vais m'en garder assez pour déjeuner ou dîner demain. Je je vais pas virer au IGA juste pour m'acheter genre un paquet d'œufs. Un paquet d'œufs, un paquet de champignons. Non. Je vais baisser un peu le feu. Je sais pas pourquoi j'ai nettoyé les pinces. J'en aurais besoin pour ça, là tantôt. Bah. Pendant que ça cook, je vais activer ça. Pendant que ça cook. J'ai pas une bonne vision, mais je peux au moins savoir qu'est-ce qui se passe avec l'écran. Dans ce temps-là. Je vais faire ça 4 fois. Non, deux au moins de préparer. Je marque genre cooking, mais je vais pas vraiment voir cook. J'ai pas encore un setup pour. Genre, c'est après l'attaque, c'est ça mon but. Le prochain but, c'est le setup. C'est pas mostly pour moi en plus. Là. Au camp que. Juste quand Laurent vienne, il vient souvent faire ce cooking chez ici, je veux au moins qu'il y a un setup qui a un petit peu de l'allure là. Bon, faut que je déplace des affaires dans la cuisine. Faut que je change des affaires de place dans la cuisine pour ça. Mais c'est après l'attaque. Je comptais le faire avant l'attaque de base, je pensais pas aller à l'attaque, je pensais pas faire mon cosplay pis tout, mais changement de plan, c'est après l'attaque. Je mets corps et arme là-dessus. Non. Ok. Ah, c'est que je pensais. Bon. I like this. La prochaine chose, ça ménage là-dedans. Tout ce qui est cette terre-là, c'est pas si grave que ça. C'est vraiment comme toutes les autres petites bits. Je vais pas commencer que la show de live. Si ça sent bon, bah, ça va pas être peur en petit bout. Ça, c'est du poulet. C'est vrai, je vais chercher un sac. Un sac pour mes retailles. C'est vrai, mais les big sacs pour congélation sont là-dedans. Il y en a un qui va être déjà ouvert. Yeah. Ah. J'ai déjà un sac de retail à terre ici. Je pense que je vais le mettre de ce bord-là. Bon. Comme ça me redonne un petit peu de vie sur mon bureau. Tous les papiers, c'est pas grave. J'en regarde un, c'est correct. Un autre sac de retail. Garoche à terre là, à mes pieds. Ça, je peux le jeter. Puis ça, je peux le laver. Bon. Mais ici, la température des légumes. On va faire un verre d'eau. On peut voir la boucane dans la caméra, c'est quand même nice ça. Je vais mettre un gant tantôt, mais je vais manger. Ça. Pendant que je mange, je vais essayer de coller ça en même temps. C'est fait. Ah, là ça. Je colle les 4 angles que j'ai coupés. Après, on va coller ça. Euh, Attendre un peu. Commencer à seal. Que j'ai besoin de seal. De ce côté-là. De ce côté-ci. Si je veux tout seal, qu'est-ce que je peux de ce bord-ci? Les mettre de côté-là. Pendant ce temps-là, je vais commencer à faire les autres pièces. Je vais commencer à designer directement les épaules. Ouais. C'est ce que ça va donner. Bon. Non, ça, j'ai même pas fermé mon affaire pour le Discord. Donc, j'ai quand même trouvé ça drôle si ça s'est activé à un moment donné, puis on s'est pas rendu compte là. Ça, je peux nettoyer mon couteau. J'ai plus besoin de mon couteau. Bon. Je vais faire ça live là. Je suis pas patient. Plus vite que je fais ça, plus vite que je peux commencer à seal ça. Puis quand c'est seal, plus vite que je peux sabler qu'est-ce que j'ai seal, que j'ai sablé que j'ai besoin de sabler. Puis après ça, commencer à prime puis peinturer ça. Yeah. Ce soir, mon but, là, après quand j'ai fini de tirer, commencer les épaules. Les épaules, normalement, je vais faire, c'est extrêmement simple. Extrêmement simple. J'ai besoin de design deux sections. Pour l'épaule en tant que telle. Là, je peux design une section pour ça, là. Qui va... Puis l'autre section de même. Bon, je reviens. Je suis la foule. Ah, la rente, es-tu là? Parce que si oui, j'ai une question pour toi pour ton chum de demain. Puis qui va arriver, je vais voir ça quand je reviendrai. Mais, yeah. Je sais pas si on entend les femmes, j'espère que non. Bon. Une dernière fois. Juste coach jusqu'à pendant 7 minutes. Ça devrait être prêt. Dans ce temps-là, j'ai le temps d'aller coller ça. Bon. Nice. Parfait. Ah, je vais pas mettre ça au milieu pour de vrai cette fois-ci. Je vais sortir mes gants en avance. Comment? Ah. Pas de gants qui tombent à terre, je veux tout ça à la place. Commencer à tout tirer ça. Mettre ça de côté. Quand tout ça est ici, tant que ça sèche, le sablé direct. Je pense que ça va être va prendre plus de temps que mes autres pièces. Pas moins, parce que je vais faire une section à la fois, genre, un côté à la fois. Mais ça, je vais sabler tout ce côté-ci, le primer. Je tourne de bord quand le primer est fini. Mais on va faire l'autre côté. À part si je me patente de quoi. Je pense pas. Pas sûr. Non, j'ai pas besoin de seal ici. Parce que je veux vraiment qu'on voit la séparation dans des deux. Donc, tout, j'ai pas besoin de seal. Tous les endroits que je veux vraiment voir la séparation, j'ai pas besoin de seal. Mais genre, ceux ici. Ceux ici. Ceux ici. Tout ceux ici. Ceux ici. Tout le milieu là. Milieu là. Des côtés. Ouais, les côtés c'est plus en haut. Seal ça ici. Tu mets ça en haut, je vais le tourner de bord rendu là. Je seal ça ici. M'assurer que ça soit correct. Même je pense que... Comme ça c'est 100 fois mieux placé. Ça, je veux pas que ce soit ici là parce que je veux vraiment avoir un concept différent. Tout ici, il faut que je le seal. C'est ici. C'est calme, mais je pense qu'il faut que j'aille coller de quoi en dessous ici. Pas une retaille. Une dame. J'ai un trou bouché que j'ai oublié de boucher. Ah, je comprends. Parfait. Bon. Hello, hello. Ah! C'est quoi déjà ça? Bon. Je peux arrêter en ce moment. Pas besoin de ça. Bon. Eating time. Ah, je peux le seulement. C'est pas d'importance. J'ai l'autre. Bon. Bon, je peux bien jouer Minecraft là. Ba 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 ba. Bon, qu'est-ce que tu fais? Nice. Mining away. Ah, si j'arrive à pogner la dipstate. Déjà, je sais, j'ai pas de trou qui m'amène vers la lave pour l'instant. J'aurais pas venu. Ouais. Bon. Ouais. Je suis. Écoutez, je vais choisir là-bas. Quand non, j'ai toujours pas activé les Warden. J'ai quand même activé les ceintures une couple de fois. Jusqu'à maintenant. Plus de fois que j'aurais voulu. Pourquoi il y a une torche là? Ah, c'est peut-être moi qui l'ai mis. Mais ouais. C'est. Je sais pas si on va bien. C'est ça, c'est le dos là. Euh, je peux mettre. Je peux mettre la capture d'écran. Vas-y, la mettre aussi big sur game. Ah, fuck, c'est pas ce que je vais faire. Moi, c'est ce que je dois faire. Le big à moi, j'ai nerf les sons là. Tu Oblivion là. Ouais. Je sais pas, j'essaie de sabler pendant la journée. C'est genre, dès quand après mon lunch, genre, je sable directement là. C'est ça, genre, mon but, honnêtement. Pendant mon lunch là. C'est quand sabler, mais je vais checker si j'ai un meeting après mon lunch. Vu pour que je mon masque, je vais pas pouvoir. Puis je veux pas aller sabler dans une autre pièce de l'appart, puis la condamner pendant 1 heure pour mes colocs. Tu sais, il faudrait que je fasse le ménage directement après. Hein? Qu'est-ce qui chasse avec son 48 puis son 14 plus, là? Qu'est-ce qui chasse? 32. Ah. Ouais, faut que je retombe là-dedans dans les mauvais. Mais pour l'instant, là, j'ai un focus sur ma pickaxe parce que je l'ai miné vite, puis j'ai fait genre. Je vais attendre pour le restant là. Oh wait, quelqu'un passe pas ici, ça veut dire. Ou c'est peut-être moi. Il va falloir faire tout le contour de même. Là, t'es vraiment pas mauvais. Ah, bon dîner demain. Combien? 30? Tu vas attendre que. Faut que je dois prévenir la race aussi pour ça. À partir de demain, la rue est bloquée. Pose un tournage. Oh my god, si Fred vient pour lui. Là, je cherche pour eux là. Pour eux, comme quelle adresse mettre à la place. Parce qu'il faut qu'ils se parquent là à la place de se parquer là, chez nous. Faut qu'ils se parquent sur l'autre rue après. Moi aussi, juste qu'ils se parquent ailleurs. Bon.
Hello.
Ah, what up?
I'm good, you?
Ça, toi pis Laurent viennent encore demain, hein?
Yeah, moi je suis down, là. J'ai pas encore reçu le truc pour faire les.
Allez, opening. Ah, c'est pour ça que vous. Ah, pour Takoyaki.
Ouais. Mais je peux le recevoir aujourd'hui.
Ok. Mais normalement, t'as jusqu'à maximum 10 heures pour le recevoir.
Yeah, c'est ça. Jusqu'à 10 heures.
Mais, parquez-vous
Mais
pas
là, je peux
dans.
le recevoir en journée demain, là.
Tu vois. Mais il y a un tournage qui se déroule en ce moment à côté de chez nous qui commence demain.
Ah ouais?
Bon, vous pouvez pas vous parquer dans notre rue. Allez comme. Mais vous pouvez vous parquer sur la rue du Mât, mais pas de la section de notre bord à nous, genre.
Ah, ok.
Bon, faut aller genre juste après l'école
Ah, c'est correct.
pour te parquer, là.
Ouais, c'est ok.
Même marcher dans la rue, je sais pas comment ça va fonctionner vu que c'est un film des années 70.
Ah ouais? Ah, ok, c'est pas un gros film, c'est un petit film.
Je sais pas, mais genre comme je veux dire, l'époque du film, c'est dans les années 70. Ils ont littéralement refait le parc au complet.
Sérieux?
Yeah.
Quand même excellent.
Bon, c'est pas pour prévenir, là, parce que, yeah.
All good, là. Ouais. Break
Ouais.
the cows.
Tu sais, t'as reçu tes cartes parce que ça me semble que tu conseilles vous payer des cartes aussi.
Non, j'ai pas reçu mes cartes.
Ok.
Je vais probablement aussi commander un deuxième paquet, mais comme la deuxième version, là. Fait que genre,
Mhm.
peut-être rendu là. Je suis pas pressé, là.
Allez, ça ne va.
Est-ce Il est comme volume 1, volume 2. C'est volume 2 qui m'intéresse, je vais peut-être acheter deux fois le volume 2.
Nice.
Ici. Qu'on fasse pousser du blé, là. Les patates, c'est assez.
Mais ouais. Là, ça m'avait passé par l'esprit, j'étais comme, c'est vrai, ils viennent demain, genre, mais comme. Si vous voulez jusqu'à jeudi, la rue est bloquée pour tous
Ah
les
ouais.
chars. Ouais,
Ah,
parce que
c'est bon.
tous les chars qui sont dans la rue, qui vont être dans la rue, ça va pas être des chars qui existaient dans les années 70. Bon, ça va être genre un peu weird, là.
Ah ouais, fait qu'il rentre vraiment des chars, des vieux chars, genre?
Je sais pas s'ils vont rentrer des vieux chars, mais il y aura pas de. Tu peux pas avoir un char genre récent. C'est juste comme les parkings vont être soit utilisés ou sont juste bloqués.
T'es capable de prendre des photos, je suis vraiment curieux de savoir ça va être quoi, là. Ça te dit vraiment si c'est un gros budget ou quelque chose, là.
Mais le budget est quand même relativement bon. Avec comment toutes les rénovations qu'ils ont faites dans le parc. Genre, je dirais pas un gros budget, mais c'est genre un bon budget. Genre, juste pour le fait qu'il y a comme aussi pu bloquer deux rues, parce qu'il y a une autre rue puis les rues de l'autre bord qui sont bloquées.
Ok.
Puis
Bloquer des rues, c'est vraiment pas compliqué, là, quand tu fais des affaires de même, là. Tu fais des demandes à la ville, puis ils te le donnent quasiment automatiquement, genre. C'est une
ok,
affaire
never
de
mind.
culture pis tout, là.
Bon, ben, juste pour ben, ça. Je dirais le budget est comme correct, là.
Ok.
Mais je sais pas si c'est un gros budget, ça va dépendre des chars s'il y a des chars lundi, des vieux chars de parker dans la rue ou non, là. Puis même là,
Ouais,
ça se peut qu'il y ait juste trouvé du monde, puis qu'ils aient payé genre des sommes, comme du monde qui savent qu'il y a des chars, payer des sommes genre
ouais,
moindres pour
ouais.
juste parker ton char, genre.
C'est quand même drôle.
Parce qu'ils ont pas besoin d'aller littéralement avec une compagnie pour ça, ils peuvent juste littéralement trouver du monde qui ont des vieux chars, puis leur payer des petites sommes, là. Parce que genre, qu'est-ce que tu fais? Littéralement, si t'es payé juste pour amener ton char à un endroit X, le parker là, puis te pousser,
Ils peuvent me payer, moi, pour parker maquillé, là. On
yeah,
dirait
about
eux
that.
autres. Ah ouais, what do you mean? She's pretty.
Je
Pretty
pense, je pense pas,
peachy, monsieur.
je pense pas que ta Kia a fit dans les années 70, là.
Oui. C'est le char de Back to the Future.
Ouais.
Oh
Ouais,
ouais.
il y a tellement de silverfish dans ma section à moi, là, c'est insane, là.
Ah ouais.
J'arrête pas de me faire attaquer par des silverfish, là.
Sylvie Fishes.
Oh my god. Le plus maintenant j'en entends un, mais ok, bon, je l'ai trouvé. Mais dis en même temps, ça me permet de genre heal up, on peut dire, ma pickaxe en même temps, là.
Mais oui.
Ah, j'ai plus de food, je viens de m'en rendre compte.
Ah, moi, j'étais venu chercher des books. Après avoir fait ça, j'upgrade mon armure puis je m'en vais chercher mon Elytra, là. Je pense être tanné, là.
Ça, t'as-tu déjà parlé de l'affaire que quand que Fred ou Laurent partent à voler, le serveur,
Yeah, non, quand ils se mettent à explorer, là.
yeah. T'as même pas besoin d'explorer, juste quand ils sont un peu plus loin de genre d'autres peeps.
Yeah, mais c'est ça, je leur ai dit aussi, là. Je me suis fait demander de monter le rendering distance, puis c'est à cause des affaires de même, là.
Mais ouais, tu peux.
J'avais une proposition dans pas long, comme pour tout le monde, là. Je vais faire, je la concrétise avant, là.
Baisser Elytra Speed?
Non.
Même pas. Bien.
Mettre tout le serveur sur un disque dur virtuel qui existe dans la RAM. Puis ça permet de comme le serveur est tout le temps loadé, genre comme l'entièreté du serveur, pas juste genre les chunks que vous êtes dedans, genre.
Ok.
Fait que ça travaille vraiment mieux. Le downside à ça, c'est que faut que tu committes les changes au disque dur périodiquement, tu veux dire, parce que si tu manques d'électricité, tout ce qui est dans la RAM est perdu, genre c'est jamais sauvegardé, genre.
Ok.
Fait que mettons, on dit à chaque heure, t'es commit au disque dur ou chaque 30 minutes ou quelque chose. Faudrait que je check là.
À chaque heure, il y a
Mais
un backup qui se fait, genre. Dans ce sens-là.
ouais, ben dans le fond, les modifications sont envoyées au disque dur là. Mais ça veut dire qu'on peut perdre les 30 à une dernière heure, genre. Que je
Mais
trouve
ça
pas
met-tu ça?
si pire.
Ça met-tu ça va en pause quand ça arrive?
De
Peut-être que
quoi
ça fait le
arrive.
backup.
Non, c'est supposé vraiment le copier tout de suite, puis devrait
Que
être correct.
ça l'affecte pas le serveur en tant que tel, ça fait juste un back, ça fait une sorte de pause, genre, puis ça fait un backup à partir de là, genre.
Yeah,
Ok.
c'est comme un backup.
30 minutes ou une heure sonne good, là.
Yeah, ça je me dis ça serait correct, là, mais faut juste que je l'implémente, là. Parce que j'ai
Puis,
jamais fait
mais,
ça.
faudrait essayer aussi de gosser de quoi pour que, genre, s'il y a personne, exemple, s'il y a personne dans les derniers 30 minutes, que ça, genre, fasse pas 1 million de backup de genre rien, genre.
Yeah. Mais ça, il sait, là. Unraid automatically creates an outfit. Je sais même pas si c'est possible en fait, j'ai pas checké avec mon serveur. Là.
Ah oui, t'es en train de faire ta big épée, ce que je vois, là.
Hein?
T'es en train de faire ta big sword, là.
J'ai commencé. Faites le portal, puis j'attends que ma wool farm pogne assez de trucs pour pouvoir la continuer. Là.
T'as fait en wool?
Yeah, ben, tu sais, le manche, là, la poignée, là.
Ah, ok.
Ou peut-être copper, je sais pas encore.
Euh, bon, moi, je viens de voler des patates.
Ma patate!
Là, vous êtes en train de faire Sam ou toi, t'es en train de se faire un custom Sakura Tree?
Yeah. What, t'es où toi là? T'es en train de te promener, t'es juste à côté.
Je
Oui,
suis
je sais pas,
littéralement,
là.
je suis littéralement chez toi, là.
What? Mais j'ai juste ressorti. Ok, t'es là.
J'ai rentré par l'autre entrée.
Ah,
T'as-tu des patates dans...
celle-là.
Ok, je te pogne un cake de 64, puis je vais le cook chez nous.
Non, cook-les là, il y a de la lava.
Y'a pas de lave.
Non, I don't.
Si, il y a de la lave. Moi qui
J'en ai
cherche,
ici,
ça.
j'en ai ici, là, mais.
Ouais. Sinon, je peux te voler ton stack de 64 bake, là.
Eh, vas-y. Ah, j'ai encore ici d'autres.
Let's fucking go, man. Pas me le faire dire 2 fois, là. J'ai vraiment besoin de manger, là. J'ai genre comme 3 de food life. Bon. Faut que je me fasse ma potato farm à un moment donné, là.
Ah, mais c'est potato farm. Bon, moi, je retourne à farm, mais shit. Il va faire nuit dans pas long, hein.
Ça se peut.
What do I need else? Got the cows. J'ai hâte de tuer ces poulets.
Ça va te faire un KFC, là.
Yeah. Je vais en faire un vraiment efficace, là. Genre un à fois comme 3-4, genre.
Plus efficace que celle que vous avez fait à chaque fois, là. Il y a juste un poulet, là. Mais un poulet,
Yeah.
c'est comme une zone à poulet.
Ben c'est ça, il y a comme un seul
Socle, là.
producteur, là. Je vais faire plus que ça, là. Who knows what to find beneath down to the doing shore, hidden in the mountain shores. T'es en train de stream, hein, toi, là?
Ah, moi, je suis en stream.
Ok.
J'étais en break pendant que je mange, là.
Ah, break syndical.
Yep.
Next up, là, j'aimerais vraiment ça qu'on trouve une skeleton farm, là.
J'ai trouvé
Skeleton
genre
spawn.
j'ai trouvé 2 zombies spawners à date, là.
But that's useless.
Ouais, mais... J'ai 2 zombies spawners, puis un spider.
Non, c'est pas ça. Spider, il peut être pratique.
Mais spider, ça, t'as déjà fait de quoi avec, là.
Yeah. Qu'on a déjà un, c'est pas si peu que ça. Mais le zombie, le skeleton, il est nice vraiment pour les bones, là. Je voudrais faire une free farm, genre. Comme ça plante les saplings pour toi. Puis t'as un TNT duplicator. Ça l'explose tout, là. C'est ce que j'aimerais faire.
Qui était primé.
Yes.
J'ai genre fait une fois une tree farm, j'en ai jamais fait depuis là.
Ah, bah, si le serveur il est là pour rester, j'aime mieux avoir toutes les farms quasiment, là.
Yeah, understandable.
J'aime ça le bruit que ça fait quand tu marches sur du copper, là.
Ça se peut. Moi, mon son de Minecraft est tellement bas que genre la plupart des sons, j'entends pas là.
Hérésie.
Je suis le même dans beaucoup de jeux. Genre, le son du jeu se rapidement mettre à genre 10% là.
Ah, ça, c'est streamer live, là.
Non, c'est même pas à cause de ça là.
Ah.
Même avant que je commence à stream ou que je pense même à ce que je veux commencer à stream pour le fun. Tous mes jeux, le son devenait basically inexistant. Les seuls jeux que c'est plus bas, c'est comme les jeux que t'as comme, genre, on peut dire, extrêmement de besoin, à cause que genre, tu peux attendre des pas des players pis tout, genre Rainbow Six puis Valorant, genre.
Wow.
Donc il y a vraiment des
Chaque
queues
corde dans le
audio qui sont
code, là.
importants, là. Mais s'il y a pas vraiment de queue audio important,
Je trouve drôle qu'on parle d'audio de jeux vidéo, là. Puis genre, j'ai rêvé à EVE Online, là, puis la musique de ça, là.
calisse.
Genre, je suis vraiment à veille de recommencer à jouer puis de domper de l'argent là-dedans, là.
Oh my god. Don't.
C'est un subscription base, là, fait que c'est pas vraiment les gacha, là, mais...
Ok, quelqu'un te dit de domper de l'argent tout le temps, je pensais comme pour les packs pis tout, mais si c'est de
Non.
domper de l'argent parce que c'est subscription based, ça passe un peu mieux, I guess.
C'est parce que le jeu, tu contrôles plusieurs personnages, ben, plusieurs spaceships, genre un spaceship à la fois par contre. Puis t'as un gros avantage à en contrôler deux ou trois en même temps, là. Puis c'est pas mal plus fun, là. Fait que genre, c'est comme payer deux trois subscriptions, là.
Oh my god. Quoi? C'est chaque subscription, c'est genre un chip, genre? Ou c'est à cause que c'est comme un account différent?
C'est des comptes différents.
Ok.
T'as comme trois personnages par contre. C'est un peu prédatoriel, là, comment qu'ils font leur argent pour ça, là. Parce qu'ils savent. Puis tu peux pas jouer à aucun des trois personnages en même temps, genre. T'es obligé de payer un autre compte. Make sense, là, ils essaient de faire de l'argent, là.
Je sais pas, moi,
Mais
j'ai jamais aimé les jeux qui sont subscription based.
moi non plus. Mais y a absolument rien qui remplace EVE Online, là. C'est insane à quel point c'est unique, là.
J'ai hâte de voir quoi que Star Citizen va ressembler quand ils vont le sortir dans genre 10 ans, I guess, là.
Même là, c'est même pas le même genre d'affaire, pis c'est rempli de bugs, là. Alors là, c'est
Ouais,
quasiment du vol d'argent qu'ils font, là.
ouais, Star Citizen, ouais, c'est ça. C'est rempli de bugs, puis sont encore en alpha, là. Même ils se considèrent même pas en alpha, techniquement, là.
Yeah, mais c'est ça, ils ont reçu quoi, des millions de dollars, eux autres? Puis le jeu, il est
500
buggé as
000.
fuck.
Ben,
Il y a
quoi?
des jeux avec des compagnies qui sont moins grosses que ça qui font plus, là.
Ouais,
Fait
ok,
genre, moi,
mais
je vois
genre,
ça comme une
non,
scam,
non,
là.
non, genre, ok, ils ont eu genre 500 000, ok, ils ont eu 1 million. Mais genre,
Non, ils ont eu plus que 500 000,
non, non,
ok?
non, non,
En toute fun, Star Citizen to funding.
ok, moi, la dernière fois que j'avais vu, ça fait quand même un bon
3,2
bout, là.
millions.
Bon, ben, never mind. Ok, I guess que quand moi je pense que
15
moi,
millions,
500 000,
excuse-moi.
15 millions, damn.
Ça, c'est en 2013.
The fuck, c'est où j'avais vu, j'avais vu de quoi c'était un demi-million, pis c'était pour,
Fait que
je-
techniquement, là, on est supposé
je-
l'avoir notre jeu en ce moment, là.
ouais, mais genre, c'est plus la grosseur en ce moment, juste qu'est-ce qu'on a en live dans l'alpha, c'est comme plus gros que la plupart des jeux qu'on a live, là. Genre, quand je dis plus gros, c'est même pas comparable, là.
Mais il n'y a rien de fonctionnel, là. Genre, tu peux pas
Ben,
fermer les interfaces comme tu veux. Il y a plein d'affaires là même, là.
moi, je veux dire, en ce moment, là, c'est genre, le jeu est immense. Il rajoute quand même beaucoup de content à chaque, genre, quoi, 3 mois.
Ça, je sais pas, là.
Moi, c'est cool que je reçois les news, les news de ça à chaque. J'en reçois honnêtement
T'as
aux deux
donné?
semaines. Hein?
T'as
Ouais,
donné?
j'ai donné dans le temps. C'est pas beaucoup pour avoir le jeu dans le temps.
Non, mais
J'étais comme au PDP. S'il sort à un moment donné, hein, genre pour le prix que je l'aurais payé, ça va quand même valoir la peine.
c'est pour ça que j'aime bien Evan Knight. C'est insanely bon comme jeu, genre.
Puis, En ce moment, quoi, ils ont juste un système solaire que tu peux gosser dedans parce que, genre, comme t'as dit, il y a énormément de bugs, il y a plein d'issues en ce moment. Puis, honnêtement, genre, ils ont pas de FQA en tant que tel. Les FQA, c'est les players qui jouent au jeu.
Ouais, ouais. C'est un sandbox, c'est bien normal, ça je comprends. Là.
Bon, je comprends qu'il y a honnêtement extrêmement de bugs, qu'il y en a encore une chier parce qu'ils sont en alpha. Ils sont encore en train de créer des
Oui, mais
choses.
ils devraient plus être là-dedans après 15 millions de dollars. 15 millions de dollars, le marché du jeu vidéo, là, c'est un marché que plus tu y lances de l'argent, plus il va être capable de faire de quoi avec.
Euh,
C'est quasiment une
ah,
corrélation directe. Eux
je veux
autres
dire,
sont pas capables de le gérer comme du monde.
en étant dans le marché, ben, en étant dans l'industrie moi-même, euh, yes and no, pour ton affaire, plus il y a de l'argent, plus ils vont faire de quoi avec. Honnêtement, la plupart du temps, c'est qu'à à dire, je peux pas dire le nom parce que genre, NDA, mais comme sur des projets que j'ai déjà vus, ou genre, projets que j'ai déjà travaillé dessus, des fois tu vois les sommes qui se sont fait mettre dessus, puis il y en a comme une on va dire 20 à 30% de cette somme-là qui est genre garochée dans des poubelles, puis t'es comme, qu'est-ce que vous avez fait avec ça? Aucune idée, même des fois plus, genre. Ou comme ils mettent plein de allocations d'argent X pour une section X, on va dire. Puis en fait, compte, ils font rien avec ça. Ou plein de marde dans ce style-là, genre.
Regarde, Lucas, je comprends, là, mais je veux dire,
Non,
ça a
mais
été prouvé time and time again, là, que t'as pas besoin de tant que ça non plus, là. Genre, ils devraient être capables de nous montrer quelque chose de plus qu'ils nous montrent en ce moment, là.
ouais, faut aussi dire que là, genre, eux autres pour là, c'est plus pour leur équipe que c'est mal géré. Je trouve qu'ils ont pas comme ils ont une si huge équipe que ça pour la grosseur du projet qu'ils veulent. Bon, comme, je dirais pas le contraire que pour ça, c'est mal
De l'argent,
géré.
ça règle ça. De l'argent, ça t'achète les meilleurs project managers qui sont disponibles sur le marché. Ça t'achète les meilleurs game producteurs. Tu sais, ça t'achète tout ce que tu veux, puis eux autres, ils gèrent pas comme du monde pour pouvoir donner le produit qu'ils ont promis de donner, là.
Ouais, mais en même temps, ils ont jamais donné de date ou quelque chose de même. Bon, c'est tant qu'ils, honnêtement, tant qu'ils ont tout de travailler dessus, c'est qu'à va dire, tant qu'ils ont tout de travailler dessus, qu'ils ont tout faire des affaires dessus, ils sont encore dans le vert. C'est à la seconde qu'il arrive de quoi, qu'ils peuvent plus travailler dessus, que là, ils vont se faire ramasser. Parce que ils ont travaillé quand même dessus pendant des années. Ils ont pris extrêmement beaucoup d'argent de personnes. En même temps, ils ont vendu un produit. En tant que tel. Puis s'ils sont pas capables de donner ce produit-là quand ça va arriver, genre moi, puis genre, les autres personnes qui ont comme acheté ce produit en tant que tel, ben c'est bon, on a donné de l'argent, mais c'est pas qu'on donne. La manière que ça a été fait, c'est pas qu'on a donné de l'argent, c'est qu'on a acheté le produit d'avance, genre.
Ouais.
Puis si le produit on le reçoit jamais, ben on va juste regagner notre argent en tant que tel. Bon, je me dis au PDP. Puis si c'est ça. Tant qu'ils travaillent dessus, puis tant qu'ils montent, je me sens qu'ils ont littéralement une affaire en plus en lien avec ça, c'est qu'ils doivent montrer une progression à chaque X nombre de temps. Puis si la progression est pas assez genre élevée selon, je sais plus trop quoi là, je pourrais pas, je me suis pas référencé à 100% là-dessus parce que j'étais pas à 100% intéressé. Mais si la progression est pas à un certain niveau, euh, ils vont être dans la merde, basically. Ils pourront soit avoir euh, c'est quoi déjà le nom? Ouais, des amendes. Je sais pas pourquoi je cherchais le mot en anglais, mon cerveau juste delete.
Almonds.
Non, ouais, yes, des almonds. Mais c'est pour avoir des amendes ou littéralement directement des lawsuits. Ils sont
Je
pas capables de
comprends.
keep up avec ce ils ont dit. Mais ils ont donné une
Ils ont
roadmap.
déjà des lawsuits, je pense, hein. De toute façon.
Pour checker, ça se peut. Ça se peut qu'elle ait déjà eu parce qu'ils ont sûrement dû faire là à certains moments. Parce que eux autres, en ce moment, leur roadmap qu'ils donnent sont basically set in stone. Ils peuvent pas, comme
Ah ben,
certaines autres compagnies.
Lucas,
Hein?
j'arrête là. Ça vient chier littéralement dans vraiment l'argument. Je viens de trouver qu'ils viennent de traverser 350 millions. Excuse-moi, là, mais à 350 millions, ça devrait pas ressembler à ça, là.
Qu'est-ce que je te dis?
Je veux pas que je veux pas que tu te défendes nécessairement, là. Je suis en train de chier dessus.
Mais je peux quoi dire pour ça, là. Check. Les exécutifs sont greedy puis ils vont se faire avancer à un moment donné avec ça, là. Parce que s'ils sortent le produit puis ça vaut pas le produit vaut pas l'argent qu'ils ont mis dessus comme de fucking loin, genre.
Mhm.
Puis c'est pas à cause que genre ça vaut pas ce montant-là parce que c'est juste genre On peut dire comme le monde trouve ça le jeu mauvais, mais comme vraiment en tant que tel, genre quality wise, le développement mis en arrière puis tout, ça vaut pas le prix, ils vont se faire ramasser là.
Bon.
Les jeux ces temps-ci se font ramasser pour rien là. Moi c'est le même que je le vois là. Ça arrive souvent de même là. Faut juste les joueurs seront pas contents pour une affaire qui est des fois cave puis le jeu se fait ramasser. Euh, la compagnie veut le reporter parce que le management est attardé puis ils ont donné des fausses espoirs parce que c'est souvent même le management. Bon là la compagnie se fait ramasser. Souvent les devs en plus sont ramassés à cause de ça parce que le management en haut est attardé puis eux autres voient pas la même manière que les devs.
Ouais.
Des fois l'inverse. Mais c'est plus souvent le management de la faute là. Quand on va dire genre Cyberpunk, c'est mostly le management qui n'arrêtait pas de donner des dates, puis les devs étaient genre, but we're not sure we're gonna make it. Puis le management était genre, ah, don't worry, genre. Qu'est-ce que ça a donné? Les joueurs ont envoyé des tweets à Cyberpunk, le jeu est sorti d'une manière quand même assez shitty, parce que le management a basically craqué, puis a pas, basically mis leur veto pour sortir le jeu d'avance. Parce que normalement, c'est supposé passer à travers trois,
Ouais, non, je comprends.
faut comme toutes les teams qui travaillent dessus, genre tous les départements disent oui. Puis le management a basically juste fait un veto. Puis il a fait ah ouais, on shut down, on n'écoute pas tous vos avis, puis on le sort quand même, genre.
C'est un peu ça qui arrive quand tu runs la créativité comme un investissement capitaliste.
Yeah.
C'est ce qui est le cas, là, mais
Mais
c'est ça qui arrive.
c'est ça qui est chiant des fois, là. T'es
Le,
comme,
le consumer le voit comme un produit artistique, fait que c'est critiqué comme un produit artistique, là.
yeah. Mais la plupart du temps, c'est plate à dire, mais quand le jeu sort, puis genre plein de bugs, c'est même pas à cause des devs la moitié du temps, là. Je dis bien la moitié du temps, parce que là, la moitié du temps, c'est genre les devs le problème pour de vrai, là. Ils laissent des bugs dedans en se disant, ah, ça va pas affecter les joueurs. Puis là, t'es comme, ça va clairement affecter les joueurs.
Là, genre, Kenny Reeves a deux couilles, là, fait que genre, ça affecte les joueurs.
Yeah, basically, là. Plein d'affaires dans le même, là. Comme en ce moment, genre là, je suis FQA, bon, ça va arriver, c'est clair que des fois, je vais genre regarder les devs, faire genre fixer ça, parce que ça va clairement créer un problème. Puis genre, les devs pourraient me regarder et faire genre, ouais, mais nous, on n'a pas cette même mentalité-là, ça va pas gosser personne, genre. Puis là, ça va sortir, ça va gosser le monde. Puis ben, moi, mon département va être safe parce que moi, quand que je le dis au dev, je le rentre dans une database, puis je monte en prouvant que genre, je l'ai envoyé, puis tout, que genre, j'ai donné mon avis, puis que ben, si les devs l'ont pas écouté, c'est leur problème à eux. Mais la plupart du temps, les devs vont essayer de faire que c'est le problème des FQA. Puis là, après ça, tu sors la database, tu regardes, c'est genre, ouais, mec,
Fuck.
get fuck. Mais la joke là-dedans, c'est que genre, au public, euh, non, on peut pas, on pourra pas genre montrer au public que c'est vraiment genre la faute des devs, parce que le management cover les devs en partie pour garder que leur dev ait comme une quand même bonne image.
Yeah, no problem.
Bon là, c'est FQE qui se fait mettre genre en dessous du pick-up, même si genre
Donc,
dans la
ouais,
compagnie,
ça me
yeah.
semble tout à l'interne parce que.
Ouais, non, c'est vraiment à l'interne, parce
Parce que
qu'il
moi,
veut, yeah.
qui est à blâmer, c'est tout le temps la compagnie, là. C'est jamais.
Non, c'est tout dans la compagnie là, en tant que tel à blâmer là. Mais c'est juste que la compagnie va quand même essayer de mettre le blâme sur genre département X, Y, genre. Dans
Ouais.
l'interne. Elle va quand même elle va essayer de le montrer un peu genre à l'externe pour genre les stakeholders puis tout, mais genre comme pour toi et puis moi, genre les customers normal, on voit pas ce side-là puis genre c'est pas de quoi qu'on va vraiment genre même si tu vas chercher, je pense pas de quoi tu vas voir si facilement que ça là.
Non, faut que tu ailles voir dans les quarterly reports puis
Yeah,
shareholder meetings, là. Puis genre,
yeah.
fuck that, là. Y a plus rien de plus cancer que ça dans la vie.
Bon, c'est ça, c'est comme pas des affaires que toi-même tu vas voir.
Oh well.
Yeah. Voici l'industrie du jeu vidéo là.
Ah, après ça, t'as les indies, puis le jeu du ouais, fait que.
Ouais, ouais non, je préfère de loin l'indie là, que des big qu'est-ce qu'on considère le triple A, là. Parce que je trouve
Ça,
les triple A,
je stream, là, mais genre, t'as pas peur de ruiner une future carrière en disant tout ça en stream, là?
vraiment d'autres cas dans le match, honestly, là.
Que c'est un actual, genre, problem, là. C'est quelque chose que tu considères.
Genre, je vois ça comme dans le principe que, genre, je le vois ça assez souvent. J'ai jamais vraiment, j'aime pas la section management. J'aime pas comment que ça fonctionne la plupart du temps. Puis, à part si le manager me montre que, comme, ils ont une tête sur les épaules, puis qu'ils vont vraiment laisser au monde, j'ai aucun problème avec eux. Mais c'est que, des fois, je parle pas en lien avec ma compagnie que je suis en ce moment ou avec des non, je peux pas avec une compagnie que j'ai travaillé avec. Mais ça, c'est une autre affaire. Mais qui a été une raison pourquoi que j'avais quitté cette compagnie-là après un mois. Euh, Puis ils savent. C'est pas de quoi que j'ai caché, là. Ils savent. C'est marqué dans le... C'est marqué ouvertement, puis j'avais pas de contrat en lien qui protégeait contre ça. C'est à peine si j'avais un contrat. Mais yeah. C'est plus pour qu'est-ce que j'ai vu puis entendu parler que genre j'ai cette mentalité-là, là.
Non, je connais, je comprends.
Yeah. Puis c'est aussi en lien, c'est même pas en 100% en lien avec avec les compagnies de jeux vidéo, c'est aussi avec genre, on va dire comme le marché de la food, euh, dans les autres d'autres jobs que j'ai fait, genre que le management était tout le temps genre laisse à désirer là.
Comme as fuck.
Genre ouais, là en ce moment, vu qu'on était dans le difficile de jeux vidéo, je parlais de ça en lien avec ça, mais comme c'est le même dans n'importe quelle industrie là. Puis dans certaines industries, c'est plus facile c'est plus facile pour eux de faire des white lies à leurs employés là, comme les épiceries là. Vont promettre de quoi, vont signer un contrat en lien avec ça, mais vont réussir à passer sous la table pour genre pas suivre le contrat, puis de la manière qu'ils passent sous la table, le contrat tient plus, genre. Mais pas d'une manière que tu peux faire une lawsuit contre eux, pis t'es juste genre comme the fuck, genre.
Yeah.
The fuck just happened, genre. On va tout ça faire fuck over, genre. Yeah, basically, là.
Yo, mon Minecraft. Man. Whatever. Time to breed some villagers.
Ouais. C'est l'affaire la plus chiante dans ce sens-là qui m'était vécu, là, c'est quand j'étais au Super C. On avait un tableau marquant,
Ah,
c'est
celui
cool.
à la salle? Non.
Non, c'est la Twitter.
Ok. J'ai trouvé celui de la salle GT Super Jouable, il me semble que je l'ai jamais vu, là.
Non, non, non. C'est ça la Twitter. Mais genre, c'est ça. On avait un tableau marquant, c'est quoi notre augmentation pour le prochain, genre, on va dire comme cycle, genre.
Mhm.
C'était marqué en pourcentage pour savoir comme, ah, tout le monde allait avoir une augmentation de ça, genre. De ce pourcentage-là. Pour le cost of living puis tout. Puis, ça marqué que ça allait être genre pour une certaine date, que quand cette date-là arrive, le tableau est genre set in stone puis ça changera pas. Puis là, on voit tout que ça suit en ce moment que c'est marqué genre que le gouvernement recommande. Puis on est comme, ah, nice. Bon, on est comme, on n'a pas besoin de faire de mal en lien avec ça. C'est marqué ça. Genre, littéralement, la journée même que c'est marqué, ah, set in stone là, je sais pas quand que ça a été changé, mais genre, c'était rendu que c'était marqué genre la moitié de qu'est-ce que le gouvernement recommandait, genre. Là, genre, tout le monde était comme, what the fuck, genre.
Comme les business practices.
Puis là, on était comme, genre, tout le monde était comme, the fuck, puis on a commencé à genre, à rentrer le syndicat là-dedans, mais genre, le syndicat pouvait rien faire, là. En tout cas, soit le syndicat pouvait rien faire, ou le syndicat juste littéralement rien essayé de faire, genre. Un des deux. Mais, bon, des scummy thing like that, là.
Ouais.
Ou sinon, te faire promettre une augmentation X qui, quand t'arrives à ton dans ta affaire de promotion, il te donne même pas proche de ce qu'il t'avait dit. Il essaie de trouver des excuses pour pas te donner ça quand il te l'avait déjà promis avant, genre. Mais vu que c'était
Là,
pas
tu
marqué sur
cosplays tes
papier,
enfants.
rien.
Ouais.
Ouais, puis vu que c'était pas marqué sur papier ou rien, parce que genre, yeah, I guess. T'as aucune manière de te cover, là. Ouais. Tu sais, j'ai essayé de travailler. Genre le principe de travailler, là. Dans le capitalisme, là. On devrait donner communiste, hein.
What the fuck?
Euh...
Please, please,
Oh yeah.
please. Bon, ça c'est un. Oh, 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 je suis en train de tuer le petit villageois. Oh non. Anyways. On va get toutes les enchantments pour pouvoir faire mettre sur des armor. All the good stuff. Hein.
Ah, c'est de quoi que je devrais faire à un moment donné, mais je vais pas faire ça pendant que je travaille sur mon cosplay, là.
What is it?
Hein?
What is it?
De quoi?
Mais t'as dit, il y a quoi il faut que tu farmes, puis.
Ah là, ouais, comme je dis comme toi. Faut que je farme mes enchantments pour mes armures, puis hache, shovel, puis tout, là.
Ah, fais juste farm les boucles que je viens de faire.
Ouais, mais ça, faut que je fasse ça à un moment donné. Je vais pas faire ça tant que j'ai pas fini mon cosplay, là. Je vais pas tomber là-dedans live, là.
Understandable.
En ce je suis en mode mining, ah oui. T'as-tu besoin de tough? Je mine beaucoup de tough.
Ah, non. J'ai tellement ça.
C'est tellement laid. Ça sert tellement à
Oui.
rien. Il devrait trouver une utilité à cette merde-là, là.
I mean, j'ai de la lave, là.
Ok, non, je veux dire une utilité comme faire des objets avec ça, de quoi qui pourrait rendre ça, genre. C'est pas obligé d'être extrêmement beau, mais au
Again,
moins que ça ait un style, là.
j'ai de la lave.
Calice.
Jusqu'- Ah. Fait que c'est quoi, c'est prot, torn.
Tu travailles-tu aujourd'hui?
J'ai déjà travaillé.
Ok, tu travailles aujourd'hui.
Yes.
Tu travailles demain, je parie, tu fais genre du lundi au vendredi, samedi, dimanche, là.
Yeah. Non-stop, one-stop.
Pendant la semaine, pendant la semaine de la construction, là.
Yeah, mon salaire est double, là. Je suis sûr que je fais ça.
C'est la seule raison pourquoi il fait ça, là. Plus pour que son salaire est double.
Mais là,
Quand même, le savoir.
je fais l'équivalent de 3 semaines en une semaine, là, quasiment, là.
Tabarnak, I wish, hein. Moi, j'ai hâte que je puisse refaire du overtime, là. On est en pause live, là.
De temps en temps, c'est pratique. Ils, quoi, ils font temps double, vous autres?
Non, temps et demi.
Ouais, c'est ce que je voulais dire. C'est quand même pas pire, là.
C'est mieux que rien, là. Moi, c'est même que je le vois, là. Genre, si j'ai besoin d'un peu plus d'argent, mais je me dirais pas non. Puis on va pas se cacher que, genre, pendant l'overtime, vu que, genre, une personne normalement qui te surveille,
C'est cheap.
puis la soudainement, cette personne-là, elle-même fait pas grand-chose. L'overtime est quand même vraiment soft, là. Tu fais quand même ta job, t'as quand même des tâches à faire pendant l'overtime, mais genre, c'est jamais rien de comme big ou intense, là.
Non, je comprends ce que tu veux dire.
Toujours le fun, là. En plus, qu'il paye ton souper, là.
Ah ouais?
Ouais. Oh, temps et demi, mais il paye ton souper.
Ça, c'est nice, hein.
Genre, il te donne un montant X pour ton souper, puis la plupart du temps, je mets genre. Je mettais combien de plus? Je pense que je mettais genre 8 piastres de plus, puis j'avais genre un boba, un dessert, puis un dîner pour le lendemain.
Ça, c'est actually nice.
Ouais. Parce que c'était littéralement un montant sur Uber Eats qui te donnait, puis vu que t'es en plein milieu du genre centre-ville, genre,
T'as
Ben,
tout.
c'est pas vraiment ça qui manque, genre. Bon, tu peux trouver des affaires vraiment expensives comme des affaires genre fucking bonnes, coûtent pas si cher, healthy, puis que t'es comme, hey, je vais me faire 2 repas, genre.
It's good.
Avec un boba en plus, là, pis t'es genre, let's fucking go, man. Moi, c'est surtout le boba
Boba.
qui me prime, là.
Boba.
Yeah.
Euh, The Book of Boba Fett, là, faut que j'aille écouter ça. Là.
Hein?
Faut que j'aille écouter The Book of Boba Fett. Une nouvelle
Une série
série,
télé?
genre. Ouais.
Ils font une série sur boba?
Yeah!
Damn. Parce que je sais, il y avait le Mandalorian qui était genre en lien avec les mêmes types de genre mercenaires. Je veux dire,
Les
Hunter, là.
Mandaloriens.
Ouais.
On va pouvoir amener fuck, c'est quoi, j'ai les fish flakes, là, j'en ai plein chez nous. Là.
Je dirais pas non, là. Ah, genre des fish flakes, genre comme pour mettre sur les
Yeah.
takoyaki? Ouais.
Je vais passer en fait à l'épicerie asiatique demain avant de venir. Là.
Euh, Good.
Aller chercher de la Kewpie,
Ok.
sauce à takoyaki,
Peux-tu me get des packs d'ag? Je vais te les repayer au pire.
genre les crunchy shit là.
Ouais, ouais.
Ok.
Euh, les sels genre saveur naturelle, là, pas les barbecue, etc. là.
Alright, you got it, chief.
Ouais.
Merci de m'en rappeler là.
C'est bon, on peut être d'épée si t'oublies, c'est pas plus grave que ça, là.
Alright.
On peut être d'épée, je vais me get un méga pack la prochaine fois que je sais que voiture, ouais. Prochaine fois que Laurent essaie de kidnapper quelqu'un pour aller au Costco, là.
L'arrière sa carte aussi?
Non, c'est il allait avec voiture. Il avait kidnappé voiture vu que voiture pouvait.
On ira m'emmener là. La voiture en plus va être free de l'école là.
Yeah. Quand même happy pour lui, là.
Sérieux, ouais, c'est vraiment nice.
Même si techniquement, à ce qui paraît, c'est lui qui devait nous. C'est lui qui voulait le dire à tout le monde, mais que genre 2 personnes différentes l'ont spoil, là.
Yeah. What do you
Euh,
want? Je peux pas.
je crois pas toi dans les deux, là. Je tiens à le préciser, là.
Je sais, je l'ai pas spoil.
Euh,
Ah, viens ici, toi. Ah, cette cochonnerie que j'ai ça, les villageois. Ici. Toi qui s'en va là-bas. There you go.
Mais ouais. C'est ça qui est ça, là.
Saut qui est sourd.
Ouais.
Quelque chose là-dedans. Ouais, il y a quelque chose là-dedans.
Ça me fait plus rire que d'autres choses, là.
What does?
Le fait que les deux personnes qui l'ont dit comme nonchalantes, genre.
Yeah.
Genre, une juste randomly like that, puis l'autre pour genre, en espérant de faire une bonne action, là. Euh...
C'est bon. Elle là, vraiment genre insta spoil. Là.
Ouais, puis après ça, c'est quand tu as fait le commentaire, il a fait genre, oh.
Le gars vient de travailler 3 ans pour pouvoir annoncer ça. Il la chance, c'est.
Mais tellement même plus, là, si tu comptes l'école pour les adultes qui avait dû passer. Il me semble qu'il avait fait un DEP avant.
Ça, je sais pas, là.
Il me semble qu'il avait fait un DEP pour genre, comme l'industrie qu'il voulait aller dedans, mais comme c'était pas assez pour genre ce qu'il voulait faire. Puis là, il s'est rendu compte qu'il devait aller au cégep, puis comme, il me semble qu'il avait pas fini son secondaire 5. Bon, il retournait à l'école. Je te dis ça, mais c'est ce que genre, je me semble que j'avais entendu, genre. Bon, je te dis peut-être la source, mais il me semble que Voiture avait soit été à l'école des adultes pour finir son secondaire 5, ou il avait fait un DEP avant. C'est un des deux. Peut-être même les deux.
Ah, je pense qu'il a fait un DEP pour IT, technologie, je vais en faire avant.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ça me sonne quelque chose, là.
Bon. Je vais me rester AFK pour Fred. Puis je vais aller aux toilettes, puis après ça, je vais seal Le dos de mon armure.
Let's go.
Mais moi, je check c'est quel j'ai besoin de ça, là. Ça, j'ai pas de besoin, pis ça, c'est posé de même.
You see my immeasurable power.
Ça, j'ai besoin de ça. Ça, c'est tout ça ici. Ici, 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 ici. Ça, pis ça. Ok, j'ai pas tant d'affaires que j'ai besoin de ça en arrière. C'est bon. Bon, BRB, je vais aux toilettes. Je laisse entertain le monde pour moi, même s'il y a genre personne. Ah, pas peut-être là.
Ouais, je pense qu'il est parti là. Non?
Je pense qu'il part travailler. Ou une affaire dans le même.
Non, il avait congé en fin de semaine.
Ah, ben, il était encore sur le stream, il est juste pas là live. Bon, BRB. Ah, c'est vrai, faut aussi que je call ma mère.
Ok,
BRB.
je vais te faire ban de Twitch. Got it.
Buggers, let's go, man. Donne du content.
N-word, 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 N-word. Mm. Oh. Breed, my little villagers. Breed. Man, pourquoi faites pas des bébés, vous autres? Just fuck already. Il y a trade avec un villageois qui fait juste. What? patatatai, 50 villageois qui rushent. Potatoes love. Mr. Scrooge. Mr. Scrooge.
日からな。やつか。もう心配いらねえぞ、モルト。あいつは俺が倒す。We will move towards the horizon. We will find infinity for sure. Let's sail this blue sea and let the wind take us far away. Don't give up, so I can come back to this moment, so I can be present right here. Throw away this rough times we share. Shut it up, do not be so afraid to fight, 'cause you have a friend right here, and I will always be here by your side to take care of you. Even in the darkest of times I'll try, looking brave, it's alright now, 'cause we are the ones who are meant to rule them all. We will move towards the horizon, we will find infinity for sure. We're one step ahead, we will win for sure. Dreaming on, we will move towards the horizon. We will fight however we can. In order to be the best, we will run to the top, till the end. We gotta be the ones that just keep dreaming on. I just can't give up now. I can never stop, 'cause I gotta give everything I got to become the greatest of all times. We will move towards the horizon. We will find infinity for sure. We're one step ahead. We will win for sure. So keep moving on. 信じたい胸を焦がすよ見えないあなた存在理由見つけたい守るもの強く思うよどこへいても追いかけてゆく鼓動が導いているよ傷つく思い出す
Bon, I'm de retour.
Welcome back.
Euh,
Oui.
bon, euh, parfait. Bon,
Bah.
bon,
Ah. Quelle heure? 7h30, what the fuck?
ouais. T'as quoi sur Minecraft, là?
Yeah, quit Minecraft. It's enough Minecraft. Shit.
Bon,
La plate qui commence à avoir du progrès en tabarnak.
hein?
God damn!
Qu'est-ce que tu jases, là?
La helm est nice, là.
Ah, ouais. Tu peux le voir live, là.
Yeah, it's looking nice. Tu l'as essayé, j'imagine?
Ah ouais, j'ai déjà essayé. Je peux le porter, faut que je mette des petites éponges dedans, là.
Elle fait pas entièrement sur ta tête, genre? C'est quoi? C'est pas une full helm, genre?
Non, c'est... Attends, je peux le mettre dans le séance, faut que j'enlève mon casque, là.
Ah, parce qu'il y a comme une mâchoire, genre?
J'entends plus rien, là.
La 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 la. Luca, Luca. Ah, ok, il a l'air vraiment fucking nice. Hmm. Yeah, some good looking shit.
Même des manches, je
Yeah.
pourrais faire sans éponge, mais j'en en mettre sur le top. Sur les deux côtés. Bon. Bon, I'm back.
It's looking good. On pourrait mettre des LED là, dans les yeux, là, ça chaîne rouge.
Calice. Pourrais, mais c'est plus le fait que mes yeux vont être devant.
Yeah. Who
Bon, fuck.
cares? Tu vas déjà crever de chaud, là.
J'ai crevé de chaud, là. En plus de crever de chaud, on va t'enlever ta vision encore plus, là.
Yeah.
Faut que je me guette. Ok, parfait. Mais ouais, c'est ça. Ça avance quand même pas peu, là.
Yeah, pour de vrai, ouais. Là.
Je suis pas mal sûr que, genre... on va dire, genre... Les affaires importantes devraient être faites pour mercredi prochain. Pas mercredi qui arrive, l'autre d'après maximum, genre. Selon moi. Puis après ça, je peux avoir une vie, là.
Not allowed. Toujours des prochains projets.
Non, mais c'est ça, je vais juste comme prendre un mini break, mais je vais commencer à faire. Après ça, faut que je set up l'ordi. Pour quand Laurent va venir, qu'il y ait un ordi pour faire ses cooking streams. Faut que je set up l'autre PC, là, mon ancien PC, là. J'avais dit que j'allais faire ça à un moment donné, là. Bon. déjà là, qu'il a dû attendre, parce que de base, j'étais supposé déjà l'avoir fait, mais commencer à travailler sur mon cosplay à la place, là.
C'est more important, là.
Hein?
Cosplay est more important.
Yeah, pour l'instant, yeah. Puis j'ai déjà commencé à penser c'est ce que je vais faire l'année prochaine, là. Comme ça, j'ai commencé pouvoir commencer à déjà planifier mes shit. Peut-être pas le faire autant d'avance, mais au moins avoir une idée de ce que je veux faire.
Ah, ça, tu vois, Milk Tea, sont under fucking stress load, là.
Hein?
Milk Tea, là, Misky.
Ah, Misky, je te connais quoi, tu parles de Milky?
Misky, parce que Milk Tea, c'est l'application. Oh, le mois est bientôt fini. 31, ok. Puis, ouais, ça, ils ont travel plein d'affaires, là. Ils ont limité de quoi, de trucs, là. Laurent, il est prêt dans sa marotte, là, avec son. Le fil avec le Inner Rock Block, là. Genre, je la comprends pas trop, là.
Il y a besoin
Je
de
veux
beaucoup
juste
de
plus que
quartz.
Fred, là.
Il y a besoin de beaucoup de quartz, là. J'ai quand
Yeah.
même hâte de voir qu'est-ce qu'il fait, là. Parce que genre, j'ai pas checké, là. Encore, là,
C'est
je
un
me garde la
Colosseum.
surprise. Ah, je sais qu'il fait un Coliseum, mais genre, à part comme avoir vu avec la map, j'ai pas encore vu à quoi que ça ressemble, là.
Same. Il est quand même huge, son affaire, là. Je suis curieux de voir le temps de jeu que Laurent a, là. Ouais, il est éliminé du terracotta. À l'autre bout du monde. Ah,
Ouais, t'as mis du terracotta.
Red Sand.
Il en parlait il y a pas longtemps. Hier, je pense.
Ouais. C'est vraiment weird que dans Minecraft, il n'y a même pas de volcan, là. Il devrait en avoir une couple, là. Genre, ça devrait pouvoir gen, genre.
T'es dans une future update.
Qui ont jamais pensé à ça.
Ça se peut qu'ils ont déjà pensé, mais c'est juste qu'ils voulaient pas mettre. Peut-être qu'à un moment donné, ils vont faire une update avec genre vraiment plein de genre catastrophes que tu peux activer, genre.
Ça serait nice, hein.
Mais je pense pas qu'ils veulent travailler pour mettre des affaires qui vont pas être genre permanents, genre. Bon, comme les catastrophes, man, ça sonne vraiment nice, puis genre beaucoup de monde serait down. C'est aussi le problème que y a plein de monde qui vont pas vouloir avoir ça, là. Mais il y a un projet avec des LED, ça serait nice. À un moment donné, là.
Why not?
Pas celui-là, là, pas live, là, mais genre un projet avec des LED serait neat.
Ouais, moi je vais aller dormir dans pas long.
Parfait, man. Good night.
See you later, alligator.
See ya. Sleep well. Ah, je te laisse quoi en même temps, truc à faire. J'ai désactivé aussi le Discord chat. Ah, j'ai même pas réactivé. Mais ouais. Sur mes ciseaux. Voilà. Justement, je vais couper ça. Bon. C'est pas vrai que je le nettoie, mais c'est juste pour que j'aie comme moins d'excès possible. Pas que, genre, c'est quand que je le ramasse tantôt, ça a genre moins de difficulté. Quand je fais genre, quand je passe mon doigt comme ça, j'ai pas 1 million de fucking seeding sur mon doigt. Ça fait que je peux utiliser mes autres doigts après ça pour genre pick up le trop. Ouais, c'était rajouter qu'est-ce qui manque. Ah, comme ici. Là. Non. Un peu ici. C'est un peu. Mais c'est juste pour dire que j'en rajoute. Parfait. Je suis là-dessus. fuck. J'essaie d'en mettre le moins possible sur la peau. Bon. Traverser le bord. On va pas vraiment voir correctement. Oh. Fuck. Laisser un pouvoir. C'est là qu'il va tomber dans mon zipper. Parfait. Parfait. Attends, couche de plus ici. Je peux en avoir mis tant que ça. Ok. Ça c'est bien le même. Ça, c'est des pièces séparées, c'est pour être ensemble. Bon. Mettre ça de côté. Bon, parfait. Good. That's that. Ouais. Donc j'oublie. Je vais dire maman que j'ai lu ça une image du casque. Donc j'oublie. Prendre une photo du casque. Ah, ici. Bon. Bon, ça, faut que je laisse je laisse sécher ça. Ça peut être rapide comme ça peut être long. Mais je comptais pas le faire, pas gosser avec avant demain matin. Euh... Ok. Là, ce que je veux design, c'est les épaules. Je pourrais les coller directement. Non, pas sûr. Hmm. Je pense pour les épaulières, je vais sortir la machine à coudre. Je pense faire ça demain. À moins que je vois Chris se réveiller sinon. Je suis sûr avant d'aller me coucher à soir. Allez, sortir la machine à coudre. Ouais. Bon, là, faut que j'aille chercher. Ah, parfait. Le coin est là-bas. Parfait. Bon, la face. Je pense pas dessiner en un petit bout. Peinture en un petit bout. Moi, je veux juste. Les tackle mes pinceaux avant qu'ils soient scrap. Bon. Ok, partie d'en haut. C'est c'est pas grave la place que je prends là, parce que en tant que tel, pas grave le nombre de feuilles que j'utilise là. Mais je pense ça, je peux mettre un peu plus long. Ça, un peu plus long aussi. Tant que ça. C'est un peu, je peux dire que c'est plus long là. Ça c'est bien axé. Parfait, bon. La joke, c'est que les autres sections, c'est basically juste des coupeurs de ça. Bon. La section en dessous, c'est ça. Ça qui... Oh my god, tu vois, j'ai peut-être fait assez clutch. J'ai-tu une manière de le voir mieux? Non. Ok. Ah ouais, tu sais, sans rien. Puis après ça, je fais ça. Tellement, je pense que c'est genre ceux qui montent jusqu'à genre là. C'est ceux qui vont couper ici, genre. Parfait. Ça fait que j'ai une forme qui va faire ça, genre. Bon, ok. C'est plus droit ça. Ok. Ça ressemble à ça. Mais ça doit être genre un peu plus genre pointu. Puis je vais faire des modifications dessus s'il faut là. Mais je pense que ça c'est plus mieux que ce l'autre demain. Je peux garder le même length que l'autre. Ouais, non, c'est mieux. On va pas voir si mieux que ça la fois quand que je mets les. Bon. J'ai fait que je mets ça là. Mais j'ai besoin de plus de jeu avec ça. Je vais mettre genre. Rien plus haut que ça. Bon, si je peux le mettre genre ici à la place, là. Pour un peu plus de jeu là. Ok, parfait. Après ça, un 9 ici. Bon. Ça, on dirait que ça va faire un petit bord de même. Déjà pas aussi long que ça. Peut-être que genre la moitié, peut-être encore le même. Mais ça va. J'ai fait que ça suivait tout ça, mais ça. Voyons, ça, distance, ça suit pas. Bon, ça t'arrive ici. C'est ici. Ça suit ça. But, il y a des petites. Il y a deux petites enclaves ici. Parfait. Ah, ça fait genre ça de même. You mon tempo run. Ah, quand j'ai agrandi ça, moi. Ah, fuck, ça m'a là. You mon tempo run. Tu veux, je peux remettre des vidéos là. Let's do it. What the fuck is that? On va écouter 2 minutes de ça là.
Japanese health food. Do you have confidence to eat?
Non. I knew it.
ルナ先輩どうぞ大丈夫かなジャパニーズヘルフードあ、そう、そんなに大丈夫そんなに本当にどうあれ我慢してますかスパイシーあ、でも大丈夫大丈夫嘘地獄ペコ先輩リトルスメルスパイシーすごいスメルオンリースパイシーいただきます
Ah, wait. Ma balle de faire beaucoup de switch là. Je suis genre comme. Ok. T'as le die. Ok, ça, je vais faire un petit peu plus long que qu'est-ce que je pense que j'ai besoin. Puis je vais le couper. C'est ça, c'est. Puis si tu meurs. Quoi? Non, je vais même le faire encore plus long que qu'est-ce que je pense que j'ai besoin. Je pense que j'aurais besoin de genre la moitié de ce que j'ai rajouté. But, je préfère en avoir plus que pas assez. Euh, top. bas, plate. Je vais appeler ça genre cercle. Parfait. J'ai pas besoin de ça pour l'instant. J'ai décorateur. Juste papier sur moi. Et décorateur. Je sais pas si c'est important. Pas sûr, je pense pas. Besoin d'en avoir un autre demain. Besoin d'avoir un autre blanc. Je le savais. Fait penser. Durant la journée, au pire demain, faut que je me fasse un autre mélange de primer. C'est. Ouais. Un petit peu de dust particle dedans. Moi, je le keep. Ça donne un effet, I guess. Quand je vais peindre dessus. Ouais, au pire. C'est mon temple run. Ton temple run, c'est moi qui regarde des vidéos YouTube. Là. Gen Z wants Kimmy. Kimmy's cake, understandable. Bon, dis va. Top 3 spooky
Every year, hundreds
story.
of people go missing under baffling conditions in the woods of North America. I'm talking about people being right in front of their friends or their loved ones, and then
Commencez
innocent
par.
are just gone, and they're never found again. Or they are found again, but they're found in places that are seemingly impossible to get to. One former police detective named David Politis has written a book series called Missing 411, where he investigates these incredibly strange cases. Today, we're going to look at 3 missing 411 cases that, even amongst strange disappearances, these rank as particularly bizarre. But before we get into today's stories, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you come to the right channel because that's all we do, and we upload 3, 4, even 5 times every week. So if that's of interest to you, please replace the like button's 2021 calendar with a 2020 calendar that has a 1 glued over the 0. Also, please subscribe to our channel
Wow.
and all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. All right, let's get into today's stories. On June 16, 1946, 5 members of the Van Ulst family arrived at the Devil's Den State Park in western Arkansas to spend a week in a cabin they had rented. After getting unpacked, the father, along with his daughter, who was 8 years old, named Catherine, and her 2 older brothers, they headed down to the swimming area, which was this creek that led up to the side of a dam. Once they arrived at the creek, Catherine and the 2 brothers jumped in the water and started goofing around, and there were some other kids there they were playing with as well, and their father just sat on the edge to watch. Now, the swimming area had one really deep section that was right up against the dam wall that you were allowed to swim in, but the kids that were not strong swimmers tended to stay away from, and Catherine was not a great swimmer, and at one point she kind of drifted into the deep section, and her father didn't notice, and her 2 brothers didn't notice, but a woman who was staying at the campground, who the Van Alst family didn't know, happened to be standing next to the edge of the water and saw Catherine struggling, and so she reached in and pulled her out, and Catherine was fine, and the woman told her, you gotta be more careful, you shouldn't be swimming in the deep end if you're not a strong swimmer, and Catherine said, okay. And so as they're talking, Catherine's father hears them and looks over and sees his daughter talking to some stranger, and so he makes a sound and waves in their direction to get this woman's attention. to be like, hey, what are you doing talking to my daughter? And the woman, she sees this, and she must have been a mother herself because she picked up on his uncomfortability. And so she turns to him and says, oh, no, everything is totally fine. I was just helping your daughter get out. Everything is totally fine. And so Catherine's father turns to his daughter and says, hey, you got to be more careful. Don't go in the deep end. And Catherine's like, okay. And instead of going back into the water, Catherine walks to the backside of the dam because this dam, it was not a steep drop off on the outflow side. It was like a gradual slope of these big boulders that the kids at this campground would climb all over, and their parents would watch them from their positions next to the swimming area. And so Catherine's father was watching his two sons, and then he'd look over and watch Catherine, and back and forth, he kept his eye on all of his kids. But at some point, when he was looking at his sons, he looked back at Catherine, and she was gone. And so he stood up, and he walked over, thinking maybe she's gone all the way to the bottom, and she's just out of sight because she's crouched down or something. But when he got to the edge and looked down, she wasn't down there.
What the fuck? Is this insane? Le tonnerre, là?
I just saw her on the rocks like seconds ago. Where could she have gone? And so he looks at his sons who are still in the swimming area, and he says, hey, have you seen Catherine? And they're like, no, we haven't seen her. And then he turns to the woman that had previously pulled Catherine out of the water, and he says, have you seen my daughter? And she said, no, the last I saw her, she was on the rocks. I don't know where she went. And so before long, Catherine's father is screaming for Catherine. He's enlisted the help of everybody at this campground that's in the vicinity to go look for his daughter. There are people jumping into the swimming area up top. There are people jumping into the swimming area on the backside of the dam. I mean, the whole area is being searched, and there's no sign of this girl. And after about an hour of looking, Catherine's father went and got police. After 2 days of searching the very thick forest that surrounded this dam and finding no trace of Catherine, authorities decided it was far more likely she had drowned either above or below the dam than it was that she wandered off into the woods, considering where she was last seen. And so they shifted focus and began draining these two sections of water to see if her body would be at the bottom. But when they were drained, she wasn't there. And so once again, they went back to searching the forest. And so on June 22nd, 6 days after Catherine went missing, a group of searchers were located 7 miles way into the forest.
Je sais que la retrouve à live. Là, je suis rendu curieux, genre. Where?
They stop when this little girl wearing only a bathing suit walks out of a cave, looks down at them, and just says, "Here I am." The searchers couldn't believe it. It was Catherine. And besides some scratches,
As-tu juste dit Here I am, éclair? J'ai entendu tout.
in fact, they would say
Non, j'ai pas vu l'éclair, mais j'ai entendu. Très bien.
She was reunited with her family, who could not believe she was still alive. They brought her to the hospital, and the doctors looked at her and said, yep, besides some superficial cuts and some bug bites, she's fine. And 2 days later, she was discharged. So this 8-year-old
Je peux pas mentir que
time in the woods before. This is her
le
first
kid est ugly.
exposure, her trip to Devil's Den State Park. Survives
au moins bien.
out in the wild for 6 days and 6 nights with only a bathing suit on. And despite there being no potable water anywhere near her where she was found up on that mountain, she was determined to be relatively well hydrated and had only lost a couple of pounds. Also, you need to understand the staggering distance she covered, because while she was found 7 miles away from where she went missing, that's as the crow flies. That's what you see on a map, those 7 miles. In the wild, you don't walk perfectly straight lines. There's too many obstructions, there's mountains, there's trees, there's all sorts of reasons that you end up zigging and zagging to wherever you're going. And so rescuers believe the minimum real distance she would have covered to get up to that cave was about 30 miles. And she did it barefoot. Catherine defied every search and rescue model for 8-year-olds that get lost in the wild. She was way outside the boundaries of what anybody would expect. Basically, she should have died. When authorities asked her, how did you do this? She said, I don't know. I don't remember how I got lost in the first place. I only remember sleeping on warm grass the first night. And then her next memory is waking up inside of a cave on day 6. She has no idea what happened between day 1 and day 6, when she traveled those 30 miles and somehow subsisted on some water source and some food source. While some say this is just a really weird case where she got very, very lucky,
lucky.
there was something in the forest that chased her, and adrenaline kicked in, forcing her to run the 30 miles to that cave, and because it was so traumatic, she forgot the experience. But like virtually all of the missing 411 stories, we have a lot more questions than answers. On April 29th, 2000, 6-year-old Haley Zega was on a hike with her grandparents in a very rural part.
Oh oui, ça j'en ai entendu parler. C'est à ça que je pense.
For an area to be deemed a wilderness area,
Elle était avec ses grands-parents, genre maternels, si je me rappelle bien. Et ou elle.
they had taken this trail that brought brought them up to the top of this
Puis
bluff, about
elle va dire qu'elle a rencontré sa grand-mère paternelle
they
là-bas.
got to this incredible
Mais elle
overlook,
habite pas dans le coin.
looking down over this river, and at some
Puis qu'elle est allée
point,
jouer avec elle, c'est pour ça qu'elle
turnaround
a disparu.
On the return trip, by about 11:30, they're making their way down, and Haley spots a
Yes, sir.
waterfall that's off the side of the path, and she wants to go to it. She asks her grandparents, "Can we go check out this waterfall?" And the grandparents kind of scope it out, and it seemed like the only way they could get down to view this waterfall would be by literally climbing a tree and descending over this cliff. And it was something that the grandparents just did not feel comfortable letting their granddaughter do, and so they told Haley, "No, we need to keep going. We're not going to go check out that waterfall." And Haley, being a 6-year-old, she really wanted to see this waterfall, and she wanted to get her way. And so she threw a tantrum, and she sat down on the trail, and she said, "Well, if you're not going to take me to the waterfall, I'm not going to move. You're going to have to carry me." And the grandparents were like, "No, we're not going to carry you. You need to be a big girl. I need you to stand up and start walking with us." And Haley refused. And so her grandparents said,
You
"Okay,
fucking
we're
kid.
gonna leave you." And they turned around and they kept walking down the trail. Not far, and they were still totally in view, and it's broad daylight. And they would turn around expecting their granddaughter to stand up and kind of begrudgingly walk after them. And at some point she did. Haley stood up and she's like, "Okay, wait for me." And so she starts walking, and the grandparents are like, "All right." And so they're walking ahead of Haley. And as they're walking, Haley would just slow down more and more and more. And her grandparents could tell she was doing this. She was just trying to be frustrating, and she was intentionally trying to take as long as she could. But the grandparents made sure they kept her in their views. They would walk a little ways and turn, and she'd be right there. They'd walk a little ways, they'd turn, and she'd be right there over and over again. And then at some point when they turned, she wasn't there. And so the grandparents immediately run back up, and they're looking around for Haley, thinking she probably darted behind a tree to hide because she wants, to be a little bit more frustrating for them. And so they're kind of looking for her. They're not.
Oh my god, quand les kids font ça là.
Come on, we do gotta leave. You gotta come out. We gotta go. But there was no word from Haley. It was just silence, and she was just totally gone. And for the next 90 minutes, the grandparents just ran all up and down this trail screaming for Haley, and they never found her. And so they ran down and they called police. The largest search and rescue mission in the history of Arkansas was launched for Haley Zega. It included hundreds of searchers on the ground, including 8 dog teams, and helicopters overhead. There were firefighters,
Yep.
the National Guard was involved. But after
Je pense à ce que je
despite
pense.
this incredible search, really no progress had been made. The only thing that had been found was one of the dog teams had tracked her scent up to a nearby road where the dog stopped, meaning the scent is now gone. And unfortunately, what that told investigators is it looks like Haley got picked up by some motorist. But 51 hours into the ordeal, there were 2 searchers well outside of the primary search area. They were about 2 miles away from where she'd gone missing. They spotted her. She was sitting next to this brook with her feet dangling in the water. And when she saw them, she kind of waved, and they said, "Are you Haley Zega?" And she said, "Yeah." And she had a couple of scratches on her arm and on her face, but overall she seemed okay. And so Haley was reunited with her family, and then she was brought to the hospital to be observed. After Haley had regained some of her strength, investigators asked her, what happened? And she said that she was walking behind her grandparents and that she looked down, and then when she looked up again, not only were her grandparents gone, but she was looking at this wall of trees, like she was not on the trail anymore. She didn't know where she was, and since she was only 6 years old, she didn't stop and look around or yell. Instead, she just kept walking in this direction that she didn't recognize. And she walked and walked and walked, and she never found the trail again. She said pretty soon it got dark, and she slept on top of that bluff. And then the next day, when the sun came up, she walked down the bluff, and she made it to the river. And then she walked along the river until she found a cave where she slept for the second night. And then the next day when she got up, she was found. After she gave this explanation, investigators had a lot of questions, like, if you were sleeping on that first night, then why couldn't the helicopter see you? Because that's all they were doing, was flying over the bluff, and they had thermal imaging. They could have very easily picked you up. And so they asked her, are you sure that's where you were? And she said, yeah, that's where Alicia told me to stay. And they were like, who's Alicia? She said, oh, she's my imaginary friend. I met her on the bluff. And so immediately the investigators and the parents are like, okay, she's clearly coping with this traumatic event by creating this imaginary friend. And so they don't ask any more questions about the imaginary friend. Instead, they continue to ask questions about basically how she got from where she was lost to where she was found. And they say, okay, Haley, how did you get down the bluffs? Because there's only one way down, and it can be hard to find, especially if you're off the trail. And Haley said, well, Alicia brought me to a trail, and she led me down the bluffs. And she stood in front of me and made sure that I didn't fall forward. And so her parents and the investigators are now starting to think, maybe this isn't an imaginary friend, if this person is right in front of her kind of propping her up? And so they asked Haley, can you describe what Alicia looks like? And Haley said, sure, she has black hair, brown eyes, she's a little bit shorter than me, she's 4 years old, she likes to tell jokes, and she likes to sing songs. And then Haley began singing songs that she had learned from Alicia and began telling jokes she had learned from Alicia. Even though Haley was giving this vivid description of this 4-year-old girl named Alicia running around the bluffs, it just couldn't be possible. And so Haley's parents and the investigators went back to treating Alicia as just an imaginary friend, just a simple coping mechanism. And so the investigators went back to just doing their interview with Haley. They got all the information about how she got from the bluffs onto the river as much as they could. And then because Haley was fine, they said, okay, you're good, see you later. Now, Haley's case was a really big deal, and it was all over the news, especially after she was found. And so her interview where she said this imaginary friend named Alicia had assisted her in getting down the bluffs and had basically taken care of her, that was put in print. And after it was published, there were some readers that realized there was another little girl who had gone missing in the exact same spot as Haley 23 years earlier. She was 4 years old, she had black hair, brown eyes, her name was Alana, and she had died on those bluffs. After this connection was made, it got national media attention because suddenly news outlets were saying this imaginary friend was actually Alana and that she was Haley's guardian angel. In fact, Haley was brought on Dateline to talk about her imaginary friend. This year, Haley, who's now 25 years old, posted a video to her YouTube channel where she tells her story of what happened over those 51 hours she was gone. And in the story, she talks about her imaginary friend. And she says, before Alicia, I never had an imaginary friend, and afterwards, I never had an imaginary friend. But at the time, Alicia was very real to me, and I don't know who or what she was, but she saved my life.
Ah, il est là, le bouchon.
In September of 2012, 53-year-old Linda Ortega went to visit her brother, Eddie Huff, in St. Joe, Arkansas. St. Joe is a very rural part of Arkansas, and it's about a mile away from the Buffalo River National Park. The park is thickly forested and mountainous, and there's hundreds of small water bodies that are strewn throughout. On Saturday, September 22nd, Linda and Eddie decided to go for a walk in the park because Eddie apparently had heard of some great fishing spot and he wanted to go find it. In searching for the spot, they stepped off of the trail and got turned around. Now they realized they got turned around, but it's broad daylight and they figured, okay, we'll find the trail soon. But as the sun was setting, they had still not found the trail and they realized they were badly lost. Then some very strange things happened that we only have a marginal understanding of. What we know is the brother and sister were together on that first day they went missing. We know they were together the following day on Sunday, still looking around for a way out of the park, but still at the end of the day were lost. Then the next day, on Monday, we know the pair separated because Eddie re-emerged out of the park, hopped in his car like nothing was going on, drove back to his house, walked inside, and his family's like, where have you been? You've been missing. We've been calling you. Where have you been? And where's Linda? And he's like, oh, everything's fine. I dropped Linda off at a relative's house. She's fine too. And his family's looking at him like, do you not understand that you've been missing for like 3 days here? And he was just trying to tell them that everything was fine. But as they asked him more questions about specifically, what were you doing? Specifically, how did you get lost? Specifically, what time did you drop Linda off? Tell us all the details. As they did that, Eddie started...
Ok, ça sonnait pas comme un... Ça sonnait vraiment pas comme si ça allait un éclair. Ça sonnait comme un truc, genre.
No, we don't have Linda here. I've not spoken to Eddie and I've not spoken to Linda. And so the family turns back to Eddie and they're like, where's Linda? And Eddie just said, I have no idea. And so the family contacts police and a search is launched for Linda. And they look all over this park for days and there's no sign of Linda. And people are starting to get really worried about her. And then on Thursday, so 3 days after Eddie had re-emerged from the park, and 5 days after they had originally gone missing, some searchers that were on ATVs were about 2 miles away from the entrance of the park in this very thick area, and they found Linda, and she was alive. And initially, just like her brother Eddie, she really had no idea what was going on. She said she didn't understand how she got where she was, and she was just really confused. And so they brought her back to the hospital, and they put her under doctor's care, and she ended up being fine. But as she's laying in the hospital, she starts kind of coming to, and her memories start flooding back. And she tells this story of what happened to her, and it's unbelievable. She said she and Eddie went into the park to find that fishing spot, and at some point they stepped off the trail thinking they were going to find it, but they didn't. They got turned around, they were lost, and they were confident they were going to find the trail and get out the same day, but they didn't. And so the sun went down, and they were forced to stay out in the wild.
Je sais, c'est quoi l'affaire des Stranger?
Continue to look around. They're yelling for help, and there's no one around. They're in this very dense part of the forest, and all day, again, they're looking for this trail, and they don't find it. And so that night, again, they sleep out in the wild. Linda said her memory, starting with the next day, which was Monday, started to get really foggy. She said she woke up, and for some reason, she just got up and started running into the woods. She thinks it's because she thought Eddie was hurt and she was running to get help. And so it must have been around this time that Eddie, in his dazed state, got up and meandered his way successfully out of the park. Meanwhile, Linda said she was just running like a maniac into the middle of the woods, screaming for help from someone, even though she's in the middle of nowhere. And then miraculously, she says she saw a group of people way off in the distance. It looked like a group of hikers. And she started yelling for them and waving to them and trying to get their attention. And she said they all stopped and turned to look at her, but they didn't show any sign that they had actually heard her. They were not trying to interact with her. They were just looking at her. Linda said she thought that was pretty odd, but she just kept on running towards them and screaming and yelling and trying to get their attention. And she said when she got about 100 meters away from them, instead of them reciprocating waves or making a sound, they all ducked behind trees like they were trying to hide from Linda. Linda said this was the first time she felt really unsettled by what was happening, but she was desperate. She needed help, and so she just kept walking towards them. And she got to about 50 meters away when they all poked their heads out and looked out at her and then poked their heads back. Like they were not trying to interact with her. And Linda said she felt really scared and stopped and began backpedaling away from this weird group of people that are hiding behind trees. And so while keeping her eyes on the general area where she knew they were hiding, she backpedaled all the way back to about 100 to maybe 150 meters away again, and this group came out from behind the trees and continued to stare at Linda. Linda said at this point she was terrified. She didn't know who or what those things were, but they were not there to help her. And then she said her memory got really foggy because all of a sudden her next memory is her laying on the ground in this pitch black forest. Her brother's not near her, and she's hearing footsteps, and she believes it's this group of people or things that are walking towards her, but it's so dark she can't see anything. And she said all night she heard the sounds of these people or things walking around the perimeter of where she was laying, totally exposed in the middle of the forest. Linda said her memories from this point until she was rescued are all mixed together, but she said she had one memory that really stood out to her because it was so terrifying. She said on one of the last mornings she was out there, she woke up, she's laying on the ground, she opens her eyes, and it was still dark, but the sun was starting to come up. And so there was enough light that she could begin to make out the way out of the forest. And so she sat up and immediately got the sense that she was being watched, but she didn't know by who or from where it was coming. She just had this intuitive sense that she was being watched. And as she's feeling this way, she hears movement coming off to her right, and she turns, and standing next to a tree about maybe 20 meters away is this dark silhouette of a man who's just staring at her. He's got no features. He's just this shadowy figure. And so she's horrified, and then she realizes there's another one, and she looks at that one and realizes there's another one, and another one, and another one. They're all around her. They're all around her looking in, these dark, shadowy figures, and she's so scared. And as she's looking around at all of them, it seems like they registered that she sees them. And at that point, they all turned and start running into the forest in all different directions. She said after that, she has no idea
Skin crawler.
what happened. All she knows is the whole time she was out there, she was scared. She felt like there were people watching her in the woods. And then at some point, rescuers showed up and she was saved. Linda's totally crazy account of what happened, combined with Eddie's bizarre behavior, totally baffled investigators. They really didn't know what to make of this. How did Eddie find his way out again? And why did he think Linda was at a relative's house? And who were the people Linda was seeing? And why can't either of them remember 90% of the experience? One theory is they must have eaten berries or some other food item that had hallucinogenic properties, and they were literally just hallucinating the whole time. However, if you follow along with David Paulides' Missing 411 phenomenon, or if you watch some of the videos on this channel about the Missing 411, and you know there are lots of other examples of people that go missing in the woods of North America that never ingest any food or any liquid, so there's no hallucinogen in their system, and they still have similar experiences to what Linda and Eddie did. So how do you explain that? So that's going to do it, guys. If you found the secret in today's episode, let us know in the comments what it is and where you found it. So give us a timestamp. If you're the first to do that, we'll pin you at the top of the comment section. If you enjoyed today's video and you haven't done this already, please replace the like button's 2021 calendar with a 2020 calendar that has a 1 glued over the 0. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly 3, 4, even 5 video uploads. If you want to get in touch with me, you can direct message me on Instagram or on Twitter. My username for both platforms is the same. It's JohnBallin416. I also have a ton of content over on TikTok where my username is Mr. Ballin. If you have a story suggestion, please submit it to our subreddit just called Mr. Ballin. It's linked in the description below. So whether I see you on Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, Reddit, YouTube, or some combination, just know that I really appreciate your support, and until next time, that's going to do it. See you.
Shadow figures. Bon. Wait. Comment je fais pour coller tout ça ensemble? Puis garder ça en angle. Oh my god. Wait. Je vais coller tout ça ensemble. C'est pas encore bombé. C'est le problème que ça doit encore bomber là, qui me chercher là. Ah, éclair. T'en as bientôt? Ça doit être trop peine. Je vais avoir demain, I guess. Mais c'est pas dans le... Ça doit être demain. Non, ça doit être demain. Je vais coller ici deux affaires ensemble. Ok. Je vais essayer de quoi? Je dois pas mettre la colle trop. C'est juste une section. Bon. Mon wrap. Mon affaire pour enlever l'excès d'ici. Enlever l'excès. Parfait. C'est ça séché. Je suis juste curieux là. Comment je vais faire ça? Comment je vais plier ça ensemble? Ben c'est... Comment je plie ça ensemble? Genre tout ça est ensemble. Ouais, tout ça est ensemble. Je vais tout les coller direct là. Au pire. Tout ça jusqu'à ici. Enfin pour ça, là, ça c'est jusqu'à ça ici. Bon, parfait. Ah, je dois en éclair. Ok, c'est quand même long là. Tu verras que ça encore, avant que ça fasse un petit tonnerre là. J'ai vu l'éclair là, puis j'ai entendu aucun bruit. I don't like this.
Today, I'm
Ouais.
going to share with you 3 progressively more disturbing stories, and at the end of each of them, I'm going to share with you the picture that is famously associated with them. But before I get into today's stories, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then
Bon.
you've come to the right channel, because that's all I do, and I upload 3, 4, even 5 times every week. So if that's of interest to you, please convince the like button to go camping on their own on Mount Shasta. Also, please subscribe to this channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of my weekly uploads. All right, let's get into today's stories. In 1970, 14-year-old Keith Sapsford was living in Sydney, Australia with his parents, and he was desperate to travel the world. His parents wanted him to be able to travel, they just lacked the resources to be able to afford that kind of thing. However, they were able to pull a little bit of cash, and the 3 of them did go on a nice European vacation that his parents were hoping would kind of calm down his desires to want to travel all the time. They thought this would be, a taste before he got older, he could go travel as much as he wanted. But when he came back from that vacation, it really had the opposite effect. It was like Keith had experienced the life that he so desperately wanted, and now he's home, and it's like that life has been taken from him. Following that vacation, Keith began trying to run away from home. Not because he didn't want to be around his parents, but just because he saw it as his only way to, see the world. But every time he would run away, his parents would quickly find him and bring him back home. Their concern for their son would only grow, though, because he would find ways to sneak away and be gone for longer and longer stretches of time, and they're thinking it's only a matter of time before he really gets hurt. In an effort to save their son, they ended up enrolling him in this very strict boarding school that was for boys with behavioral problems, and they were hoping that the staff at the school
Ouais,
would be able to kind of calm their son down and keep him from trying to run away all the time. But unfortunately, the school really had the opposite effect, because the school, in a sense,
je l'ai même pas mis du bonbon.
allowed to leave. And so immediately, Keith, when he gets there, he's looking for ways to escape this boarding school. And 2 weeks after arriving, he would be successful. He would elude the staff, and he would escape. 3 days after he had escaped this boarding school, he found his way to the Sydney airport. Now, this is the 1970s, and it was far easier to get into an airport than it would be today, where there's lots of security. There wasn't much of that at the time that Keith was at the airport. And so Keith walked across the tarmac to a plane that was bound for Tokyo, and he climbed inside the wheel well. He tucked himself in there, and he waited for takeoff. A photographer
Oh, j'entends, j'ai vu ça.
happened to be at the Sydney airport on the same day that Keith is now snuck into that wheel well, and he had a new lens for his camera that he was testing out.
Ouais, il l'a testé, il a pris la photo du dude en train de tomber.
The tarmac, and he began taking pictures of a plane that was taking off, and it was the same plane that Keith had snuck into. And he takes pictures of it as it takes off, it goes up to altitude, and it flies away. And he just took a series of pictures of it, puts his camera away, doesn't think twice about it. A week later, John was looking through his photos, and he stopped when he saw this picture. John had inadvertently captured the final moments of Keith as he fell nearly 200 feet to his death. As soon as the pilot took off, the wheels were retracted, opening up that wheel well for a brief second, and there was nothing for Keith to hold on to, and he slipped out. But even if he had not fallen out, he almost certainly would have died from freezing temperatures and lack of oxygen at altitude.
It was born, was gonna die, regardless of what the fuck happened. Bon, j'ai vu, tu m'avais bord, mais le problème c'est que, à cause de ça, ça va se coller ensemble.
Looks up at the driver and says, "Hey, do you need any help?" And the driver is still sitting in the driver's seat, hands on the wheel. He's barely acknowledging the police officer. And he kind of looks down and shrugs and just says, "No, I'm okay." The police officer doesn't know what it was, but there was something off about this guy. He wasn't doing anything wrong, but there was something off about him. He couldn't tell what it was. So he asked him again, "Are you sure that nothing is wrong?" And the driver, again, very sketchy, just says, "No, nothing's wrong." And so the police officer, acting on a gut instinct, says, "Hey, can you step out? Do you mind if I talk to you outside of your vehicle?" And so very reluctantly, the driver kind of slithers his way out of the vehicle, making sure that he doesn't fully open the door to kind of let the officer see what's going on inside his cab. He gets out and shuts the door, and the two start talking. Over the course of their conversation, where basically the officer's trying to figure out what you're doing here. Why are you parked on the side of the road with your hazards on? Why aren't you telling me what's going on? Why are you acting so strange? At some point, the officer just kind of had enough and he said, hey, you know what? I'm going to need to search your vehicle. He opens up the door and goes inside, and there's nothing out of the ordinary in the front two seats. But when he looks into the back section where there was a sleeping compartment, this is a big 18-wheeler, and there's like a little area in the back of the cab where these guys doing these long drives can sleep. When he looks into that section, he sees there's this woman with her mouth gagged, handcuffed, huddling in the corner of this sleeping section, looking absolutely terrified. The officer immediately gets out and he grabs the guy and he puts him under arrest. As he's arresting him, the driver is saying, no, she wants to be here. She chose to be here. But the officer didn't buy it and he said, you're under arrest for kidnapping. The officer puts this guy in his cruiser and shuts the door, and then he calls for backup. When backup arrived, they were able to take the woman out. She was unhurt. She survived. But it would turn out that she was one of the very, very lucky few, because the driver was Robert Rhodes, aka the truck stop killer, who over the previous 20 years had killed over 50 women. He was one of the most prolific serial killers in American history. But the crime that the truck stop killer was actually known for was not this kidnapping where this woman survived. It was the kidnapping and murder of a woman named Regina K. Walters. Regina was a young woman who came from a broken home, and at the age of 14, she ran away and began hitchhiking across Texas with her boyfriend. In February of 1990, Rhodes picked up Regina and her boyfriend, who were looking for a ride. Rhodes almost immediately kills Regina's boyfriend and takes Regina captive, and he keeps her chained up in his traveling torture chamber for several years before ultimately killing her as well. After Rhodes was finally arrested by this Arizona police officer on the side of the highway, the investigation searched Rhodes' house, and they found some pictures. This is a picture of Regina K. Walters in the abandoned barn where her body was ultimately found. Immediately after Rhodes took this picture, he ended Regina's life.
Ah,
On September
on a
6,
savoir.
1992, two moose hunters that were hunting
Ok.
just outside of Denali National Park
C'est que genre ça, là.
were walking up to a well-known landmark amongst
Il m'en
hunters
faut
in the
deux autres.
area. It was this old school bus that was parked in the middle of nowhere. It was all rusted over,
Je vais mettre de
nature
côté.
practically
Il m'en faut
overgrown.
deux autres.
And hunters, trappers, and travelers would use this bus as kind of like a center point that you would
Demandez,
reference
je suppose
where you were
d'autres.
going relative to this particular bus. But when they walked up to it, they saw on the outside of the door that there was a note. Attention possible visitors, SOS, I need your help. I am injured, near death, and too weak to hike out of here. I am all alone. This is not a joke. In the name of God, please remain to save me. I am out collecting berries close by and shall return.
Ah, c'est le dude avec le boss, ça.
Chris McCandless, dated August ? 5 months earlier, in April of 1992, Chris McCandless, the one who wrote that note, had hitchhiked from Carthage, South Dakota to Fairbanks, Alaska. Once there, he hitchhiked again with an electrician named Jim Gallion, who was making his way out of Fairbanks. Chris introduced himself as Alex and asked Jim if he would take him to Denali National Park, which is about 2 hours away to the southwest. On the drive, Jim asked Chris what he was going to be doing at the park, because this is like wild Alaska country, and frankly, Chris did not look like a rugged Alaskan
Bon.
outdoorsman. Chris told Jim that he was living off the
I'm
land
hungry.
for 2 months. Jim would later say that he had serious doubts about Chris's ability to survive in the Alaskan bush. As it was, Chris only had a light backpack, did have a rifle, but he really didn't have warm clothes on. He only had 10 pounds of rice, which was the only thing he brought for food. He didn't have a compass, he didn't have a map, he didn't have a watch. He just seemed totally ill-equipped for what he was saying he was going to go do. At some point, Jim tried to convince Chris not to go, or to at least postpone, and he even offered, hey, I'll drive you up to Anchorage and I'll buy you equipment. You need the right equipment for what you're going to be doing. Let's go there first. But Chris was stubborn, and so Jim ultimately relented and said, okay. He drove him to the park.
Il y a certaines sections qui ont séché, mais pas toutes encore.
Gave him a pair of warm boots that he had in his truck. He said, here, you can use these more than I can. And Chris thanked him, took his boots, and he was on his way. Although Chris was planning for this extensive hike through Denali National Park all the way to the Bering Sea, but Chris would only make it about 20 miles into his journey before stopping at an old rusted bus just outside of the park. Chris would live in this bus for 16 weeks, and according to his diary, that first week he was there was particularly rough. He was snowed in, he couldn't catch anything to eat, so he's hungry and cold. But shortly thereafter, he developed a routine. He was able to hunt successfully for some small game. He found some plants that were good to eat, and by and large, his entries made it seem like he was very happy. However, the last month of diary entries really painted a very different picture. After living in this bus for nearly 3 months, he indicated in his diary that he was kind of sick and tired of living off the land and he was ready to return back to society. So on July 3rd, he packs up his camp and he starts walking back the 20 miles towards where he came into the park in the first place. But when he came into the park 3 months earlier, the river that he was going to need to cross was frozen. And now that he's returning in the summer, it had thawed, and now it's this 75-foot wide raging river that was basically impossible to cross.
Ouais. Puis on a aussi appris qu'il aurait pu marcher quelques kilomètres vers l'est, me semble, puis il y avait un pont qu'il aurait pu traverser. Mais il a même pas, il a juste abandonné direct là. Ou peut-être qu'il a cherché de l'autre côté, puis pas de l'autre bord.
In addition, there was a hunting cabin not far from that tram that's also on just about every map of this particular area. That had food, it had clothes, it had bedding. He could have stayed in this hunting cabin until conditions were okay again to make the journey back home. But again, he doesn't have a map, so he doesn't know these things exist. So at some point, he turns around and goes back to the bus, feeling totally dejected. That night, his journal entry just said, "Reined in, river looks impossible, lonely, scared." All of Chris's diary entries following his return to the bus after not being able to cross this river got shorter and bleaker and really painted a picture of a guy that was going downhill. The final entry in Chris's diary just says, "Beautiful blue berries." And then 19 days after his final entry is when those two moose hunters find this bus and see the note, the SOS note, pinned to the outside. The hunters go inside the bus, and there, laying in a sleeping bag, is the body of Christopher McCandless. Although it's not entirely clear how Christopher actually died, the two most common theories are either starvation or perhaps he ingested a poisonous plant seed. The hunters alerted authorities who came out and they launched an investigation, and during this investigation they found Chris's camera. Chris was an avid photographer. He had taken loads of pictures over the course of his stay out in the wild. This is the final picture that he took on his camera. It's evident from Chris's SOS note on his door that he did want to escape. He wanted to leave the wild. But what's also clear is that at the end, he realized he wasn't going to. The note he's holding in his hand says, "I have had a happy life, and thank the Lord, goodbye, and may God bless all." And so he took one last dignified picture of himself before curling up in a sleeping bag and passing away. Let me know what you thought of these stories in the comment section, and I will pin the best comment at the top. If you enjoyed today's story and you haven't done this already, please tell the like button to go camping on their own.
Ça glisse, c'est mostly à cause qu'il give up. Il give up assez rapidement. Puis il voulait pas s'éloigner trop de son boss. Moi je comprends ça là. Je dis give up, c'est plus genre il voulait pas s'éloigner de son boss, c'est quand même logique. Toutes tes ressources sont là. Tu vas pas t'éloigner de ce safe spot que t'as. Ça glisse, ça a causé sa doom. Nice footage.
What do you think, alligator boy?
Alright, ready?
Mm-hmm.
I guess that's good. Definitely gonna have shadow.
I don't care.
Alright.
Full send.
Come on, buddy. It's recording.
Ça, il y a des endroits qui ont séché, mais pas toutes. Comme cette section-là n'a pas encore séché. Pas encore fini, cette section-là. Ça n'a pas séché encore. Ça non plus ici. Ça, mon autre bord n'a pas encore séché, mais je le vois. Ah, quand même pas pire. Si ça n'a pas encore séché. Commencé, mais pas complet. Bon, ouais. Cette fois-là, je vais le coller du bon bord au début. Je me sens calme. J'ai vendu 8h50. Couper ces deux parties-là, les coller, puis
Today,
I'm
I'm
gonna
sharing
call
with
that
you
a night.
3 progressively more disturbing stories, and at the end of each of them, I'm going to share the picture or pictures that are famously associated with them. But before I get into today's stories, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format,
Prendre une douche, puis je vais
channel,
reprendre sur
this
Minecraft
is all
après
I
là.
do, and I upload
Jusqu'à
new
genre
stories
10.
5 times every
Je vais
week.
passer
So
out
if that's
après.
of interest to you, please fling a rubber band at the like button and then subscribe to this channel and turn on all post notifications so you don't miss any of my weekly uploads. Alright, let's get into today's stories.
Ben, si tout va bien, je vais avoir fini au milieu de la semaine prochaine. Si tout va bien.
In 2014, a 20-year-old man living in India named Maksud Khan had become completely and totally obsessed with tigers. His wife and his family weren't entirely sure what caused him to be so fixated on tigers, but they noticed after a kind of random trip to the zoo that he took that he came home and all he could talk about were tigers. So they figured he must have seen tigers at the zoo and just become totally enamored with them. But Maksud's obsession with tigers was not just, love and affection for these animals, although certainly there was that. It was more of a dark fascination with tigers' savage nature. The story Maksud used to tell all the time to his friends and family was about this tiger that was in captivity, and one day its 2 trainers had gone into the cage to put a garland of flowers around its neck for maybe some ceremony or something, and the tiger just wasn't having it that day, and when they went to put it on its neck, the tiger kind of snapped and killed the 2 trainers. Now, Maksud was not telling the story to kind of glorify the violence of it, or even to act like it wasn't a big deal that these trainers had been killed. He was telling the story with a reverence for these creatures that were kind of untamable, that even in captivity, they were in control, and he was just totally fascinated by them. In May of that year, Maksud lost his job, something that unfortunately happened all the time for him because he was known to be kind of lazy and kind
No.
of happy-go-lucky, didn't take things very seriously. He had actually been fired from a job one time when he was supposed to be unloading sacks from a truck and got distracted by some small animal and ran after it, and his employer fired him for it. But his family depended on him, and they
Je vais
said
pas dire
Maksud
lazy, là, c'est plus que genre le dude, il est clairement autiste.
Maksud would go out and tell his
Il est
family
clairement
about
autiste.
hunting
Il a vu un
and
petit animal, puis il est parti à courir après.
spending the little money his family
ADHD,
had
ouais,
to
de
go to the
l'autisme.
zoo to go
Il est sur le
look at these
spectrum, ça c'est
tigers
sûr.
he was so in love with. So for the next 4 months, Maksud would just lie to his family and would go to the zoo and stare at the tigers in their exhibit. And so one day, when he was doing just that, on September 23rd, 2014, he was looking into the white tiger exhibit. Now, the way it was set up is there was an outer fence that all of the people who were at the zoo could stand right against, and it was an open-air exhibit. Right on the other side of that fence, all the way around, was a little bit of land that protruded into the exhibit a little ways, and then it would drop straight down into a moat. There was another layer of protection between tigers and people, so they were not interacting. If you continued straight past the moat, it would go back up again to this little island right in the middle of this exhibit where all the tigers would spend all their time. For some reason that we don't fully understand, although one could guess that it was simply because Maksud wanted a better look at the tigers, he climbed over that first fence, the one that no visitors are allowed to cross. And he walked to the edge of that piece of land that sits over that moat. And he's looking down at the tigers, and the guards are telling him to get back on the other side of the fence. All of the other people that are there watching the tigers as well, the other visitors, they're saying, hey, come back, don't do what you're doing. And at some point, Maksud fell 15 feet into the tiger enclosure. Immediately, an alarm goes off, waking up the tigers in their habitat, so they don't know what's going on. They're kind of looking around. And the people that are watching this happen from the safety of behind this fence, they're
Ouais, on va
screaming
popper une alarme, là.
and they're trying to get security to come over and they're
Ben
trying
oui.
to save this
On va popper une
tiger.
alarme, ben oui,
It's just
ben oui.
chaos. But what's really happening
Fucking
is
bright.
totally inciting the tigers to see what the heck's going on. And very quickly, one of the tigers notices that there is now a person, Maksud, who's in the moat. And the tiger jumps down into the moat and walks right over to Maksud. And Maksud is sitting there and he's absolutely terrified. And people said that he was just praying and he's huddled up against the side of the moat. And the tiger's just looking at him. The tiger's not showing signs that it's going to harm Maksud. But the people that were watching this happen that are on the other side of this fence are either taking videos and pictures of the event, or some of them begin picking up rocks and throwing them at the tiger to try to, I guess, get the tiger to leave Maksud alone. 10 minutes goes by of people throwing rocks at this tiger, and the tiger gets really upset. And so what do you think happens once the tiger gets upset? It attacks Maksud. The tiger clamped down on Maksud's neck and dragged him over to a grassy kind of hidden section within the enclosure. And by the time the staff finally showed up with a tranquilizer gun, it was too late for Maksud. He was already dead. Here is the final picture of Maksud after he's fallen inside of that moat. This is taken moments before this tiger would ultimately attack and kill him. The police would ultimately charge the zoo staff with death by negligence for their incredibly long response time and for not having any alternative rescue methods in place. John and Jackie Mill were a Canadian married couple that loved traveling to Thailand. In fact, they went there so often and loved it so much that they considered it their second home. In 2004, instead of spending Christmas with their family back home in Canada, they decided, you know what, we're empty nesters, we're on our own, let's go spend Christmas in a place that we love that's also warm, Thailand. And so they settled on one of their favorite spots in Thailand called Khao Lak. It's this beautiful beach, and they've been there many times, and so they were pumped. On Christmas Day, they called their family and said they're having such a great time. The weather is beautiful. They have this wonderful beach right in front of them. And by all accounts, their vacation seemed to be going really perfectly. On December 26th, the day after Christmas, the couple woke up and decided to head down to the beach to spend the day lounging on the sand. But as soon as they stepped out of their villa and looked down at the beach, which was right outside of where they were staying,
Bon, j'ai pas mon électricité va lâcher à un moment donné.
standing on the sand. And even though it was early in the morning, John and Jackie knew immediately why they were down there. It was an extremely low tide. The water had receded so far that it was a spectacle. And so they had their digital camera with them and they just started taking pictures. What John and Jackie and the people down on the beach seem not to have realized is that that extreme low tide is actually an early indication of a tsunami tidal wave, where the water basically gets sucked way out in preparation for a massive wave. What John and Jackie and everybody down on that beach should have been doing that morning is turning around and running inland as far as they possibly can go and as high as they possibly can go. But they don't do that. In fact, it looks like no one has any idea what's about to happen. And so John and Jackie continue to take pictures, and you see this massive wave coming closer and closer with every picture they're taking until it wipes out everybody down on the beach and eventually wipes out John and Jackie. They would be swept away to their death along with 230,000 other people. John and Jackie's camera would be found on the beach a month later. The camera itself was destroyed, but the SIM card was intact. And the person who found it would take that SIM card, plug it into their computer, and here are the final pictures that were on that SIM card.
Huh.
John Jones and his family were avid spelunkers, which is a term given to people who explore underground caves. In November of 2000,
Je sais pas, c'est ça que c'est un pour dive. Au peu d'épée, là. Prenons une photo badass en dedans.
During his visit, someone in his family suggested they go cave exploring.
C'est une joke, là. Mauvaise joke. Pour certaines personnes. C'est une joke. Tu peux, genre, si tu sais que t'as aucune manière, genre, t'as comme littéralement zéro chance de t'en sortir. Tu peux, t'as genre une petite margin d'erreur, t'as zéro chance, puis t'es déjà en train de prendre des photos. Essaie d'en prendre le plus longtemps possible. Que si la caméra sourit, more content.
So he and his brother decided to split off from the main group and make their way over to the most challenging section of the cave known as the birth canal. So John and Josh start making their way over towards that section of the cave.
Ouais, c'est ça, ça, c'est un petit morceau.
Follow as best as they can, and John, who was leading the pair, stops when he gets to this waist-high hole in the wall that he believes is the entrance to the birth canal. When John was growing up and he used to go cave exploring with his family, he was much smaller. He was a kid. Now he's a grown man. He's 6 foot, over 200 pounds, but he still had the mindset of when he was a kid. And so, like a child, he sees this hole and literally goes headfirst into it without any second thoughts. So John begins painstakingly inching his way down this tunnel that's completely tight on his body. His arms are pinned under his body, and with every movement he's making, he's getting tighter and tighter. But he's convinced that this is the birth canal, and that it just takes certain people that are brave enough to push past that discomfort, that claustrophobia, that if you just push past this tight section, you'll get to a place where it
Ça sonne
opens up. So John,
tellement cave.
this is the birth canal, kept going farther and farther.
Non, ouais, je l'ai rangé, mais j'en ai besoin.
He has a
Ça,
little bit of tunnel
une
still
équipe
in front of him that actually kind of
pour
down in front of him.
le section arrière.
And that's it. I just got to go all the way down there, and I can get into that opening. And so he's caught up against a lip of rock that's underneath his ribs. And so in order to get past it, he breathes all of the air out of his lungs, and he pushes himself just past the lip. And then he breathes in again, and his chest expands, and his rib cage is literally caught up on that lip because he's now moved past it. He can't bring himself back over the lip. And what's worse is as soon as he got over that little lip, he got a better view into this hole he was going down, and it dead ends. It just gets to a point. There was nothing there. It was not the birth canal. It was an unmarked tunnel somewhere in this cave. So he's trapped, and he knows it. And to make matters even worse, John was almost completely upside down. John yells to his brother and says he's stuck. Josh starts going down this tunnel, and he almost immediately gets stuck. And from where he is, he can barely see his brother, who's way down this tiny little tunnel. And he knows that if he's stuck up here, his brother's really stuck. This is a very, very bad situation they're in. So Josh
Fucking gamins sont
out of this tunnel and
dumb.
tells to John that he's going to go get help. But it would take 3.5 hours for the first rescue worker to arrive on scene because they are way down into this cave. This is not an easy to access area. Susie Matola was the first rescue person, and when she arrived, she said, "Hey, John, how you doing down there?" And Susie would say that John sounded very distant, and he just said, "Hi, Susie, thanks for coming, but I really, really want to get out." Susie immediately reassured John that she will have him out in no time, everything's going to be just fine. But when Susie looked down into this tiny little space that John was stuck in, she thought, this is going to take a really long time to get him out. I mean, just to set up a pulley system to try to pull him out is going to take a long time. And then inching a 6 foot, 200-pound man out of this tiny space, that's going to take hours and even days. But unfortunately, John didn't have the time. The human body is designed to be upright, with gravity helping your heart pump blood to the rest of your body. When you're inverted, blood pools in your brain, and your heart cannot work fast or hard enough to get it out in time, and so it eventually causes your body to shut down. So when the trauma physician saw that John was inverted and he had already been there for 3.5 hours before rescuers even got to him, he told Susie and the rest of the rescuers that John maybe has 8 to 10 hours left to live. The rescuers tried everything to try to get John out of the cave. They put a rope around his legs and tried yanking him out. Didn't work. They set up an elaborate pulley system. It barely worked, but they kept falling out of the wall, and so it was taking all this time just to get set up, only to move him a fraction of an inch. They got drills and chisels, and they went down into the tunnel and began trying to chisel John out. But again, it was almost negligible progress, and it was just taking too much time. As the rescuers are doing everything they can to try to get him out, they noticed that John's breathing was becoming labored and his voice sounded nasally, indicating that more and more fluid was building up now inside of his lungs, and that probably they were within the last few hours that he was going to be alive. At some point, they finally got John to move just a couple of inches using this really elaborate pulley system that they had found a way to stay anchored in the walls, but they saw there was a huge problem. No matter what system they were going to use to get John out of this hole, due to the angle of the cave he had crawled into, his legs would not fit. They would not bend in the right direction on the way out. They would have to break his legs in order to curve him around this bend in the cave. With John's breathing already labored and him being basically unresponsive at this point, They figured that if they broke his legs, that would just send him into shock and kill him anyways. And so they realized that they cannot get John out of this cave. He's going to die here. 27 hours after John had become stuck, he became unresponsive and he was declared dead. The 26-year-old medical student would leave behind his wife as well as their 1-year-old daughter, and his wife was due with their second child in June of the following year. Following John's death, Nutty Putty Cave was sealed off with cement, and John's body is still inside Nutty Putty Cave to this day. And here is a picture of John exploring Nutty Putty Cave before he ultimately made his way over to that fateful tunnel that he went in head first and ultimately died inside. So
Ouais,
that's
c'est
the
de
video,
la
guys.
cave au
Let me know what
complet,
you thought.
pas juste l'endroit
Make sure
où qui est
to
stuck.
pin the best comment at the top of the comment section. If you enjoyed today's video
Ouais.
and haven't done this already, please fling a rubber band at the like button. Also subscribe to my channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any weekly uploads. If you want to get in touch with me, you can direct message me on Instagram or on Twitter. My username on both platforms is the same. It's JohnBallin416. I also have a ton of content over on TikTok where my username is Mr. Ballin. If you have a story suggestion, please submit it to our subreddit. It's just called Mr. Ballin. It's linked in the description below. I read that every day, and if I intentionally use your story, I will absolutely credit you. So whether I see you on Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, YouTube, Reddit, some combination, just know that I really appreciate your support. And until next time, that's going to do it. See ya.
Bon. I guess for me, it's gonna be all that for tonight. Je vais travailler un peu plus là-dessus, I guess, demain. Le top, ça, je le coupe parce que j'ai besoin de juste une section. Cette section-là, c'est quand je vais la merge, c'est que je vais la mettre ici comme ça. Ça va donner l'effet, je la mets comme ça, mais c'est un petit peu plus bas, wait. Un petit peu plus bas de même. Wait. Ah, c'est ça la ligne. Tiens, c'est la ligne que je regarde. Ok. Cette ligne-là va être un petit peu plus basse. J'aimerais voir ça de jeu. Ok. Ça va de même. Bon. Je voulais- Parfait. Ça, cette section-là, j'en ai plus besoin. Je peux la dans mes autres papiers, dans mes autres Patreon. Là, ça, je vais l'appeler top.1. Ok. Demain, je vais faire cette section-là. Deux sections-là. Pendant le temps entre mes priming, entre mes sessions là-dessus. Petteluca. Ah, de quoi Petteluca? Ouais. Ça, faut que je teste. Ça va être environ ici. Ah ouais, non, ça va être environ ici. Alors, le même. Ok, ça va se couper environ là. Oh! J'avais déjà une ligne. Je savais que ça allait arrêter là. Pas pire, pas pire. Je vais mettre une ligne orange, juste pour me dire c'est là. Puis je vais checker quand j'aurai fait toutes les autres sections. Ça, c'est la dernière section que je fais. Sur l'épaule. Bon, c'est que demain, Je sable ça. Je commence à le primer. Entre-temps, je travaille sur les épaules. Quand les épaules sont finies, je mets le ceiling. Je le sable la journée d'après. Demain, techniquement, si tout se passe bien, j'aurai capable de faire les épaules. Au moins, me rendre au ceiling place. Puis si je me rends au ceiling, je les seal avant de me coucher à 100%. Puis je vais les sable le lendemain matin. C'est que le lendemain, le temps que je sois au ceiling, je vais faire I guess, je vais faire les jambières à la fin. Mais je vais faire directement les méga pièces. Méga pièces qui doivent se rendre d'ici à mon genou. C'est ça. Quand j'ajoute 4 cm. Ils sont environ comme 49 cm de long. Faut que je fasse ça en deux pièces. Parce que comme on peut voir, il y a deux étages environ ici. Bon, c'est un 8. J'utilise le 8 pour la grosse pièce. De mémoire, regardez l'intérieur, c'est littéralement une pièce qui suit. Ça, c'est un 8 qui va faire tout littéralement ça. Je sais pas pourquoi je reste debout. Puis après ça, je vais mettre un 2 ou un 4 par-dessus. Ça va sûrement être un 4. Je vais mettre un 4 par-dessus. 8, j'ai combien de 8? J'ai 3 8. Je vais en avoir en masse. Parce que je vois si ça... En un morceau, je peux pas le faire. Je peux le faire en deux morceaux. Je vais voir si je peux faire ça en deux morceaux 100%. Mais s'il est en angle... Ben ça, il est en angle comme ça. Puis ça doit se rendre jusqu'à ma... Je vais faire ça genre comme 52, I guess. 52 cm. Euh... Ouais. Ouais. 52 cm de long. Après ça, ça va être... cassé avec ça. Ok, c'est bon. Là-dessus, je vais vous laisser. Good night. J'ai quand même stream pendant quasiment 10 heures. C'est pas pire ça. J'ai quand même fait pas mal de progrès, je trouve. J'ai fini ça. Il manque juste à le sabler maintenant. J'ai déjà setup pour mon épaule. Puis je pense déjà comment je setup pour mon plastron. Les jambières, je vais faire à la fin. Je sais pas si je fais des... si je me trouve des souliers plateforme ou non. Mais si tout se passe bien, mon plastron est fini en fin de semaine à 100%. Les épaules, des chances que oui. Puis peut-être les deux gros, on va dire shields, les deux bords. Ah, c'est vrai, je dois aussi faire la section 40 là-dessus. Je vais faire le tissu après, comme le tissu pour ça ici. Je vais le faire après, plus tard. Puis le tissu pour cette section-ci, qui va aussi m'aider à tenir ce bracelet-là. Je vais link le tissu avec les épaules. Ouais. Bon, je vais sortir ma machine à coudre littéralement juste pour faire ça. Puis, je pense ça. Ouais, je vais avoir le temps. Bon, sur ce, pour de vrai cette fois-ci. Peace tout le monde, good night et on se revoit peut-être demain, je sais pas, je vais stream en même temps que Laurent stream, si Laurent vient. Si Laurent vient, je pense pas que je vais stream. Je vais pas empiéter sur son stream en même temps. En plus, il va être ici. Puis si Fred est là, puis Gabriel, non, je pense que je vais pas stream. Je vais juste travailler son cosplay, mais I'm not gonna stream tomorrow. So, à mardi. Sur ce, good night.